There's no time.
The time is
13
o'clock.
Hey, everybody.
All right, we've been pre-gaming.
Well, not that much.
Little bit.
I mean, I've drank maybe like an inch. Is that even an inch? That's less than an inch.
Yeah.
All my ice is melting, and it's not hot in here. I don't really understand like why.
Because it was a lot of juice. And the ice that was in the ice maker had been in there for a while. You know how it's got a hole in the middle of the ice cube? So it melts faster. I put the ice in both the drinks. It was all the ice in the ice bucket.
Is it out of water?
No, I fixed it.
Oh, okay.
Because
I refilled it a couple hours ago.
Got filtered water. I got the machine hooked up and everything. But it's making fresh ice.
We got a whole system.
The fresh ice cubes last longer because they're more massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got mass. If they've been sitting there for a while, the hole in the middle gets bigger.
Well, what ends up happening
it's like
is that
ice.
I mean, I use the ice machine all day. I'm not drinking all day. Don't be alarmed.
Yeah.
But it's like I put it because I have ice water, right? So I'm drinking like ice water all day. So I go in there every now and then refill it.
Yeah.
And so if it says like that it needs water, I'll put water in there. But if it gets full, and I haven't refilled it in a while, if it gets full, like if you don't do anything, it'll kind of start to melt back into the water reservoir.
Telling you what, people, if you got a 2-story house, you got a big house, fucking getting those little portable ice makers that I got at Sam's only for like $90 is a lifesaver.
It's nice having the little fridge up
and
here.
a little refrigerator up here and everything. I'm gonna build a whole fucking snack station up here.
Yeah,
now all I need is a little microwave.
I mean, pretty much. I alady have a coffee pot up here.
Yeah, that way you don't have to go downstairs to do the shit.
Yeah, because it's a pain in the ass. Well, like I said, we don't have like food or anything really in the refrigerator. It's mostly just
drinks.
It's just it's Tom's sodas and like mixers are in there, and like sometimes I keep Pookie's cat food in there, like if she doesn't eat the whole can or something.
And I got to set the bar up in there. I want to get a nice bar.
We used to keep snacks in there, but we haven't really been buying that many snacks because trying not to get like
we're on diet.
Fat.
We call it we're on a regimen.
Because you can't call it a diet because that's not manly.
That's chick shit.
That's chick shit. And chicks suck.
And nobody says that. It's just that, everything has to be gendered and divided. Divide. Divide fucking warships from ferry boats, just like the fucking song.
just like that.
Women. It's all
Sparrows in the Nightingale song.
Clearly defined world, But I got cookies. I got my famous lemon cookies from
the lemon cookies.
Yeah, lemon cookies from fucking Dollar Store, Dollar General.
Those are good.
They're good. I got them in the fucking freezer. We just haven't been raiding them.
Oh, I didn't even know they were in there. I never look in the freezer compartment.
No, I got chocolate chip cookies in there from.
Don't tell me that.
And I got lemon cookies.
See, if I'd have known that, it's probably better not to. See, that's why, like when I lived alone, I never bought cookies or nothing like that because I said if they're in my house, I'm gonna eat them.
I started popping them steroids, and all of a sudden, I needed a fucking sugar rush sometime, and I go in there and work out.
You know what I did? I might have mentioned this before, but you know what I did? Because I'm like, well, I can't, because if I start eating cookies, I'll just like eat all the cookies, and it's just like I said, that's why I don't buy cookies. I don't buy snacks or anything like that. Sometimes I'll buy like a can of nuts or something like that, but I don't like try. I love cookies, but I can't eat them. So what I did was I bought. I don't usually like hard candy.
I had to set the damn cook.
Oh, you had to turn the fan on?
Turn the fan on, yeah.
But I really, really like, there's this coffee-flavored hard candy. I think it's called Bali's Best or something like that. And you can buy it in like 5-pound bags from Amazon for not that expensive. I get those. And if I want something sweet, I just pop one of those in my mouth and eat it because they're only 15 calories each. And they're really, really nice. They're like really sweet and they're really savory, and I really like them. So if ever I'm like really hungry and like I kind of want a snack, I'm like, man, I really want a cookie or something like that. I just have one of those, and I'm just like, it's much less calories. You know what I mean? And I just or gum or I chew gum. That works too.
Okay, it looks like people are still showing up. We're just gonna start getting a fucking crowd here. Everybody's sending hearts and stuff. Jenny can go through the comments in a bit. And we're looking forward to this show. This is a paranormal show, which is fucking real popular on 13 o'clock. People voted for this one, didn't they?
Yeah, big time. I think a couple of the other I can't remember what the other topics were, but a couple of them got like one vote, but this one got like.
We were talking about this before the show started, that we need to start bringing paranormal back a little bit more. We've been going off on tangents. We know, but look, man, the show's going to last for as long as we last. We're probably going to be doing this show
until we die.
Yeah. So
we probably will.
We got a lot of. It's been going on a lot longer than I thought it was going on. Really, I didn't really consider it.
I didn't either. I just kind of like thought I didn't really think about like how long we'd be doing it. But that's the thing. I kind of felt like once we got to a point where a bunch of people were listening and were like showing up and interacting and stuff like that, I'm like, well, obviously we have to keep doing it now.
Right. Yeah.
Because we don't want to like let everybody down. Because now we have
went through like 4 or 5 formats as it went and tried some experimental shit, and it just boils down to just live streaming these things and fucking around and drinking and talking about these cases. But we need to start bringing paranormal back a little bit more regularly. I think we went down true crime a little too much. Everybody loves true crime, but paranormal's fucking awesome too. And you know, most of the cases are bullshit, but we can make them funny. But there are some cases that are weird. You know, there are some of them that I believed in that Jenny helped debunk. Like the fucking Ted Sirios, remember him? Put the fucking.
Oh yeah, we did a show about that guy.
Yeah, I thought there was something to
the photographer guy that was like, ka-chonk.
Yeah, he could put an image on a piece of film with his eye.
Yeah, that guy was completely.
I thought it might have been some kind of psi ability.
But he was a fellow drunk, so you know.
Yeah, he
props
drank
there.
Too.
He also drank before he worked.
What made me think there might have been something to it is that he wasn't always successful. He would set up a big thing. Okay, I'm going to try to do it. And I can't do it today.
I always kind of wonder, though. It's like, oh my god, I lost my slide.
Yeah, well, he was saying, I don't know. But you know,
shit, where'd it
go?
He
was gonna do it, and then he had a big old thing, and then he couldn't do it, and he admitted that he couldn't do it. Just can't do it today. I don't know why. And he was drunk like he always was. But you would think if he was a fake that he would have faked it. You know what I mean? Go ahead and fake it.
Like I said, I would say, coming at it as a skeptic, I would say, well, probably he had some kind of like technical difficulties.
Yeah, maybe.
With his little scam that he was doing.
Right.
So he was just kind of like, oh, the spirits are not speaking to me, or whatever the fuck they say. Well, I figure that's probably what happened.
The way I interpreted it at the time was like that he was getting old, and that he couldn't do it anymore.
That too.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like maybe in a converse sort of way.
But I thought it might have been psychic.
I think they know that will contribute to their verisimilitude if they're saying, oh, well, you know, it's so catch as catch can. I don't really know like when the spirits are gonna like be communicative. But, so like people that are already inclined to believe it will be like, oh man, like he could have like done all this stuff, but he didn't do it because they weren't speaking that day. But I kind of feel like they know that, so I think they'll like take a bullet a couple times.
I was inclined to believe it, of course, because you know I had paranormal stuff happen to me as a young kid, and then if I worry about it too much, it comes back. Jenny's seen it. Yeah, she wasn't impressed. Really. And
well, you had talked to me so much about it that when it happened, I was just kind of like, oh, that's neat.
Yeah. the one who freaked out was Dimitri.
He did, yeah.
Dimitri got scared. He goes, Tom, do it again. And I was just like,
he was just like,
I almost got like I was getting lost in it again. And I said, no, I can't do it. I'm kind of scared of it. You know, it might do something bad.
That's the only thing. See, because I'm not saying I don't think it's paranormal. It's just I think it's you.
Yeah.
You know,
it's an aspect of it.
That's what I'm saying.
It's one aspect of my personality.
So in that sense, yeah, it is a little scary because if you got like really mad, because I even told you before, I'm like, look at you. If you get really mad at me one day, they'll like fling a brick at my head or some shit like that. So I'm like, I'd be scared of it because of that.
Yeah.
But just scared of it because of what it's doing. I'm not scared of it.
You guys know that I'm ex-military, you know, fucking from good infantry units, and you guys know, you regular listeners know that I have a dark side. There are parts of me that scare me, you know, that I could go into a rage, and you know, I don't think I'd ever kill a person that I cared about. I don't even think any other aspects in
That's what they all say.
But I just can't trust it. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
There might be a
that's
part
to
of
the
me that-
extent.
yeah, there
I
might-
don't think you would do that.
Right.
Like, you've never done anything like that in the past, but who knows?
There are aspects of me that I wouldn't trust around me. They're
Yeah, exactly.
self-destructive,
And I've known you for a long time,
Yeah.
so I know that about
Right.
you. So that's the only thing I'm saying. I don't think you would do anything bad or anything like that. But I felt like if you were really, really mad, if you were really, really mad, even if you weren't even mad at me particularly,
Yeah.
but something like that might happen and it might result in.
Lex Friedman had a guest on his channel a couple weeks back, and I was listening to it, and this dude is onto some real shit. He was talking about Stuart Hameroff, and he was talking about that other guy that Stuart works with, who's got that Nobel Prize.
Roger Penrose.
Roger Penrose.
Sir
He was talking about,
Roger
yeah, sir.
Penrose.
And he was saying that time-space isn't real. It's a mathematical fucking construction, and that reality is only based upon our senses and our ability to compute math, and that still isn't real. That time-space isn't real, and neither is mass energy. So he's kind of like one of these guys that's the holographic universe. And he says things that you aren't looking at don't exist. They're kind of like, they're abstract.
That goes way back, though.
Right. And he's saying that we'll never really understand a unified field. You know, he's a fucking physicist, okay? He's in these universities and shit. He says we'll never really have a unified field until we understand how consciousness works. And that consciousness is like a major element that we're not computing. And he started saying about, you know, things that really keyed in with some of my early childhood experiences with what is termed poltergeist experience, but it's RSPK. It's recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis. All right, and I know it's a reality. And I think probably anybody could do it if you're in the right mindset. It's not something you could do on command, and it has to adhere to certain laws. You can't look at objects that have to move, which, boy, that's difficult, isn't it? You're moving things that are only in a state of kind of neutral existence. Whenever something's moving, you're seeing it arrive. You never see it really depart. Remember that, when that happened? And then when you see something in midair, it looks kind of blurry. And it's always at the periphery of your conscious awareness. So could it be like in Star Wars where you got Darth Maul fighting a dude and he points at an object and throws it? I don't think it's possible.
It's like, I want that thing to go over
move,
there.
Yeah, because there's too many other people looking at the object. It has to be something that is being moved from an area where nothing is looking. So it's in a gray zone. And I noticed that back then when I was a kid. There was more activity in rooms where the door was shut and nobody was in that room. Although Lois and Red and shit did see things move, but they weren't looking directly at the object when it launched.
Well, I mean, nobody really is, because you don't expect...
Right.
Because like I said, when we had it happen at our old house, it's like I didn't expect the remote control to fly off the fucking coffee table. No one was looking at it. Why would you?
Yeah, and I ignored it until you guys called it out. I wouldn't have noticed that.
And the first thing I thought when it moved, I thought I had kicked the table and, like, you know, made it like fly off into the air.
I remember the sound that it made when it hit. Boom. You know, boom. It sounded louder than a remote.
Well, it sounded heavy.
Yeah, loud.
Which it was not.
Like a brick. It's weird.
Yeah, it was a very weird situation.
Yeah, it was weird.
But like I said, it didn't really scare me because the first thing I thought was, I was like, well, I didn't kick the table. Did you guys kick the table? No.
Yeah.
And then I turned to Tom. I said, did you do that shit?
Yeah. So because of this, if you're regulars to the show, because of these things that have happened on and off over the years, and some of the weird shit that happened with the television during that time. Remember that? That's something that hasn't happened in a long time.
That TV used to fucking turn itself on all the goddamn time.
Yeah. And then a couple times it turned itself on in our room while we were sleeping. I woke up and the TV was on. Remember that?
Yeah, that was creepy.
And you woke up.
It was usually the one in the living room.
Usually the living room.
Which is weird because we hardly ever used that one.
Yeah.
We usually used the one in the bedroom. The one in the bedroom came on a couple times in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Just like out of the blue. But I mean, the first time I thought, well, maybe Pookie sat on the remote or something.
No,
but
it was
she wasn't
regularly turning on out in the other room.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe the bedroom ones were that, but like the living room one, I don't think that was.
And it would turn on,
because that would turn on all the time.
And it would turn on, and when you'd find it, it was like an obscure screensaver. It wasn't a channel. It was a pretty screensaver that was like when you were trying to program stuff. It was, I can't. And it would do it, and it did it regularly for a certain period when all that other weird shit
it was several times a week. It wasn't every day.
Several times a week. 3 or 4 times a week.
But it was probably like every other day or every third day. Like I would go out in the morning to make coffee and be like, well, there's that fucking TV is on again.
Yeah, and it did it regularly during that period of phenomena. It did it regularly for about 3 or 4 months. That was when you were writing the book.
Yeah.
And then it vanished, and it didn't happen for several years.
Yeah.
And it's just, it wasn't a normal occurrence.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's you.
Yeah.
I don't think it's ghosts or demons or nothing like that. That's why it's not scary, because I think it's you. I mean, it's scary in the sense that, like I said, if you got super mad, then, maybe that would be...
Fear feeds it. When I get kind of worried about it and it starts getting stronger, and then I get scared and it'll get stronger, and then I got to stop it.
Maybe if you
it is emotional, whatever
maybe if you just like chilled out and be like,
well, yeah, I did chill out. Remember?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The more attention I gave to it, the stronger it would get.
Yeah, you got to be like
really
fucking
control it.
Yeah, that's the only thing that bothers me about it. I don't, I don't think that, I don't think that.
When I was younger, 13, 14, it was a lot more frightening because I thought it was an outside force. I thought it was.
Well, yeah.
I thought it was basically a demon or a ghost. So I didn't think that I could have any say in it. But then once I started to just go, oh, okay, this is an aspect of what I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
And then when I actively tried to get it to do things that I wanted to do, it just vanished. It won't do that. It doesn't work that way. It kind of like, it collapses. The ability collapses. So that's why when you see Star Wars, these damn Jedis and shit trying to do this shit, from my experience, when you're consciously aware of what's happening, it actually makes it go away.
Can you imagine if people could actually do that? I mean, that would be just like...
Well, that's what Scientology was actually about. They were trying to induce it.
Yeah, good luck.
What's his name? Prinz? That black dude I talked about earlier, fucking in the show. He was like one of the top Scientologists. He knew about it and joined Scientology to try to learn how to do it. But then he said he turned out he says the what's happening in Scientology is the exact opposite of what you need to fucking foster that.
Yeah, and he's like
ability. I don't know.
$300,000 later, I figured out that they were full of crap.
They were full of shit. It's not an ability as what you would think it was. It's more like a side effect. It's a phenomenon, and it's directly linked to consciousness. Now, having seen this at an early age, I started to I fell into the trap of believing everything. Okay, anything that was paranormal, I'd believe it for a while. But now that I know more about it, no, there's only certain things that are paranormal. And eventually they'll be found out to be something in the natural universe.
See, that's kind of where I'm at with it.
There was a time in which static electricity, was considered to be paranormal.
Well, we'll get into that a little bit because one thing that I found really fascinating, and one thing that, because, when we're doing a show on spiritualism and seances, we've covered like different aspects of this. Like I feel like on other shows, like a very long time ago, as I mentioned, we did a show about Houdini and seances and stuff. So we're going to cover all that stuff. I think we did a show about the Fox sisters, and I'm going to cover that a little bit. But it's just kind of like I wanted a little bit of an angle, and an interesting angle that I found actually from a BBC documentary from the early 2000s or the mid-90s or something. They were kind of pointing out the sort of symbiotic relationship between spiritualism and scientists that were involved in telecommunications, and how like a lot of that technology like fed into the belief system. So I kind of want to get into that a little bit too, because I thought that was really interesting.
A lot of the technology, probably most of the technology, well, okay, look at it this way. All of the technology that we've grown up with today would have been considered paranormal in the Roman era.
Yeah.
They'd have been like, what? This is magic. In the 1700s, people would report seeing angels in the darkness. And if you actually analyze what they're talking about fucking sparks. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about sparks from static electricity.
Somebody bit into a wintergreen lifesaver.
Walking across a wool rug, wearing the wrong clothes, touching something, and you see a flash of light from the heavens, and this and that, and an angel spoke to you.
The angel's telling me to put some shoes on.
Yeah, what they're talking about is a fucking spark. You know what I mean? From that.
Which is funny that they didn't know that, because it's like so obvious. I'm not going to shit on people in the past.
Well, by the time the 1700s had rolled around, you had Franklin involved. They could make those sparks.
Yeah, and he was like, duh, people.
Spinning glass discs with wool touched onto them.
Yeah,
and you could make a spark.
He's like, see, it's not.
But they still kind of thought that was paranormal, which made sense that they thought it was paranormal, because in the Roman era they thought Zeus could throw lightning bolts from heaven. When you saw a damn lightning bolt, that was the power of God. So any spark was God, the hand of God. So that they didn't see reality the same way we see it today.
But see, that's what I always find so interesting, is that that people before the advent of the scientific method, they saw this shit, but they didn't know what it was. And so the stories they came up with to explain it are like really, really fascinating to me.
Right. They could only explain it through the mechanisms of the cultures that they grew up with.
Yeah.
And if you believe in stories that Zeus threw lightning bolts down from Mount Olympus, any spark you saw had something to do with God. It was spiritual, paranormal. So you're stealing the power of Zeus.
Yeah.
Stealing God's power, which is electricity. So, if you could make a generator in the Roman era and create and run motors and make light bulbs and things like that, they would consider that heresy. Like, you are stealing God's power to do this.
Yeah, you knock that off.
Stop it. We're going to execute you for stealing Zeus's power. So,
well, yeah, I'm sure that happened.
And they would believe what they're saying.
Yeah.
Well, nobody made electricity back then. But if you showed them electricity and what could be done, explained, they would go, nah.
We don't like that. Not one bit.
You stole God's power. He's going to be bad. Okay, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Because we know, it says right here in our books, that Zeus throws lightning bolts. And now you're making lightning bolts. You're going to piss Zeus off. and you're going to bring all
that's
this
his
shit.
Gig.
Yeah, that's his gig. You don't have permission, and you're going to punish us. So you have to die.
Yeah.
That's what they would do. You have to be real careful about belief. But here's the thing, man. I'm going to try to find this dude. I'm going to go and look at it now and give you guys something to watch, okay? Which is, he's a scientist, and he was on Lex Friedman's show. I got a lot of respect for Lex. Lex is a young scientist. He has his own show. And he's a nerdy little dude, but he works out because he believes in the Greek ideal of being mental and physical. So I like that, A lot of those guys up in MIT, they're just going to get too mental. You have to approach life from a holistic standpoint. You got to be mental and physical. The Greek ideal. But let me go find that show, and I'm going to tell you guys his name, and you can check it out.
Slasher Fred says, since you're doing a discussion of spiritualism and seances, one of these days you should review the movie Witchboard. Matter of fact, I'll check tomorrow, but I think that Witchboard is in next week's Patreon poll, like for the next movie retrospective, because I actually really like that movie. It's one from, 86, 87? And I've been wanting to do it for a while, so I think it's in the poll. If it doesn't come up in the poll, we might do it for a matinee show at some point, too.
I found it already. Okay, it was from a couple weeks ago. You can look on the Lex Friedman show. His name is Donald Hoffman. The show is number 293. Donald Hoffman, Reality is an Illusion. How Evolution Hid the Truth. The Lex Friedman podcast. So his name is Donald Hoffman. On the Lex Friedman show. He's got nearly 2 million subscribers. This is a big show. Good. But Friedman is doing a great job. He'll have all kind of good guests on. I recommend that podcast. It's all science. Okay.
I'm like way behind in the comments. Zach says, I'm glad this show is still going because you guys are awesome. Thank you. And your shows have become part of my regular viewing habits. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, some people are like talking about paranormal, like they're not really sure what they believe. Oscar Perez says kitty. Did we do that? Did we do a show about that episode? We were gonna get her on here because like Tom talked to her online.
Yeah, she was like a little online friend of mine.
She wanted to do it, but then she didn't want to.
She's kind of scared to come on the show. She doesn't want any attention. Well, she got married and has kids now.
Yeah.
And she kind of wants to leave all that behind. Her stepsister was the one behind it. She was the one that was doing it. Yeah, she was just a poltergeist focus, you know. And she sent me that damn audio clip of that thing going.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty creepy.
Yeah. Which I probably still have on Messenger. I should have recorded it off of Messenger somehow and saved it. But I could go back through that conversation and find it. It was creepy. She asked me not to share it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, and I don't blame her because like it's her story.
She told me not to share it,
and you know it's her shit. So it's like I wouldn't, you know, talk about people without.
It sent that to her in an audio message on her phone. Weird.
Yeah. Mr. 88 says when we were talking about like angels and Zeus and everything, watch the nightly news in the South and the Midwest, and they still televise angel sightings as if they are real. Yeah, that tracks.
I've never seen that.
Well, I don't watch the nightly news.
Yeah.
Zach says, have you seen Séance on a Wet Afternoon? I have, and I love that fucking movie. Matter of fact, my new channel that I'm putting up, eventually I'm going to do a video on that. It probably won't be out till August, though. But I have, like, a really long post that, like, I wrote the script for it. I just haven't, like, recorded the video yet. So, yes, I have seen it, and it's awesome. And somebody, actually, I hadn't heard of it, but somebody recommended it to me. It was nominated, the main thing I remember about it was that it was nominated for an Academy Award, or at least, like, the main actress in it was, the same year that Julie Andrews from The Sound of Music was, and Julie Andrews won. Which I'm not shitting on that, but I kind of feel like this other lady should have won. I'm just saying. Like, after I saw the movie. It's really, really good. It's kind of like a thriller, I guess, but it's creepy. I like
lemon cookies. Oh, the lemon cookies at Dollar General.
The DG, as we call it.
They are ridiculous. Okay, this is like the Dollar General is kind of like that's Walmart. It's like a step below Walmart. It's Walmart for out in the middle of nowhere. All right.
It's like dinky ass Walmart.
Dinky Walmart.
But they got a lot of shit.
Yeah, it's weird.
They got a lot of shit.
They got some cookie section in there. All right, with all these different kind of cookies under their own brand name. For $1, you get a big pack of the lemon cookies. And they're like Oreos. But the cookie part is like the McDonald's land cookies. You know those McDonald's? Yeah. It's like that with a lemon filling in the middle, and it's together like a sandwich cookie, like an Oreo. And you get a big pack of them for, in the day, 96 cents. So I'd get like, give me 10 of them. Fucking yeah.
Yeah, he'd come back and I'd look in the fridge and there's like all this just like big packs of lemon cookies.
They were like those McDonald's land cookies, but with lemon frosting in the middle like an Oreo. Man, those things were fucking good. They were real good. And they also had peanut butter ones. They were just like Nutter Butter for 97 cents.
Those were good too.
Yeah.
I wasn't a big fan of the chocolate ones, but I don't really like I like chocolate cake and stuff like that, and I like chocolate bars, but chocolate isn't my favorite flavor for like cakes and cookies. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like I like Oreos, but they have to be double stuffed Oreos because the middle part is the good shit.
Yeah, and you can get all the white trash food staples. Okay, all the canned stuff like Chef Boyardee ravioli of different kinds with the pulled rings for like $1. All the chili with the pull ring, like Hormel chilies, tamale with the pull ring, like it's like an MRE meal, and they were all about $1. They've gone up though; they're like $1.60 some of that shit now, almost $2, because the food prices are going up. You could get big old things of fucking Spam, fucking deviled eggs, fucking potted meat, like.
Well, I've told
Vienna
you.
sausage, all the white trash food staples, the white trash food groups are there.
I've told you that some of the channels that I like that do these like extreme like grocery budget, and they try to do stuff that's like, hey, I'm gonna make like homemade meals from like shit that I bought from Dollar Tree or whatever. Yeah. And if you know what you're doing, you can make like some good shit from there. I saw like this one channel the other day. She made like a really decent looking meatloaf from crap she bought at the Dollar Tree, and it was like less than $5, and like she made, and it like looked pretty good. Gotta say, you know what I mean? So you don't necessarily just have to like eat it out of the can. You could like mix it together with other shit. You can like, because they sell like regular ass ingredients too, just like you know, like tomato paste and flour and shit like that. So
Ari says Ari belly dance. Is that Ariel? Is that Ariel?
Oh, I don't know.
Because she's a belly dancer.
I didn't even know Dinty Moore was still a thing until I walked into Dollar General. It is. They still sell that. I mean, that stuff, it's not, I don't know. It's just
no, I know who that is. Okay,
it's so salty.
Yeah, okay, I know what you are. We have another friend that's, I'm friends with her on fucking Instagram. But we have another friend who is named Ariel, who's a dancer. I thought I got confused.
I mean, what is somebody like mowing the lawn?
Let me go look.
Whose lawn?
It sounds like a fucking.
Whose lawn are they mowing?
It sounds like a bunch of trucks going on there.
No, it's been going on for a while.
Yeah, somebody's mowing. It's a giant mower.
I was like, whose fucking lawn are they mowing? It sounds like they're right outside the goddamn window.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
Speaking of, I had to go get that mower. I'm gonna shake it back probably the next month or the month after. But it turns out I can get a fucking good mower just on my account with. I didn't even told you this.
I don't remember.
That Lowe's account that I set up online.
Yeah.
I got good credit, you know. But they said they will give me any mower I want on a 36-month payment program. So
okay.
So it would be less. It would cost me less a month to buy the mower and just mow it myself than it would be to hire somebody.
Yeah.
It'd be like less than $100.
And we don't have a lot of bushes.
No.
Like that have to be trimmed. It's mostly just grass.
I'm gonna get one of them fucking big ass mowers with the fucking headlights on there and shit, and fucking, you know, I have a drink holder and drink and fucking mow on.
Don't drink and mow.
Drink and mow. I'm gonna drink and mow, definitely. Definitely gonna drink and mow. I'm gonna drink and mow at night.
I'm sure all the neighbors will be really happy about that.
I'm gonna go ahead and make you another drink.
Yeah, okay, might as well. DJ Maniac says, top ramen and Spam when prepared with the right vegetable seasonings and sauce isn't bad. Yeah, honestly, if you get ramen noodles, I just like ramen noodles. It doesn't even have to have like that flavor packet in it. You can make ramen noodles, to put some, some of those heat up like steamed vegetables in there, put some hard boiled eggs in there, put a couple like, some seasonings and shit like that. Shit's delicious. You can even put a little bit of like that powdered like coffee creamer in there if you want, like to kind of like thicken it up. Or you can we have powdered cheese too, because Tom's like all his prepper stuff. So sometimes he'll put like powdered cheese in there too, which you can have that or not. I don't really have to have it. It's not really that big deal. But Zach says we have a neighbor behind us who mows every night at 9 for some fucking reason. That's going to be Tom. I kind of feel like, well, maybe not every night, but he might be out there like a few nights a week being like at 9 p.m. being like, woot, I'm mowing. I can see him doing that. Mr. 88 says, eat enough Dollar General cookies and you'll definitely start seeing non-animate objects move.
Yeah, it's funny, you bitches.
I mean, they're not bad. Like, actually, the lemon ones are good, and those ones...
The peanut butter were good.
The peanut butter were good. What were those ones that we got that were just like... They weren't sugar cookies. What were they, coconut?
Coconut. They were... Fuck, what were those things?
What were those?
Macaroons, weren't they?
Yeah, they were kind of like coconut macaroons, sort of, but they were like thinner. Those were actually really good, too. Like I said, I wasn't a big fan of the chocolate ones, but... To be honest, I'm not a fan of like chocolate cookies. I like chocolate chip cookies, but I don't really like chocolate sandwich cookies unless they're Oreos. And even if they're Oreos, they have to be double stuff or they have to be like the ones that are covered in white chocolate or have like some other shit going on. Because it's funny because I remember when I was a kid, my mom and dad for a while, they ran a daycare, and they would give out to the kids like cookies and stuff. But sometimes if it was maybe like the end of the month or they didn't have that much money or something like that, they would give the kids like cookies, but they'd be like Oreos sort of, but like without the cream. So it would just be like the chocolate cookie part. Or they would give you like a cookie that was, you know, like the chocolate thing that's like the top of like an ice cream sandwich. Okay, well, they would just give you that, but just the cookie, like without the ice cream. You know what I mean? And I was just like, what is this bullshit? It's really not good, like without the cream or the ice cream on it. But like I said, if I'm going to have a cookie, I'm going to have like something good.
These are the...
Oh, he had to bring them in.
Yeah, those are the fucking Dollar General lemon cookies. Those bitches are badass, man.
They are very good.
And that was like
it's hard to mess
cents.
up a lemon sandwich cookie, to be fair.
What do they call it? Clover Valley? Clover Valley is their store brand.
That's their store brand.
That's their store brand. That shit's good, man.
Yeah. I mean, all of them have been completely passable. Like I said, I like those coconut ones, too. They were, like, bigger. They weren't, like, sandwich cookies. They were just, like, bigger. Jesus Christ, that fucking shit is so loud.
Grass is not that important. Wait a minute, that might be Q.
What?
Mr. Q. The guy I hired to come down here and fucking mow it when he got...
Well, that's what I said.
Oh, that's what it is. It's Mr. Q, yeah.
Okay.
That's my neighbor.
That's what I said. I was like, they sound like they're mowing our grass. Right. It sounds like it's, like, right
His
there.
shit was broken.
Oh.
Okay? His shit was broken.
Wait, what shit? What?
His lawnmower.
Oh, okay.
And I told him called him 2 days ago. So if you get it fixed, just come mow it and I'll pay you.
Oh, okay.
So that's what he did. He got
so is he going to come knock on the door, like,
no,
looking
I'll
for
get him
money?
later. I'll get him later.
Camp Guy says that he just likes regular shortbread. I do as well. Honestly, one of my favorite, like, just off-the-shelf cookies are Lorna Doones.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Do they still make those? Man, I love Lorna Doones.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, okay, one thing I want to do, because we're 40 minutes in. And I'm already, like,
man, I'm fucking drinking, and you still got this shit out.
Yeah,
She's
I've been
got
like...
the damn cookie butter. And man, I've been wanting to keep this downstairs. So
we'll take it down to the pantry.
I'm gonna put it here next to these cookies.
Because it's
I'm
probably
getting hungry, man.
I mean, dude, we haven't even started.
I know.
Okay. Calm down. Do you see what I have to deal with? It's like having a toddler. He's like,
no, it is not.
He has like
no,
super,
it is not.
He has like super short attention span.
No, it is not.
We haven't even started talking about the topic yet, and you're already like, man, I'm so hungry.
Well, yeah, I got to get that out of my fucking field of vision so I can do the show.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sitting there looking at that damn cookie butter.
Well, yeah, every now and then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna like eat a spoonful of that.
Yeah.
But I've been good.
How long have we been? We hit hour one yet?
No, 42 minutes.
Okay, it's about time we can do it anyway because everybody's here. We got a good crowd.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
That's good. I want to do a couple of shout-outs, which I haven't done for a while. Now, you might have to go over there. See that pile of books right there that's on my thingy?
Yeah.
Like, bring that. Okay. We'll bring the whole pile. I just need one of them, but just bring the whole pile
of books?
Well, because it's too difficult to, like, tell you which one. Actually, I would need the third one down.
Yeah,
is the one that I need. Okay. So, all right. Now, the first person I want to thank, we have our first new patron in a long time. We haven't had any new patrons in a while, but we got a new one the other day, and I was very excited. So their name is Elliot. So thank you very much to our new patron, Elliot.
Thanks, Elliot.
Hopefully you enjoy your time at Patreon. Like I said, we do have a Patreon. If you're not already, I think most of you are probably already on there. But you get to like vote on movie retrospectives. You get to vote on what do you call it? On topics for the shows. You get early access to some videos, shit like that. Also, I want to say thank you to Robert Campbell, who sent me a copy of his book, The Legend of the Cove Witch, and it is, I believe it's signed and everything like that. Yeah, he signed it for me and everything. So I will be reviewing this in a couple of weeks. Not this coming week, because I already read the book and reviewed it for this week, but I'll be doing that the week after that. Also, was it Sophie that sent that box today?
Yep, Sophie sent me a whole box of
okay, so today
stuff from Mackinac
we had
Island.
a box from Mackinac Island sitting on our front porch, and we were like,
She sent it for my birthday.
Yeah. Oh, and that's another thing.
Yeah.
You guys need to come on Friday night for the Sidetrack show, because Friday
will be my birthday.
Is Tom's birthday.
Yeah. Birthday.
I gotta order him a cake
be fucking
tomorrow.
53 or 54. I forgot how old I get.
You forgot.
I gotta do the math.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm trying to ignore it. Pretty sure
He's
I'm
like
53.
it's a birthday. I don't know.
I'm 53.
I think it's 53.
I think it's 53. Yeah.
But wait,
it doesn't matter.
What year is it?
July 1st, 1969.
Yeah, so that's 53.
About 53.
Yeah.
I don't feel any different than I did when I was fucking 40, 45.
I don't either.
I feel about exactly the
I mean,
same.
I'll be 50 at the end of September.
Yeah.
But, you're a couple years ahead of me. So.
A couple years, yeah.
But yeah, his birthday's on Friday, so.
Yeah, because of all the fucking paranormal shit I've done to myself by injecting fucking weird hormones and stuff into me, I feel better now than I did at 40. I feel fucking really good.
Well, don't come crying to me when you start, growing a second head or something.
Yeah, and Jenny got to shave my back. That's about it. That's what different.
Yeah, I'm
Fucking
super excited about it, you can see.
No, I'm a full supporter of fucking Ms. Health with fucking hormone replacement therapy. Fucking do what you gotta
I
do.
just like human health. I mean, it's not a man-woman thing. We're not that different.
Yeah. Right. Just keep yourself fucking in balance. You live a long time.
Hopefully, unless you get hit by a bus, which I hope you don't.
Well, eventually cancer will get you. Eventually. If you were to live to 100, 120, eventually cancer.
Eventually cancer gets everybody.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Until they figure out how to, fix that shit.
Right.
But, Hugo says, Tom, we're almost the same age.
Yeah. Hugo was also saying that those lemon cookies are good. You're hell right, those cookies
They are
good.
very good.
They're very good.
I didn't even know you had those in there. He's been, hiding them. He's been hiding them.
I got 2 packs of those.
I never look in the freezer. I don't have any reason to, because we have an ice machine, and then we have the fridge, but it has, the little freezer compartment, a mini fridge has, and I never look in there because why would I? I don't have
I got Clover Valley copies of fucking Chips Ahoy in there, too.
Those aren't bad either.
They're not bad, no.
Those aren't bad either.
For $1. So you get the Chips Ahoy for $1.
They're not quite...
They're better in milk.
They're not quite as good as Chips Ahoy, but it's not really
close.
that big of a deal.
You only paid 97 cents.
That's what I'm saying. And I don't know how much Chips Ahoy is because I haven't bought them for
probably
years and
close to
years.
$2 probably. For
I would
Chips Ahoy.
imagine. Like I said, they might be more than that. I haven't bought
Maybe.
them in a really long time. Like I said, I don't... When I go to the grocery store, every now and then I'll buy some snacks. But usually I'll buy nuts or something like that. That's kind of more healthy.
Yeah.
Although I do like the Starbucks coffee drinks. Those probably aren't that healthy. But other than that, I try not to buy cookies and stuff. Because like I said, if I have them in the house, I'll just eat them all. And then I'll get fat. So I'm just not going to have them. I want them. I just don't want to have them around.
Jenny's at that age where, you know what I mean? You got to fucking die. Or a woman has to die. I didn't believe it at first. But no. More science I did, the more I looked into it. Women do well on calorie restriction.
How many times have I tried to tell you that? And you don't listen to me. The way
women work and the way men's metabolism works is very different.
Well, and the way everybody's metabolism is different.
Not as different as you think.
I'm just saying
research. They're not that different.
I'm just saying that it's like a bell curve. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's there's differences between men's metabolism and women's metabolism, but there's also differences from individual to individual.
Yeah, but they're not that big. They're not that big. I've done the research. The difference is mostly between male and female, because males are androgenized during puberty to be oriented towards testosterone. And that means that anabolic steroids also work on them better than they do on women. If you start giving women a bunch of shit, they just turn into men.
And no one wants that.
Right. If you want a woman to remain a woman, but you want to pick her metabolism up, there's certain things that you can give her to do that. All of it would fall into the realm of replacement therapy or hormone replacement therapy. And they don't really want you talking about them. They don't really want you doing it because it's all black market shit, and they want you to... The laws are pushing you towards fucking elective fucking treatments through doctors that want fucking a shit ton of money, which means they only want rich people to know that stuff because they do it. And fucking celebrities and shit. But I know what they're doing.
Lionx Warrior says, you both look good for your age. Thank you.
Thank you. And we did stuff to look this way. Part of it's lifestyle, the other part's fucking training In other words, it's fucking therapies, drug therapies.
Some of it's genetics too. To be
Some
fair.
of it's genetics. But we both have pretty good genetics.
Yeah. You know, it like I said, in some ways, you know, my genetics are not great, but in some ways, my genetics tend toward like youthful looking.
Yeah.
Like all the females in my family are like very youthful looking for their age.
My mother's side of the family are all immortal. Like my grandmother died just recently. She nearly was 100. My mother's still going, and all of her. She had 9 sisters, and her oldest sister is still fucking just rolling along like a tank. They don't die. Because evil never dies. Now, my dad's side of the family were fucking disposable people. Usually dead early. Predisposed towards diabetes. Shorter.
My maternal
people.
Grandmother is also still alive. She is in her 90s. Now, my paternal grandmother, sadly, passed away when she was 80. I think she was 80.
Yeah.
But my maternal grandmother is still alive.
Yeah.
And my mom is, well, how old am I? 50. So she'd be 68. She's 18 years older than me.
Yeah.
And she still looks fantastic.
And both of us ethnically are Southern. Okay, which is different than people from... We're not as Scandinavian as Northern Caucasians. We're more Germanic and Celtic.
I'm a mongrel.
Yeah, mixed with Native American. You know, and some of us actually have African heritage in us too. So, because the South was kind of like the South Africa of America. There's just a different blend than what you'd have up north. We were the strong ones. We're the workers. Although I'm just bullshitting because up north too there was a lot of agriculture. They were the workers too. They were just the factory people.
Well, yeah, it's like I said, don't be like shitting on people up there because they were like
I talk a lot
they probably
of shit.
had like worse fucking conditions.
Yeah,
than
they
we had.
actually, that's true.
Way worse.
The South has the fucking, there's the stereotypes that the South was fucking poor and dumb. The South was compared to the North. The North, they didn't live well either. Okay, they lived in cities, they didn't live long, and they fucking worked in factories and died. They had farmers up there that did well. They had guys up at the Great Lakes doing fucking great things on like a little miniature sea. The South, even in the archaic eras, and even in my grandparents' era, they weren't high income, but they always ate well. Everybody could farm. Quality of life in the South was always pretty good, and it didn't matter your race. Black people did well here. They actually, when they migrated north, that's when their life got harder for them. It was just different times. Times changed. But we're all children of the South. It's all one culture. You know, Southern people are all about the same, or especially in the past. Which Thomas Sowell will tell you all about that. You can find his histories on YouTube.
DJ Maniac says, self-control. There's a pile of candy bars and protein bars and chips on my coffee table, and I never touch them unless I really need something. I mean, honestly, I haven't gotten that bad. Once I get into a groove of, like, not eating all that much, after a couple of days, it becomes much easier, and I don't think about it. But I don't really like having the shit around, so I'm, like, tempted. You know what I mean? That's why I keep the big bag of candy and usually, like, some gum, because I'm like, look, if I want something sweet, I'll just grab this 15-calorie, like, piece of coffee candy, or I'll have a cup of coffee with, you know, some sweet and low in it, or I'll have, like, a piece of peppermint gum, and then it's like, oh, it's, like, something sweet, and then I stop thinking about it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like that. But once I don't eat that much for a few days or, like, a week or something, it's, like, much easier, and I don't really, like, think about it. Everybody's talking,
Everybody's talking about their health and how many teeth they have still.
I have all my teeth except one in the very, very back, which broke off. But other than that, like, not, like, probably like a year or two ago.
I had all my wisdom teeth removed, okay, from an early age. I'm only missing one tooth, and it's a tooth I broke by biting into a damn piece of damn cinnamon. You know that rolled piece of cinnamon things? I bit into one.
That's what happened to my back tooth.
I lost it way back there.
A clove got stuck. Like, I bit into, like, it was in something that I was eating, and it was like a whole clove, and it cracked. I mean, obviously the tooth was probably, like, cracked ahead of time, or a clove wouldn't have done it. But it cracked off, and then, like, I just had half a tooth, like, and this, like, the way back back of the tooth. Honestly, like, my wisdom teeth grew in, and they didn't, like, I never had to have them removed. Yeah. So I guess I had room in my mouth for them, because I know a lot of people have to have them removed because
I had too many damn teeth.
They push your teeth, but they didn't do that to me. I didn't even really notice.
I was working at the barn with the horses, and I was making all their feed buckets up, and each horse was going to get a half a stick of cinnamon stick. So I was going through the cinnamon, biting the cinnamon sticks in half and dividing them up in the buckets, because the horses don't care about a little bit of fucking spit, you know what I mean, with the cinnamon stick.
They're like, ew, you just bit that, bud.
Yeah, the horses don't care. They love that shit. The horses give it their fucking love on your face and shit. But I'm sitting there doing all that. All the horses know me anyway. They all love me. So I'm making up all the buckets, and I had been biting cinnamon sticks for fucking years. And one day I bit into a cinnamon stick that was just shaved a little bit too fat. Fucking, I was like, oh, what the fuck happened? And I thought I was all right. And then over a period of a few months, fucking that tooth kept bothering me. About one day, I drank a bit of cold water and it set me up the roof. And I'd cracked that tooth and killed it and didn't know, and it slowly fell out in pieces. I was mad about that. But it was my fault. I shouldn't have been doing that.
I mean, it's not real noticeable, and it's not like
it's way in the back.
I mean, it's in the back, yeah. And mine is like I said, it might be the wisdom tooth because it's the last tooth like on my upper jaw.
Yeah.
And I bit into a clove and it cracked.
Yeah.
Like I think it was 2 years ago.
Yeah. I was having you bite on that damn plastic pin to break that tooth out.
Well, I kept because I was trying to like pull the whole thing out.
Yeah.
Because I was just it didn't hurt or anything. It was just kind of like annoying because it's annoying because it was sharp.
That's some southern redneck ways of doing dentistry. Don't go pay that dentist. Fucking break that tooth out.
I would have gone to a dentist, but I can't afford it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
I don't have dental insurance.
The thing is though is that he would have done anything for you that really, he would have pulled it out, but he would have paid you hundreds of dollars. You got that shit done yourself.
I mean, it's still like the root of it is still in there.
Mine's in there too, but
it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't hurt, it'll be alright.
It's a pain in the ass because like if I eat something, it gets stuck in there. But it's like other than that,
it's all right. You're not missing enough teeth to worry about it. My dad, by the time he was fucking 60, half of his teeth were gone, just because of diabetes.
Well, you know what's interesting?
If you fucking dodge that diabetes bullet, that's fucking half the battle right there.
My grandmother, she had 3 boys, so she was pregnant 3 times, and she said, being pregnant, she's like, it leached all the calcium out of my body, and my teeth started falling out. Which I guess was like, I don't know if it was common, but it wasn't unheard of.
Yeah.
And when she was fairly young, they had to pull all her teeth and like give her dentures. So she had dentures from like maybe when she was in her 40s.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. But yeah, she had dentures like as long as I knew her.
They're talking about biting into praying mantises and all kinds of weird shit. Everybody, we know you all have fucked yourselves up as fucking worse than us or whatever. We know.
I mean, I've been very, very lucky in the sense that I've never had anything horribly. I've never broken a bone. I've sprained several bones. And I had to have a cast on my ankle one time because I fell down some stairs and but it didn't break because I have like horse bones. Seriously, they're like this big. But so I had that. So I had to have a cast for that. But other than that, and I have a back tooth. I don't. To be honest, I don't get diseases. I don't get. He thinks it's funny because I don't I don't react to like medicines or anything like that the same way. It's just very subdued. I'm not really sure. Like even when I was a kid, like there'd be, oh my god, everyone's got chicken pox. I got like 3 chicken pox for like a couple of days and then it went away.
Legendary 007 says aloha from Hawaii.
Wow. Hey,
how you doing? Fucking served with a lot of men from the islands. One of my best buddies during the service was from Hawaii. His name was Vernon Udasco. We went to basic training together and served all 4 years. Little short, stocky island boy, man. He could kick fucking ass. I got in contact with him recently. He's living on the continent now. He didn't go back to the island. But, I guess once you get them boys off the island and they come to the continent, they don't really want to go back. Married a white girl. Fucking got a whole family and everything. Did with Vernon Udasco, good buddy of mine from Hawaii. Fucking, and he was genetically from Hawaii. He was an island boy. But it's good to see you here. But he said he subbed after seeing your video reviews of
Richard Lehman's novels.
That must be something you did.
Yeah. I plan to do like some more of those because I have like a weird relationship with Richard Lehman. He's passed away. Like he passed away many years ago, but his novels. I've done 2, right? I did Come Out Tonight and I did Body Rides.
Yeah.
The dudes, they're very entertaining, I will say that, but they're also like, I don't even know how I want to like put this, but yeah, they're fun. They're fun to review. They're fun to read. They're fun to review. They're not good literature or anything, but they're kind of like, I don't know. It's like a weird like roller coaster. And he had like some very, very strange fetishes that kept like coming up in his work, which I found like really fascinating. So, you know, there's that. I'll probably like do some more shit because I have a couple more of his novels that I read like a long time ago that I'll probably get around to reviewing at some point. But yeah, so there's that. So I'm glad you're here. We'll talk more about Richard Lehman later. All right, so we've been going for like an hour. So
okay,
can I actually like talk about the shit now?
We're now going to get into
whoever it was that recommended the F. Paul Wilson movie or book, The Keep. Look, I bought it.
Oh, is that the movie, The Keep?
It's based on this.
Yeah, okay.
So
the movie was really good.
I'll be reviewing this sometime in August. I have like 2 books that authors have sent me that I have to do like first, but then I'll be doing that one.
If y'all haven't seen the movie The Keep, it's a good movie.
I think I read that before, but it was a long time ago.
It's kind of like it's a Jewish horror story, revenge type story that involves the Nazis and something kind of like a golem. But it was a great movie. And I think Tangerine Dream did the. Didn't they do the
They might have. They did a lot of film scores.
It was good. It was
right
good
around
story.
that time period.
Yeah, I liked it.
Around that time.
It's called The Keep. It's a classic, and it's a sleeper classic because it was a good quality movie.
I still want to review the movie as well because I like the movie.
We got to see that movie.
And I really want to. I think I read this when I was younger, but I didn't have it. So I was like, they had like a used one for like $1 or something. So I was just kind of like, well, okay, I'm having that. Wicked Hag says hi from Sweden. Holy crap! Okay.
Damn, even Sweden's calling us now.
Man, we got
Who is
people
that now?
from Sweden. Wicked Hag.
Wicked Hag. Okay.
That's a great name.
Okay.
John Goris said Jenny should review some James Elroy. Oh, I'll get around to that. Yeah, Legendra 007 says, I was interested in your reaction. Many reviewers are fumingly offended by Richard Lehman's sexism, but you laughed it off. Yeah, to me, it's so over the top that it's like hard not to laugh at. Like, I can't get offended by something that egregious. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. It's just really funny. If you know, you know. Like, if you've read any of his shit, I'm just kind of like, okay, Richard. You know what I mean? It's very, very funny.
I think it's fucking hilarious that people
funny.
get offended, especially by things from a long time ago. There was a really good novel, a fucking illustrated novel that I read, and it was called something or other, The Stars, My Destination. And it was written in the 50s, but I read the fucking comic book in the 80s. And it's about a dude in the future, a future spacefaring society that was tribal, and there was a lot of sexism in it. And I saw reviews on YouTube, and these modern girls were talking about how sexist it was. Well, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like Mad Max in space. You know what I mean?
Well, and it was written a long time ago.
And it was written a long time ago. But it was still, it was happening in its own universe. You know what I mean? Things are not, there is no linear progression in history, per se. I mean, human history is fucking close to 8,000 years old. We don't know everything that happened in the past. Things go up and down. All right, it's very possible that a futuristic society could be fucking sexist or racist. Things don't track along a certain course. People have other opinions. Wars happen. Things change. I just don't see the human species.
Well, it's 1 step forward, 2 steps
back, or sideways, or just anything can happen. Human beings are real flexible. I mean, just a few centuries ago, you had motherfuckers dancing themselves to death in fucking dancing diseases and weird fucking witch panics. You can't predict what these crazy motherfuckers will do.
I mean,
can't.
I get offended by stuff that is actually that will actually like affect laws or like affect people's lives. You know, a Richard Lehman novel, you know, that's not going to affect anybody's life. I mean, and the fact that he writes, yes, the shit he writes is very weird and like sexist, and he obviously had some interesting views about women. Like the way that he writes women is like it's mostly just funny to me. I don't know if he meant it to be funny. Like I said, he died, so I don't really know. But I mean, to me, it just comes across as funny because it's obviously out there, and it's obviously just like his own fantasies. Like, so I'm not like offended by fiction. Like, you know what I mean? If I'm reading a novel and there's like something offensive in there, I'm just kind of like, oh, okay, whatever. And it's like, if it's, you know, if it's enough that I'm just kind of like, I don't even want to read this, I don't care anymore, then I'll just like fucking, you know, not read the rest of the book and not give a shit about it.
If you get offended easily, then you should have no
the
business
thing about
talking about, or should have no business reading fucking Lovecraft, because Lovecraft was fucking, he was like from another era. Motherfucker was racist and fucking weird.
Oh my god, he was like,
you know, he was racist against
so racist.
He was racist against white people, and he was white.
racist against everybody.
Yeah.
Except
himself,
a very particular,
and just Anglo-American,
like Anglo-American. Like if you were just like a shade darker,
if you were an Irish American, you were no good. But the thing is that motherfucker was weird, and if he wasn't weird, his writing wouldn't have been any good.
Yeah, we did a show about H.P. Lovecraft where I was just kind of like, you know, today it's like the way that he writes some shit. Like, yeah, go read Horror at Red Hook if you think the dude wasn't racist, okay, but. I mean, he obviously was, but he also had like some severe mental issues. But if he didn't have those mental issues, he wouldn't have written
any good.
What he wrote.
Because all he did, he was afraid of anything. He was afraid of everything.
And that's what made him like come up with the whole mythos, because he was afraid of literally everything. He wouldn't even leave his fucking house.
Right. He wouldn't, and he didn't like to look at other people in the eye. I mean, he was just that sheltered. And it wasn't that it was like evil and hatred. It wasn't evil or hatred. The motherfucker was just innocent. He was very innocent and childlike.
I mean, fearful. He was just fearful
of everything.
more than everything.
If you were different than him, then damn. You know, he lived in a world where everything was evil, basically. But he wrote some fucking badass horror. He was paranoid.
Yeah,
you know, and
which helped.
Yeah. Unusual people can create great art, you know, and it doesn't matter. Fucking, you know, you're like, yeah, he's politically, man, fuck all that. What that motherfucker wrote was weird.
Well, yeah, I mean, because you had to be somebody.
You had to be fucking
like
that way to write that weird ass shit, and it was good.
To write
it was
something
real good.
that bizarre.
And there was a redemption. You know, people. I don't like the fucking pass final judgment on people for what they believe. People believe certain things, and it doesn't matter what race they are. There a lot of fucking crazy people believe crazy shit. What was great about him is that he did kind of have a little bit of a redemption arc. He married a Jewish woman who kind of helped introduce him to other people, and he kind of grew up some. He was young.
Well, she moved him to New York City, where she was from. He didn't like it.
Yeah. He was very young. He was developing.
He was very, like you said, he was very sheltered.
He was real sheltered.
So it opened him up to
and everybody said as he got older, it wasn't that weird.
It softened.
It softened up. He realized that people were people. And you know what? His writing, had he lived longer, his writing probably would have suffered. Because you have to have a weird motherfucker who's in his own damn world to come up with that shit. You know?
Pretty much, yeah.
I don't care what race he was. If he was a fucking black dude writing that shit, I would have loved what he wrote. You know, that's weird. You know, it's just the way it was.
Danny Rowling said, July's almost here. Can't wait for your Giallo film reviews. Yeah, in case you didn't know, my Flickers of Fear, I'm doing all Giallo movies. Yeah. So I've already recorded 2 of the reviews. Yes, I'm going to do Discopath at some point. Because that's on
Maniac
Tubi.
got it right. Fucking Lovecraft must have been freaked out when he got to fucking New York. A scary Italian from the Bronx.
I said,
yes. He'd have been scared of Italians.
Like I said, he was scared of everybody.
He was scared of other white people. Yeah.
They're not me.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, he had an idealized conception of what a person should be. A person should have been an Anglo-American. directly fucking with a lineage direct back to England.
Yeah.
Britain. Not Ireland,
The
not
hockey
fucking
motherland.
Scotland or Wales. They were all savages. Just fucking Britain, you know, or England, you know. And it was just like a xenophobia.
There are some very old English people that still think that.
Yeah, he was
that
just
still
some
think
kind
that
of
the Scots and the
xenophobe.
Welsh are like fucking.
But what was weird is that was not the life he was living.
I think that's like,
that was not the life he was living. He was an American, and he was. I think he was a weird guy who kind of fetishized his ethnic heritage. I think he was making more out of it than it really was. It was just some kind of a fantasy idealism that he had. Because everything I can come up with about American history, most people weren't like that. Even most.
Well, I kind of feel like the thing about it, and you see this a lot with like white supremacists and stuff like that. They're never like the fucking ideal thing of like the white race. They're always some like fucking fat, like toothless motherfucker.
Yeah.
I like the white race is the best. I'm like,
they're
and you're the main example.
Yeah.
Well, because you feel like you don't have anything else to offer. So it's like my race is the only thing that I have to skate on, I guess. So it's just kind of, I kind of feel like that might be a factor. Might be a factor.
I think when you
don't have anything else to compete on. You're just like some fat, toothless motherfucker living in a trailer.
You're looking at it a little bit wrong though. What it is it's coming from,
Oh, am I?
Yeah, because
No.
what it is you're looking at it, they're coming from an era, and they're coming from the angle of feelings of inferiority. They're trying to be better than what they are, and that is a route.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So you're saying I'm wrong, but I'm not. That's not. That's pretty much.
Then I misinterpreted what you were saying.
That's pretty much exactly what I said.
Then I misinterpreted what you were saying.
I said they don't really have anything else to offer in the sense that they're not really like, they're not super smart or they're not super talented or anything like that.
They're not even...
So it's like the only thing I have is my race. I'm a white person, so it's like they want that to be like the end all be all because if they had to compete on a level playing field, then they would lose.
Yeah. Well, here's the mistake. It doesn't matter what race you are. If that's all you have going for you is identification with your ethnic group, then there's not much to you.
Exactly. That's what I was just saying.
Right. Okay.
That's what I was just saying.
I misunderstood what you're saying.
Yeah, you did.
No, there's not.
Because that's exactly what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter what ethnic group or race you are. If that's all there is to you, then there's not much there.
But that's why I think people hit that so hard because that's all they have going for them. That's what I said. That's all they have going for them. They're not super talented. They're not super smart. They don't have anything else to offer.
They don't have any money.
They don't have any money. It's like, I'm a white person, and that should be enough. It's like I don't like all these other. Like
but you look at them; they're not even the good-looking white people.
That's what I'm saying.
They're like the second or third-rate ones.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why you see that.
Yeah.
That's why you see every time that somebody comes like white power, it's always just kind of like some fucking inbred looking motherfucker.
Yeah.
That's why, because that's all that bitch has to like. That's the only pillar that he has to stand on. Yeah. He doesn't have anything else to offer the world, other than that.
Yeah, and it's fear too. It's always fear.
Yeah, big time.
It's always fear.
Hate. Well, the root of hatred is always fear.
Yeah.
Always.
I don't remember the dude's name. They had a black dude who his whole thing was to go to Klan rallies. And he went to the Klan rally to go meet all these Klan guys, and he'd become friends with him. And he's a black dude. And he'd become friends with him because he liked classic cars. And he would start talking to all these Klan dudes about cars, and they loved that dude. They made him an honorary Klan member.
Didn't Spike Lee make a movie about that?
I don't know. But over time, them Klan guys were like, well, wait a minute, hold on. You know what I mean? He's black, and he's our friend. So maybe there's nothing to fucking fear. And this guy wrote a whole book about the way you dissolve racism is that you become friends with those guys and tell them that there's really nothing to fear.
Well, yeah, that does usually work. But I will give a caveat to that, though.
Yeah.
Because there is kind of a thing, like if you're really entrenched, like for example, in your racism or whatever, if you're very entrenched in that and you befriend, let's say you're a white dude and you're really entrenched in your racism, you're in the KKK or whatever the fuck, and you befriend a black person, it takes more than just one, because a lot of times, I saw this happen with a relative who I won't name, but it's kind of like a thing where, oh, well, most of the black people suck, but you're good. You're one of the good ones.
Yeah. Because I know you.
Right.
And you're,
So you have to overcome that too, because like I said, they're so entrenched in their beliefs that they'll just they'll justify anything.
I don't remember the dude's name. You guys could drop it in the comment section and I'll give it a shout out. But that guy, I think he wrote books about it. And I listened to interviews with him. He was very interesting. He destroyed an entire chapter of the Ku Klux Klan by making friends with them. And it took years, but a lot of those guys ended up leaving the Klan because they realized that they didn't really have anything to be afraid of. And he liked all those guys in the Klan. He said their problem was that they were just fearful of everything. And they thought black people were going to come and hurt them.
Well, I think that's largely the problem with a lot of these kind of dumbass motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Is they're just afraid of everything, much like H.P. Lovecraft.
The moral of the story is that you can't defeat that kind of stuff by force.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought. Spike Lee made Black Klansman.
Is that what it's called, Black Klansman? Okay.
Yeah, Spike Lee made a movie about it.
You can't defeat that kind of stuff by force. You can only do it by becoming friends with them and say, look, and chilling them out. That there's nothing to be.
Well, I think that's why you see,
you attack them, they'll get stronger. Because they'll
dig their heels in.
They'll dig their heels in and they'll go, see, I told you they're coming after us. So you can't do it that way.
And the thing about it is, if you hear, people, shitting on you all the time, and this happens, with everything. If you hear people shitting on, black people or gay people or whatever.
Right, yeah, they're going to dig their heels in.
It's just kind of you don't want to hear that, said that about you all the time. Right. So it's you don't like those people. I don't like those people. But in a lot of ways, it's probably better to at least, approach them and, see, hey, what the fuck is your deal? Because, like I said, most of them are just afraid. They don't understand. They don't know anybody. They don't know any black people. They don't know any gay people. They don't know any trans people. They don't know anything, they don't know anything like that. So they don't have any, once they understand that those are just, people, maybe they'll, fucking knock it off and stop being such douche hats. But, I don't know. It's a maybe. I don't know if that's going to happen, though. But we'll see. Not the way shit's going nowadays, but we'll see. DJ Maniac says there's another dude in more recent times that befriends them and then gets them to burn their robes. I mean, they're doing, I don't even believe in God, but they're doing the Lord's work. I mean, I wouldn't have the patience to do that. I would just my first instinct is I just want to punch him in the dick. But if you have the patience and the wherewithal, bless you. Because I really do think that's the best way to approach people, the most of the time. Some people are just lost causes, and those people you shouldn't waste time on. We should just fucking put them out of their misery. But most people are okay. It's just that they don't, in their day-to-day lives, they don't experience anything different, so they don't understand. And if you don't understand it, then you're afraid of it. So I think that's kind of where a lot of the problem comes from, we really do need to get to the topic. I mean, seriously. Maybe I can start now that Tom's not here. All right. So finally, after an hour and 17 minutes, I mean, we kind of talked about it a little bit. We're going to talk about fucking spiritualism. All right. So a lot of the information, like I said, we've done a lot of shows about spiritualism or, seances or something like that. We've done kind of shows about different aspects of it, different factors of it. So I try to give the main gist, but I also kind of want to bring in some new information or some kind of new angles on it. So hopefully everybody will, get something out of it. So I was reading this article, this really good, in-depth article about spiritualism. I think it was in the New Yorker, and it was came out in summer of 2021 or something like that. And according to this article, they said even nowadays, because I kind of feel like people think about spiritualism as, a Victorian era thing, which it was, but so many people still believe in aspects of it that it's almost kind of more people probably believe in the same kind of spiritualism, even though they wouldn't call it that. I kind of feel like more people believe in it now than they did back then. Because according to, at least as of 2021, a third of Americans say that they've communicated with someone who's dead. They've talked to somebody, one of their relatives that's passed over. And Americans also spend about $2 billion a year on psychic kind of stuff, like paying psychics or doing that kind of like thing. So obviously it's still like a pretty widespread belief, right? And honestly, like as far as like new age beliefs go, if you want to go kind of like all out on the new age stuff, people, the amount of people that believe in it nowadays is probably pretty comparable to who believed in it in the heyday of like the 19th century. Yeah, like or like spiritualism in general, like you know, that you can communicate with the dead or you can communicate with ghosts or something like that. I kind of feel like a lot of people still believe in it, so it's not really something that's in the past. You know what I mean? So, I mean, you even have spiritualist towns, one of which I've been to is right here in Florida, Casadega. It's all like psychics. I mean, people live there too, obviously, but it's kind of like a spiritualist camp. It was founded by spiritualists, and a lot of them still live there, and they do like psychic readings and stuff. There's another one in Lilydale in New York. But yeah, like tons of those. They still have like all kind of like new age kind of like lectures and stuff like that, and like thousands of people still go to those. As far as I know, as of 2021, there's still like hundreds of spiritualist churches in the United States. There's even more than that in the UK and in Europe. So people are still doing it. The thing about it is that there's not that many spiritualist churches because spiritualism as a belief system, one of the I think one of the like most attractive things about it is that it's not, you know, based around the hierarchy or anything like that. You don't need a church. You don't need to go to the church. You can just do like your own shit. So I think that's kind of like why people found it attractive, especially like back in the old days, which I kind of want to get into because the context behind why the rise of spiritualism happened when it did probably had a lot to do with people that were, I mean, it's just kind of like you see in, like, say, the 1960s when everybody was, like, looking for new spiritual avenues because, you know, traditional religions had not really been, you know, we're not really doing it for people anymore. And I kind of feel like that maybe happened, too, like, in the 19th century because, particularly in the United States, you had a kind of a context where we'd just come out of the Civil War. You know, and a lot of people had died, and I'll kind of get into that being a big thing too, but I kind of feel like the society had become a lot more mobile, as in people were kind of like moving out west and like cutting ties with their families and things like that, which hadn't really happened all that much like in previous eras. You also had, you know, the Industrial Revolution had just happened. People were kind of like I said, there were people like immigrating everywhere, and societies were becoming more pluralistic, especially in the United States. So I kind of feel like people needed like a community, but they didn't really like the sort of hierarchical, authoritarian kind of stuff that religion had been bringing, like, up to this point, you know what I mean? So I think people were kind of like sick of that, particularly in the US where it was very like
more ice.
Yeah. You know, particularly in the US where it was very like individualistic. I think that spiritualism was very attractive to them in particular because you didn't need to go to a church. You didn't need a minister. You didn't need somebody telling you what to do. You could just believe in the tenets of spiritualism, and no one was going to tell you, oh, there's all these rules you have to live by, or you have to, you know, tithe, or you have to do this, that, and the other thing. They didn't like restrict your whole life. It was very, I don't want to say it was like casual, but it wasn't as strict. Yeah, it wasn't as strict.
The U.S. was always lax on it. It was like an open market for religion. You know what I mean? There was no state-run religion. So it was an open market for it. Nobody was making you do anything.
Yeah. And the thing about it, too, was, like, it was very popular in the UK, too, which actually does have a state church.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, people were, you know, you had, like, the Protestant church, which was, you know, kind of like, meh, like, from the Catholic church, but people kind of wanted their own shit. It's like, I don't want to have to go to church every week. I don't want to have all these rules. And it's like, you know, people didn't really like that. Oh, I'm going to hell if I do this, like, little bitty thing. You can see how that would get tiresome after a while.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like that was sort of where a lot of the, where it was coming from. And like I said, too, I think one of the things that was kind of contributed to the rise of spiritualism, at least in the US and in the UK as well, was the kind of like scientific discoveries. As we mentioned earlier, you know, you had all of this stuff coming out that nowadays everybody takes for granted, but back then it was like photography and radio telegraphs, like stuff like that, which was, to an uneducated person would seem like akin to magic. So it's like, oh my God, like you can take a picture of something that like captures a moment in time. I can send a telegraph to somebody like across the ocean, and there's no wires. I can't see how it travels. Like, how does the message travel? So it might have seemed, if you didn't understand it, like some kind of magic. And I think that extrapolated outward to, you know, maybe people could communicate with people that have already died. It didn't seem crazy at that time. And I can see why it didn't seem crazy. Because people were discovering, like you said, electricity was becoming big, telegraph was becoming big. X-rays, like, I mean, that was a little bit later, but yeah, all that kind of stuff where it's like stuff that was invisible, but was still like having effects in the real world that you could see. And so people were thinking, oh, well, it's not that crazy to think that dead people might have gone beyond some veil somewhere and they can still communicate with us.
Think about this. I can talk into a microphone here, and somebody fucking 50 miles away can hear what I'm saying.
Somebody in Sweden or Hawaii.
Hawaii hear what you're saying. That would have been paranormal, almost.
Yeah.
They were like, because they quite, it was the electromagnetic spectrum, radio. To them, that was like, it was invisible. So, fuck, that's paranormal. It's like the spirit world.
Yeah. Which, like I said, I give, like, the people back then, because there were a lot of, like, very prominent scientists, which I want to get into in a bit, that were spiritualists, and they saw there was no conflict. Because they're like, hey, if I can send a message to somebody across the ocean without any wires or without anything, any medium, like, in between it, it's invisible.
Why not
then
dead?
Why not?
Yeah.
Which, like I said, that's a completely rational thought process to have.
Because it's like another dimension.
Sure.
You know? Yeah, it's going across that space there. Why not into the spirit world?
Yeah.
Of course. Think about it. Radio waves into the spirit world. So I can understand why they would think that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So, you know, it's very easy nowadays for us to look back at, you know, scientists like, you know, Pierre and Marie Curie and, like, you know, Alfred Russel Wallace, who was, you know, evolutionary biologist, people like that who would go to seances and sort of like believed in it, but it was considered almost like, I don't know if it was considered like scientific, but it was like on the fringes of science at the time. Like, and a lot of really prominent scientists did believe in it and did actually like kind of go to the stuff. And a little bit later, like, it started being like detrimental to your reputation, like if you went. But in the early days, I kind of feel like all bets were off because it was very open still, because no one really understood how everything worked, you know?
They still kind of don't.
I mean, yeah, but that's kind of like, that's how science works, though.
Yeah.
That's just kind of like, there's always going to be shit we don't understand that we have to, like, figure out. You know what I mean? Which, you know, that's just how it goes. The world is, the world, the universe, the cosmos, that's, like, a lot bigger than us. We're just, like, some evolved apes who figured some shit out.
And we're only seeing it through certain senses.
Yeah. And, you know, well, we're only seeing it through certain senses, but we've also at least been smart enough to, like, invent some apparatus that will, like, allow us to see other senses that we can't see. Like, you know, we've obviously invented, like, ultraviolet, you know, things, and so, like, we can't see that. Radar, you know, to see, like, invisible things. So we're at least smart enough to do that. But we're smart, but we're not that smart. So we always have to, like, keep fucking going. But so I can see why so many scientists were into this back in the day, because it seemed like this was, like, the cutting edge of science. We're just kind of like, you know, yeah, we did telegraph. Yeah, we did photographs, which, like I said, seemed kind of, like, magical when they first came out. You know, and television, too, like, a little bit later. They're like, well, it's not that crazy to think that maybe we can, like, talk to dead people, you know? Like, that maybe it's not that, it's, like I said, it's not that out there. I mean, yeah. So you had people like Frederick Douglass, you had people like Mark Twain, you had Queen Victoria, for Christ's sake. Like, they all showed up at seances. Whether they were believers or not, or whether they were just going because it was like the in thing to do.
Like a fad.
Because it was very, very trendy during this time period. But, you know, a lot of people did actually go. And the spiritualism, it was like a big fucking deal. Like I said, they don't call it that nowadays. It's still a big fucking deal. But back then, it was like such a big deal that... according to this article that I read, they said there was a new book on spiritualism being published like every week, pretty much. And they had, the spiritualist movement had more than 100 like magazines and newspapers like of their own, like just with their, like, that came out like all the time, like during this time period. So, you know, lectures, all kind of shit, all over the country that they were doing this stuff. Now, as I said, they don't really know. I mean, they know when spiritualism started, but but because it's not real codified like the belief system, you know, there were obviously precedents to the belief system. It didn't come out of nowhere, in other words. Now, so as we said, there was kind of like a big religious flowering, revival, whatever, that started in the early 19th century. Mostly it started like up in New York State, which was a place later known as the Burned Over District. And this was like what's known as the Second Great Awakening. So this was a Protestant religious revival. Again, started the early 19th century, at least in the US. And their whole thing was the way that they gave like the preaching and stuff like that was more like emotional. They was like tent revivals, that kind of stuff. And the fact that people were going to these, and the fact that they were tied to a lot of like social reform movements, like I said, anti-slavery, like women's suffrage, stuff like that. So that like attracted a lot of people. And as I said, a lot of people were kind of tired of the whole hierarchical, you know, traditional religious framework, because it wasn't really working for them. So this was like hugely, hugely popular. And in a way too, as I mentioned earlier, I think it kind of changed the religious climate in the US. I kind of feel like because previously you would have traditional religions where you had a church you had to go and the minister would tell you what to do and there was rules and stuff like that. But now all of these new kind of movements that came along were kind of like, well, you know, it was more like individualistic in the sense you don't have to go to church, you don't have to follow these rules, you just have to like believe this, but we're not going to like enforce it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, look, before we go on any further, a lot of times when we read things or hear about things like this, we tend to think that it's part of like a progressive fucking move, a progressive thing that's unfolding to where people are no longer listening to religion. Actually, no. We're talking about certain places in time. It was not a kind of a linear thing where it slowly got less and less religious. What we're talking about here is in this certain place in time. You could go back to the Middle Ages where religion was real lax. It was a bunch of cycles, little cycles. It always depended upon where and when, what country, what area, what time we're talking about. If you get strict on people, eventually there's going to be pushback, and then people won't buy into it anymore, and it'll get lax for a while. And then the generations change out, and then it'll try to get a little strict again. So I just wanted to point that out, is that this isn't happening at the global scale. This is America where this is happening at this time.
Well, and the UK.
And parts
Europe.
of the UK, English-speaking world.
Europe.
Yeah. I mean, there were times in the Middle Ages where it was kind of like this, too. But it would only last for a few generations, then it would go back. Wasn't any kind of linear progression in any of this.
Well, nothing is. Like I said,
Nothing's
most things are like cyclical.
But if you read a history book, they'll make you think that there was a linear progression.
Well, because that's the way. I mean, that's the way a movie goes, and that's how fiction goes. So it's like they want to like keep everybody like interested
on the same thing, but that's not the way. It's like a narrative, but that's not the way it happens in reality. This is local, English-speaking world, more or less. To a certain extent, Spain, maybe a little bit of the New World, they were along with it. But this wasn't happening in China at this time. This wasn't happening in India, you know. It's just kind of funny. We got to take ourselves out of the normal fucking constraints of looking at things. That's all I wanted to say.
Another thing I think that people found attractive about spiritualism in particular, and like some of the new religious reform movements in general, was that it sort of like rejected the idea of hell. It gave people like a more comforting idea of the afterlife. Like, you know, your relatives are still, they're in a better place, and, you know, you can still communicate with them. And it made like death seem less scary because, like I said, you have to think prior to this time, most people were, you know, Catholicism, like, or more hardcore like traditional religions that said, oh, if you fuck up, you're going to hell and you'll be tormented forever, which is not a real good thing to like tell people, to be honest. I don't think it scares people into good behavior. I think it just, I don't think it's a good thing to tell people.
They told people that whether or not they believed it would depend on the place or time too.
That's what I'm saying. I just don't think it's that great a thing to like tell people. It's like a terrible idea. Whoever came up with that, shame on you. I'm sure you're long dead now.
I think the evidence kind of shows that that many people didn't believe what the church said, no matter what the time frame, because they did the opposite most of the time.
They were just kind of like, well, whatever, fuck it.
Yeah, whatever.
They didn't worry about it too
I think
much.
people mostly didn't give a shit. They're like,
I would hope not.
I think most people believe that they were full of shit.
I hope so. I hope that most people at least had that much common sense.
The ruling class definitely knew that they were full of shit. They didn't fucking believe what the fucking church said.
Yeah.
Because the ruling class did whatever they wanted.
Yeah, like, I'm sure I'm going to hell, whatever.
The ruling class could pay the church to say things. You know. So,
well, I mean, like I said, the church hierarchy, all that kind of stuff, they had to know at some level. Yeah. At least the higher ups had to know they were full of shit because they were just kind of like, oh, we're gonna like people pay us for dispensation and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, sure, whatever. You're a serial killer. Your sins are absolved. You're not going to hell. Like, fuck that.
Well, in many
ways, but this baby that died unbaptized, they're going to hell.
In many ways, they were like the corporate media or television of their era. You know what I mean? The ruling class paid them and told them what to tell the people to keep. You know, you tell them that rats are fish. It's gonna be fine.
Well, they were trying to keep everybody in line.
Right? Yeah.
You know.
And if you guys don't think that that's bullshit, it's absolutely true. The church told people that rats were fish and that they could eat them on Friday. You know.
Yeah, I remember that.
Rats are not fish. Okay.
Well, obviously, Tom. Sorry to break that to anybody that still thought that in the 21st century.
Rats are not fish. Yes. Okay, you know.
But yeah. One of the things, too, that I feel like is not really explored all that much, one of the things that was attractive about spiritualism in particular was that it was one of the very few religious traditions that allowed women to be in positions of power. And like I said, spiritualism, it's kind of hard to say because it's sort of like scattershot. It's like not a hierarchical, you know, there's no, I'm not the cardinal of spiritualism. It's just very kind of like, you know, it's just kind of like all over the place. And you could just like join if you wanted. But they didn't have any qualms about letting a woman like give lectures or which in the Victorian era was kind of a big deal. And honestly, from my research, they said that sometimes spiritualist lectures or, you know, seances or whatever, that was like the first time that a lot of people had seen like a woman like speaking like authoritatively like in public, like because that was just not something that was done. That was usually something that like a dude was doing. So the fact that everybody's doing it and everyone was fine with it was kind of like revolutionary for the time as well. That it wasn't really all that kind of thing. Because the thing about spiritualism in particular was that it kind of like took what are supposedly or had traditionally been feminine attributes, sensitivity, you know, things like that, and made that like a positive, whereas before it had kind of been seen as like a weakness. It made it, spiritualism was kind of like, oh, well, women in general are more, you know, they're more sensitive to the spirits. They're more sensitive. That's why you saw more female mediums than male ones. Or you did see male ones too, and nobody like, you know, shit on that. But the fact that so it was kind of like taking all of the stuff that had kind of been denigrated about like the female experience or female attributes, and was like making that like that's good or that's okay. And I think that was something that a lot of people hadn't seen in the Victorian era as well. So I think that was kind of something again that was very attractive to people during this time period. It was just like a lot of kind of like factors that sort of like came in. And like I said, you saw too a lot of the early seances and things like that. You kind of see the relationship between the spiritualists and a lot of like the abolitionist movement, like the women's suffrage movement and stuff like that, because you'd see like seances, they would, whatever spirits they were talking to, which I'm sure it was bullshit, but all the spirits they were talking to would be like, hey, you should give women the right to vote, or hey, let's not like, let's more like, let's not have slavery, like all that kind of stuff. So you can tell that it was like those kind of people that were kind of like getting involved in it, which, like I said, I thought that was kind of, they were all like idealists, which I thought was like kind of cool.
Let me say something on the side to legendary 2007, or not 2007, but 007. He said, I read most ancient cultures like the Sumerians, the Greeks thought that cultural change was in cycles like seasons, and that the Zoroastrians and the Christians thought the history went to a final conclusion. Most cultures believe in cyclical history and things happening in cycles. But the Zoroastrians and the Christians were kind of like a what you would call an apocalyptic mindset, where there's a beginning, a middle, and an end, a final end, which I think is really kind of like the genesis of progressivism, that you're here and you slowly progress up above and above and above to some kind of final conclusion. So, you're right. Even though a lot of, I would say, progressives, like neo-Marxist progressives, they don't want to admit it, but they're Christian in thinking. All these things about lions laying down with lambs and going to a final conclusion where the earth is destroyed by fire, and everything that fucking, I guess you could say, progressives believe in it's a Christian motif. And there was a lot of Zoroastrian influence in Christianity. There was a lot of Greek influence too, But that's all mythicism. And of course, if you've been a long time listener to 007, you would know that I'm a Christian mythicist. All right, I believe in Christian mythicism. I don't believe it's historical at all. Nothing. I don't even believe that there was a Jesus. I believe that it's an amalgamation of a bunch of myths. All right, she's back. You ready, Jen? Go back.
I was born ready.
She's ready. She's born ready. I'm gonna go to the restroom too.
Yeah, I'm going like up there. Yeah. All right. So where was I? Oh, there was another thing too, where spiritualism didn't have a thing. It didn't have like a monopoly. They're like, hey, if you're a Protestant or if you're a Quaker or you're whatever the hell, you don't have to like renounce your other beliefs. You can just kind of like incorporate the spiritualist kind of belief, because they weren't like super, like I said, they weren't super hierarchical. They weren't super. So if you just wanted to like incorporate their beliefs like on top of your existing belief system, that was okay too. Like they were very accepting. They were very kind of like, yeah, man, we're just kind of like, we'll take everybody as long as you're like cool and you like believe it. So I don't know. So I can see how that would have been very attractive like during this time period. So as I mentioned, there have been a couple speculations, including by Arthur Conan Doyle, which we'll get into in a little bit, because he was like a big spiritualist as well, and was actually one of their early like historians. But there were some kind of like older like religious philosophical figures that were kind of like precursors, I guess. Probably the one that gets brought up the most is like Emmanuel Swedenborg, he was actually born in the 1680s. And he was Swedish. And he was kind of like a theologian, but also like a scientist and an inventor. And also he was really into like mysticism and stuff. And he started having, like, he seemed like kind of going on like the normal track that you would go on if you were like a Christian theologian and a scientist during this time period. But then when he was older, like about the age of 53, he started having visions. Now, the first of these visions were kind of like really sexual, and the fact that he like wrote them down and like published them was like very scandalous like at the time. But then he started having visions of like Jesus. And so he had like this big spiritual awakening. Jesus Christ apparently came to him and said, you need to write this thing that eventually became this book called The Heavenly Doctrine, and he wanted to like reform Christianity essentially. He was kind of like, he still believed in heaven and hell, I think, but he said that Jesus, this is not, maybe I'm just being glib, but it's like he said that Jesus gave him like, he could like go and talk to like angels and demons and stuff. Like he could go to heaven and hell and like hang out with them and like get fucking info. And he said that the last judgment had already happened in 1757, actually, because, I mean, he had his revelation like in 1741, I guess. Now he eventually got excommunicated, but he didn't get like executed or anything like that. But yeah, so he's kind of considered one of the, because he was kind of seen as like heretical. So he was kind of like seen as like one of the early like proponents of spiritualism, or like a precursor rather. There's another guy named Edward Irving too, who was a minister of the Church of Scotland, and he was actually the founder of the Catholic Apostolic Church. But the thing about when most people talk about spiritualism, interestingly, despite this being a religious tradition that's not real concerned with, being a religion in the sense that, we're having all these bookkeeping and stuff. But they do have a date of when this started, and it started with the Fox sisters, pretty much. Like I said, it didn't come out of nowhere because there were some other, like, philosophical kind of, like, there was some kind of, like, philosophical framework for it. But the Fox sisters is generally considered, like, the start of spiritualism. So I think we did a show about the Fox sisters, but we'll talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, it's ringing a bell.
Yeah. I mean, well, they're very famous.
Yeah.
So, March 31st, 1848. There are two sisters. Margareta Fox, 14 years old, and Catherine Fox, 11 years old. Now, they lived in this house, and they started, like, it was in Hydesville, New York. And they apparently, allegedly, start hearing rapping sounds in their house. Or so they say. And what ended up happening was that, I mean, the two of them were known as Maggie and Kate, like, for short. So they start hearing these rapping, and, like, their family also hears it. So what ends up happening is that the two girls eventually are like, hey, we can communicate with whatever it is, this being that's rapping, like knocking on the walls or whatever the hell they said. They called this spirit Mr. Splitfoot, which is another name for the devil. I mean, or it was back then.
Hooves? Yeah.
Yeah, because of hooves.
Yeah.
So even though the rapping seemed kind of like it was keeping everybody awake and everybody was getting like kind of pissed off about it, but after they said, hey, we can like communicate with it, so they started asking it questions. So what they would do is they would ask it questions, and they had like your usual like tap, once for yes, twice for no kind of situation. And then they established like a longer code where they had like this many taps for whatever like letter of the alphabet. Now, during this, like during the question, they're like, okay, well, finally, like, who are you? And apparently this spirit, and I say that like with, quotes or like air quotes or bunny rabbit ears or whatever you want to call it, because we'll find out why later. But so they said, oh, well, this spirit told us that it's the ghost of this dude who was a peddler, and his name was Charles B. Rosna, and he had been murdered 5 years previously, and he'd been buried in the cellar of their house. Now, spoiler alert, the neighbors dug up the cellar and found a couple pieces of bone. I think these were later determined to be dog bones, so they weren't like human bones. They never did find a missing person named Charles B. Rosna, anywhere in the area. So, But that didn't seem to matter because I think that was like a few years later. The rapping and these two girls allegedly being able to communicate with whatever this rapping entity was. A rapping entity.
Yeah. A rapping entity. Deborah Harry. Fab Five Freddy said everybody said.
Yeah, it was fat. Yeah, it was fat. Yeah, so it became like a sensation.
Yeah.
Because you have to think, in upstate New York at this time, like I said, it was kind of like ground zero of this big like religious reawakening. You had Quakers, you had like fucking Millerites, you had like all kind of like crazy religious offshoot groups like going on, and they were just kind of like open to anything. They're like, okay, suppose so. So the fact that these two girls came out and said, hey, we're talking to ghosts now, everyone was kind of like, okay, we can buy that. So the Fox family, apparently, they're like, okay, well, this ghost in the house and the girls are talking to it and it's a little freaky. So they took off and they went to another house and the rapping apparently followed there. Now, after that, like their story started to spread like outward just from like upstate New York, like into like the wider area. So by the time that the fall of 1849 comes around, in Rochester, New York, they had an audience of 400 people where these two girls were doing like essentially like a stage show demonstrating their what they called wonderful phenomena. And they would get up there and they would ask questions of Mr. Splitfoot, and then he would like rap the answers to their questions. And people would pay to come see them. And this was pretty much their main source of income for the next like several decades, like 40 years of their life. Yeah, so they would go around because they were very, very famous. You would have like really, really famous people like come to seances with them or like come to see their lectures and stuff like that. You had like William Lloyd Garrison, who was like a big like abolitionist, journalist, suffragist guy who was like very famous at the time. James Fenimore Cooper, the author, probably most famous for Last of the Mohicans. Like he would come to, he came to some of their seances. You had Horace Greeley, who was actually a newspaper editor. He was one of the publisher or founder of the New York Tribune, among other things. Him and his wife Mary would come to like the seances too, and he would also write about them in his newspapers. Huh?
Somebody says, why can't fortune tellers have babies? Because their husbands have crystal balls. That's fucking funny.
That's a pretty good joke. I've never heard that one.
Yeah, we got a lot of people in the chat. Fucking, this is a great time to fucking show your appreciation to Jen and go ahead and send a motherfucker a super chat. I'm gonna be out here. I'm gonna pimping the show out.
He's
fucking cash dollars because this is our job. Go ahead, Jen. Oh, fucking Grampus just showed up. What's up, Graham?
Pretty sure there's a ghost in Gramper's house.
Yeah.
BBs, as in what you shot from a BB gun, frequently drop from the ceiling in the basement of the man cave. You know what's weird? It's like that's very, very common in poltergeist cases, like shit dropping out of your ceiling, like rocks and stuff.
My dad had one fall out of his.
Wonder why.
My dad had one fall out of his fucking ceiling. It was a St. Christopher medallion.
Okay, that's pretty freaky.
Weird, and he didn't know where that came from. Little bitty icon.
Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah.
Man, if one fell out of the ceiling right now, I'd be like, where the fuck?
Yeah, he didn't know where it came from.
I haven't seen one of those except in a movie.
No Catholics in that house as far as he knows.
Yeah, I don't even know any Catholics, to be honest with you. But yeah, so the fact that Horace Greeley, who published New York Tribune, like published stuff about them all the time, that probably helped because he was like a big fan of theirs, so like stuff about them would like turn up in newspapers and whatnot. Now, so like I said, you kind of got, there was a lot of crossover, I guess, like with the spiritualist movement and the sort of abolitionist movement, women's rights movement. So you had kind of like, all these progressive movements that were kind of like all tied together with that. Like I said, a rejection of the more like hierarchical sort of like religious traditions. And the thing about it too is that you kind of had a lot of people, you had to think in the mid-19th century, 20 to 40% of children died before they were 5 years old. Now, prior to the 19th century, obviously it was worse than that. Like, child mortality was way worse than that, and that didn't really, like, feed into, like, a big rise of spiritualism back then. But you had to think, like, from the mid to late 19th century, there was also kind of more of a cultural shift toward... Because prior to that, like, if you had a kid... I mean, once they were weaned and, like, walking and stuff, they're like, get a job, brat.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't really have a sense of, like, childhood or teenagerhood.
No.
But in the Victorian era, that started to come into play, like an actual concept of childhood. So I guess, culturally, people started thinking more about their children, not as just, like... oh, here, let's pop out another one to, like, work on the farm. Oh, that one died. Let's have another one. I think they kind of started thinking of them more as, like, more precious, in a way.
People
like,
started off as Scientologists.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, like,
where kids were just adults.
Like, obviously, people are people, and, like, humans are human. Animals are like this, too. Like, you have a baby, like, obviously, it's always precious. But I kind of feel like prior to... better sanitation and better health practices and stuff, so many of your kids died that I'm not saying, like, that you didn't care about it, but you were just, like, more inured to it, I guess. But once, like, childhood became, like, its own, thing, I think people started thinking more of, like, this kid is, like...
Yeah, well, that...
You know what I mean? It was...
But that started with rises... With rising incomes and better fucking living conditions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Only people that are doing well worry about childhood, and only rich people actually have a concept of fucking teenagerhood. And that didn't come until, 40s? 30s, maybe? 30s? I think 40s. 40s is when you had...
Yeah, well, I mean, there was
40s.
The concept of childhood as a discrete thing.
No, I'm talking about teenagerhood.
Well, yeah, that was a Victorian
50s,
thing.
maybe?
Teenagerhood, I think that
50s?
didn't come along until after the World War II.
After World War II, so 50s.
After World War II.
And pretty much only the West and America fucking... where we were doing pretty well in the beginnings of modern life in a suburb. Where that was the fucking... That was the fucking... What do you call it? That was like the archetype. Because that's what Hollywood was punching out. And television. A suburban archetype of how to live. Which I've talked about that in other fucking shows. A totally artificial construct of governments. Of the U.S. government. Because you had so many savages coming back from World War II. You had to get those motherfuckers in a suburban environment with wives pumping out children. And they had to be working in a factory because the motherfuckers are too dangerous to let loose in an urban environment without a family. Okay? You had... Suburban life came from... As a product came from the government in World War II.
I mean, single men are always kind of like your most dangerous.
Yeah. You did not want these dudes knew how to destroy cities and civilizations. You had to give them a purpose. If not, they'd turn on you. So, here comes Father Knows Best and fucking I Dream of Jeannie and Bewitched and game shows and get your ass in that fucking suburb and work for one of these car companies and make some money, calm the fuck down.
Jesus Christ.
Raise some children with the hot ass wife and shut the fuck up, drink yourself to death and get the fuck out of here. Because your ass is fucking crazy.
Well, the thing
and that's
is,
what
like I
they were.
said, you don't really need a bunch of, like...
Savages running
rootless single dudes run around making life miserable for everyone else. I mean, this happens... It's not just humans. It happens in other animal, like, things, too. It's, like, single male animals. Not all, like... but, some of the...
Especially with battle experience are dangerous.
You don't want them. It's like they just like go somewhere else. We don't like that's you're just like in the way of everyone's safety.
That whole 1950s government effort to get motherfuckers into suburbs and to make them family men was genius. It's a testament to the intelligence of that generation that they foresaw that problem and came up with that solution. They knew exactly what they were doing. It all had to do with World War II. World War II was a great advancement for mankind from the American point of view. It wasn't so much for Europe. Europe was decimated.
Well, yeah, because they got bombed to shit.
Yeah, but for the American point of view, the America would have never happened.
I mean, they bounced back, but they bounced back good. I'm gonna say. But
yeah,
we didn't get bombed over here.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
Right. Yeah. America does not know war, not the way the Europeans, especially the Russians, the way they know it. No, because it's never happened really here in modern memory. The closest thing we ever had to that was the war between states, also known as the Civil War, and that was still confined mostly to certain areas.
Well, because that was before the era of like widespread. That was just kind of like mostly little skirmishes here and there.
Well, they did burn down. Sherman burned down a bunch of fucking cities, and they did fucking fuck up a lot of women. They raped a lot of women, killed a lot of shit.
Yeah, I'm not trying to minimize because like horrible shit happened. Like a lot of people died.
Right, and then there was concentration camps after that, which is a lot of people fucking don't want to talk about that. But the war between the states was. But the war between the states happened so long ago. There's no living memory of it. Okay, that's the difference. And it didn't. And it didn't happen. And it didn't happen at the time where the Industrial Revolution was really at its strongest. So it didn't make that much of a difference. World War II happened during the Industrial Revolution, which made a huge difference because everybody saw it. There was no mass media then. You know, people up north had no idea what the Civil War was about. They didn't see it.
Well, I kind of feel like a lot of the we said, like a lot of the anti-war sentiment that came out of like the 60s and stuff like that was because the Vietnam War was being shown on TV.
Yeah, they saw it.
I mean, your relatives were even over there, which a lot of my relatives were, or you saw it in the nightly. They showed that shit.
Yeah,
and people were like, "Yeah, no, I don't like that."
And here's the fucking strange thing, people. I was in the first Gulf War. I wasn't in the second one, and I was only in the support. In the support of fucking on the peripheries of the Afghanistan war. Really, what happened in the Gulf Wars in Afghanistan, if you combine the two, was worse than Vietnam. But the average person today doesn't have that sense because you were shielded from it in a lot of ways. Television was not as dominant.
It's kind of more spread out. Just like everything else, it's more diffused.
There were more television stations, and people could kind of escape it. Vietnam was concentrated because there was only 4 channels. You know, 4.
Yeah, you kind of saw it whether you wanted to or not.
Right, but no, the second invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan was far more brutal than Vietnam. A lot of fucking Iraqis died. Innocent Iraqis died in that war, and that you guys will never know about. And and for a bad reason, really not a good reason. Yeah, and we lost both wars.
That whole shit was that was a fucking shit show.
Yeah,
the whole thing.
You weren't going to bring democracy to them. They didn't want that. They wanted Islam. You know.
Well, and the reason they even attacked them in the first place was bullshit.
Yeah, it was all bullshit.
So
it was just about making money.
Yeah.
And forming a one world government, which will never happen. Countries do not like foreigners coming into their land telling them how to live. It doesn't matter what country you're in. You would not like a foreigner coming into your land and telling you how to live. And to tell you that your beliefs are wrong. It's just not going to happen. But let's go. Oh, let me go put some more ice. I don't want to get sidetracked too much.
You don't?
Yeah.
Now they're already 2 hours in? But yeah, he doesn't want to get sidetracked. I don't believe that for 1 second. But yeah, so like I said, I'm not saying that people prior to the Victorian era didn't love their children. Obviously they did. But you just had to get used to the, having a bunch of them and having a bunch of them dying. So even though it was sad, you were like more inured to it, I guess. But once the Victorian era came along, even though a lot of people's kids were still, like a lot of them were still dying, but you had more of a sense of childhood. You had more of a sense of like each child being precious, being their own person. So it was like more of a tragedy, I guess, like when they died. Now, let's talk about, and when we talked about like famous people that were like into spiritualism, let's talk about a very famous example who was maybe brought into it initially because of a child dying, and that was Mary Todd Lincoln. I kind of feel like a lot of people know about this. Now, she wasn't even, I mean, obviously she saw her husband get assassinated like right in front of her face, which is like pretty traumatic, but she had like some really shitty stuff happen in her youth, like throughout her life as well. Her mom died when she was very, very young. And 3 out of her 4 children died. Like I said, and, you know, this was quite common in this time period. And as I said, her husband was assassinated in front of her face, as most people know. Now, after her second youngest son, Willie, died in 1862, she actually turned to spiritualism. Now, Willie was only 11 years old. He died of typhoid fever. So, probably understandably. I mean, your kid dies, I can't imagine what that would be like. So she turned to spiritualism and started going to séances. So she gets introduced to this group of mediums called the Lories, and they were in Georgetown, like, part of D.C. And she got so much out of this that she very famously started hosting her own séances in the White House, in the Red Room. They think that she might have hosted as many as 8 séances in the White House. Abe Lincoln, prior to him being assassinated, obviously, attended some of them as well. I'm not really sure what his beliefs were on that score, however. That's what I mean. So I kind of feel like a lot of people are really, like, comforted by the fact, especially because, like I said, of the Civil War and all this, that there was so much death, that people were like, they wanted to feel like, oh, I can still, like, contact my loved ones again. And that was just, like, really comforting for people, and it just came along, like, right at the right time. Now, because she was pretty open about her spiritualism. Hey, it's Pookie.
Yeah, Pookie's on the show. She's loving on me.
Oh, what's up, Pookie?
Listen,
You want to talk about spirits, Pookie?
Yeah, Pookie's already talking about spirits.
You want to talk about spirits?
Yeah.
Can you see spirits?
I saw her attacking something in the corner of my room in the man cave when I was fucking laying there to listen to shows, and I hit a flashlight in the corner to see what it was she was trying to catch. There was nothing there. Somebody earlier on was saying that they see ghosts. They don't see ghosts. What it is, it's imagination. She was imagining she was catching something. They play just like a little kid. There was nothing there.
Although I always kind of tease her, like, because sometimes she'll, like, space out and be, like, looking up at the ceiling. I'm like, is there a ghost up there, Pookie?
And then they start swatting things, and you're looking to hit a flashlight and go, what is she trying to catch? There's nothing there. They're playing.
They're just imagining.
They're playing their
I don't
imagining.
think they see ghosts.
No.
Or nothing. She's probably like, ooh, there's a big bug right there.
Yeah, she's imagining there's a bug in the corner, and she's getting it.
I do tease her about it, though, like I said. But yeah, so even though she was pretty open about it, Mary Todd Lincoln I'm talking about, even though she was pretty open about it initially, like, I guess she got, like, a little bit of, like, blowback on it. So she started, like, chilling out. But in 1870, she, now it's kind of well known, but back then she kind of kept it on the DL. She goes to a spirit photographer named William Mumler. Now, William Mumler at this point, because spirit photography was, like, fucking huge around this time period. At this point, Mumler had already been accused of fraud for doing what the fuck he was doing, but she went to him anyway because she wanted, a picture and, like, fucking... So the picture that he produced of her with Abe Lincoln, like, standing in the background, like, with his hands on her shoulders, very, very famous. Like, most people have probably seen it. Now, the thing about Mumler, though, he was from Boston. He had been a jewelry engraver at first. And his story was how he got into spirit photography was that he had taken a self-portrait. He's like, oh, I took a self-portrait, and there was what they called an extra, like somebody showing up in the picture that wasn't in the picture that you thought that you took. And he's like, there was this little girl that turned up in this chair that was, like, in the photo, and he's like, and I thought that it looked like my cousin who had been dead for, like, a dozen years. Now, like I said, this is probably, like, bullshit, because what he would do, as they determined later on, in the early days of photography, you had to expose, like, the pane of glass, right, like, to the chemicals, or you, like, put the light on or whatever. So it was very, very easy, like, for a photographer to expose the pane of glass first, and then, like, when the people came in to have their portrait taken, to use that same pane of glass and take a portrait of them, and then there'd be, like, a double exposure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the thing about it is that photography was such a new medium that nobody really considered the way that photography, I don't know if it was necessarily sold like this to the public, but the way that the public perceived photography was like, it's capturing reality. Like, it's capturing like a little bit of reality. Nobody really understood that it could be manipulated by photographers, even though it absolutely could be, and it absolutely was, like, even from the very early days. And back then, I mean, people talk, it's very easy nowadays, obviously, because we have, like, Photoshop and everything else. But, like, back then, it was, like, pretty easy, too. Like I said, all you had to do was, like, expose, like, if you wanted, like, a ghost of somebody's, like, relative or some shit like that, you just had to have somebody come in there, sit in a chair, expose the plate, put the plate aside. When the person came in, you would just, like, take a picture of them with that plate, and then there'd be a double exposure. So it would look like the person's, like, you know, image, and then, like, in the background, there would be, like, another image, and they'd be like, oh my god, that's great aunt Carol or whoever the fuck. So yeah, so it was like very, very common. I mean, the thing about it is that particularly after the Civil War, like, the market in spirit photography like exploded. I don't know how many of those people, it's just kind of like, I'm not really sure like how many people nowadays actually believe in mediums or believe in psychics. When you go to a medium or a psychic, if you pay that person, do you actually believe that that person is like talking to your dead loved one? Or on some level, do you know that they're just, you know, blowing smoke up your ass and essentially like just to make you feel better? I'm not really sure, but people were willing to pay for it, and there was absolutely like people that were willing to do it like for money. So spirit photography was very, very famous, very, very popular at the time. And it was just also kind of like feeding into the whole thing of Victorian, death photography, because, you know, photography was very new technology. It was very expensive. So sometimes, like, if you had a kid and the kid died when they were a baby or a toddler or whatever, you had never like been able to afford like taking a picture of that kid like before they died. So you would take a picture of them after they were dead. And it's like, it's morbid, but you wanted a picture to remember them by, and that was all you could get because, you know, now they were dead and you took a picture. So Victorian mourning photography, very, very famous. So it was kind of like an offshoot of that, I guess. So, you know, so like I said, particularly after the Civil War, I mean, it was what, like 750,000 people dead, maybe even more than that. And people, a lot of times, like, they didn't know where the people went, or they didn't get their bodies or something like that. So it was just kind of like very, very common that people would have that. You saw the same thing happen in Europe, like particularly after World War I, which was, you know, the worst thing that anybody had ever seen at that point in time. And it's just kind of like a lot of people were just like blown away, and they were lost in the ocean or whatever, and they never found them. So you could see how it was like really comforting for people to like, oh, I have a photograph of myself with like the spirit of my dead son, or, you know, it was that kind of thing. So I can totally see like why that would be like comforting for people. How many of those have you eaten?
I don't know. Want me to count? Want one?
No.
All right.
I'm not really into taffy. She sent us taffy. What else did she send us? Taffy, fudge, and peanut brittle.
Yeah.
I'm into the fudge and the peanut brittle. I'm not so into taffy though. Like I said, if I'm gonna have like some calories of candy, I would rather have something I really, really like fudge or peanut brittle, which are my favorite. Now,
they're little, see.
Yeah, but
they're good. Yeah.
This is that Mackinac Island taffy.
Yeah.
Handmade.
Tammy says the YouTube channel Ask a Mortician. Oh, I love that channel. She's great. Has a great video showing how the photographers did it. They actually recreate one. I honestly, like, all those photos are fake, obviously, but I really like them. They're still like creepy, even though you know that they're fake. I was in New York like several years ago, and at the Met they did like a special like installation of Victorian spirit photographs, and they were so cool. It's like so cool to like see them like in person. And you know that they're fake, and some of them are like really obviously fake, but they're still like cool to look at. It's cool because, like I said, I kind of feel like people didn't understand, because photography was so new. I don't think they understood like how photographers could manipulate the images. back in the old days.
Or they pretended not to understand.
That's what that's what I was saying while you were gone. I was like, I'm not really sure, and I don't really know. Like nowadays, people that pay psychics or whatever, I'm not sure how much of it is just you want like reassurance.
Oh yeah.
Like if you don't actually believe that psychic is like relaying messages from your dead relative.
I think a lot of them were fake because you'd have to submit a photo of the loved one first to get that image on a plate. Okay, so
I think it just made people feel better.
Knew that they submitted that particular photo.
Yeah, and they're like, oh hey, that's that.
Yeah,
photo
the same photo. Yeah.
I mean, it'd be different if it was a famous person because there were probably like other photos of that like the photographer could be like, oh, I'll just take this one. Right. This will look like. But yeah, they had to like source the photo from somewhere.
Right.
And because photography was like more expensive back then, it's like it'd probably be, I don't know, like nowadays it's much easier because photography is like cheap. You don't even need like paper or anything.
Not back in those days.
But back in those days, yeah, it was like really expensive. Because that's what I was saying. The reason that, I mean, because photography was so expensive, sometimes the only, like the Victorians, everybody thinks it's like creepy and morbid that like they took pictures of like dead babies and whatnot. But I was just kind of like, well, they couldn't afford to like take pictures of the babies or the kids while they were alive. So it's like that was the only photograph they had of them. So
I have a feeling that
it's fucked up, but
I have a feeling about the supernatural photographs. I have a feeling were novelty back then.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it was just kind of like trendy. I don't think like a lot of people actually believed that was the ghost. I just thought that was like they thought it was kind of neat.
Yeah.
Or it was kind of like comforting to them. It's like, oh look, it's like, you know, my husband or wife or kids or whatever,
tribute video
or like watching over me.
Yeah, we would call it a tribute video nowadays. Like when Kaylee died, Little Swole made a tribute video to her and put it up on YouTube. That's what I think a lot of the spirit photography was. It was a tribute photo.
Yeah.
They knew it wasn't real. They didn't care though.
I think probably most people did. And like I said, they probably just like kept it in their house and they just like to look at it because they're like, oh look,
they're watching over
me. They're watching over me.
Right,
yeah. It just made people feel better.
Right.
Which, like I said, that's fine. Yeah. And if you know that and you're paying for it, then that's up to you.
I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of like psychics and stuff like that because I think a lot of them, like all of them, are charlatans and they're like taking advantage of gullible people or they're taking advantage of like vulnerable people. But if you know what you're getting in for and you're just paying for entertainment or you're just paying for comfort or something like that and you don't actually believe it, then I don't know. I guess it's okay. But you know what I mean. I don't like the whole thing about like fraud. Where I'm saying,
I think most of it wasn't.
I'm actually like talking to your dead. No, you're not.
I think most of it wasn't fraud. I think most of it was, like I said, tribute. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think most of that paranormal shit that they were paying was more of a tribute type thing.
I mean, I kind of hope that's what it was.
I think that's what it was.
I kind of feel like that was kind of because it was very, very trendy. It was very trendy.
People weren't stupid back then, and they understood how the technologies worked. If you submitted a photo and later on a psychic gave you a photo of you with the fucking
the same photo
with the same damn photo,
they look all ghostly going. Hey, what's up?
They knew.
Gramter said a buddy of Graham's died a few years ago, and his widow went to a psychic. The psychic told her Bob was fine, nothing to worry about. What? Bob was not fine. He was dead. See, that's what kind of kills me is that's all the psychic ever tells you. Yeah, they're fine. They're happy. They say, oh, they love you and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, well, tell me some juicy shit.
They're not dead. They're alive in the spirit world.
Tell me some juicy shit that only they would know.
Yeah.
Don't just tell me, oh, they're happy and singing Kumbaya with the other fucking spirits in the afterlife. I'm not going to buy that. Sorry.
Yeah, in reality, they have in the Star Wars terminology, they have become one with the Force. Or what a mythologist would say is that they've re-entered the pleroma. They're gone.
Yeah, which, like I said, but that's kind of the issue that I have, especially like nowadays. And nowadays, like, I'm not shitting on people back in the old days because, like, I understand, like, they had, like, there was a different cultural context. They had a different, like, scientific understanding. Nowadays, there's no fucking excuse. Everybody knows how they do that shit. It's fake. And it's just kind of like, if you want to pay because it makes you feel better, that's fine. I'm not shitting on that. You can spend your money on whatever you want. But I don't know. Like, just don't. It's not your relative. They're not. That's all they ever say. That's all they ever say. Yes, they love you. And blah blah blah. That
fucking, if you haven't checked out Guillermo del Toro's Nightmare Alley, it talks about this same.
Oh, shit. Nightmare Alley was so good.
Yeah.
I love Nightmare Alley. Actually, I kind of want to watch it again. I think it's on Hulu. We saw it in the theater. Matter of fact, I liked it a lot. But yeah, I kind of want to read the book.
Which one was that? We saw it in the theater.
Yeah, that was the one that, like, the guy with the carnival, and they were like, you know, remember?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was a great movie.
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah. I liked it a lot. Yeah, so as I was mentioning earlier, because of the whole thing about photography, which, like I said, photography was still a relatively new medium around this time, and to maybe some people that didn't really know how it was done, it seemed like magical. I mean, it does kind of seem like magical. Hey, I'm gonna like flash this fucking thing at you, and then I'm gonna like expose this plate, and then hey, I have this piece of paper with like, hey, I captured your fucking likeness. Yeah. So I can see how if you didn't really know anything, that'd be like, what the fuck?
How'd that happen?
Right.
Yeah.
Like there was nothing. Yeah.
We take it for granted.
We do, but like back then, that must have like blown their fucking minds.
Yeah.
Right. So I can see why people back then were just kind of like, oh, okay, well, we can take pictures of ghosts and shit like that. That's not crazy.
Well, if you can take a picture of a living person, why not a dead one?
That's what I'm saying. It's not crazy. Yeah. So I'm like not shitting on people back then because it's like the whole zeitgeist of the time, all of this scientific progress was happening, and particularly there was a lot of progress in stuff that, you know, was like invisible, radio waves, you know, photography, shit like that, that to us we take for granted, but to them it was just kind of like, oh my god, there's nothing in between this. There's like, you know what I mean? There's telegraph.
You become very confused about what's real, what isn't. Right.
So, and the fact that they discovered, like I said, you know, telegraph, we can send a message, it's wireless, like from here to like another country, and there's like nothing in between. It just goes through the air. I mean, that must have seemed like really crazy, and it must have opened up a lot of scientific possibilities. So I can totally see not only why regular people got into the whole spiritualist idea, but why scientists did as well. Because it seemed like the possibility was there. They were finding all kinds of invisible forces, quote unquote.
If you read old spiritualist shit from the fucking, even the 1970s, they were still kind of confused about the way science worked. And the way that fucking time-space continuum and mass energy worked. You know, they didn't really know. The average person didn't really know. Although you could say, well, the fucking average scientist nowadays doesn't really know either. But
that's kind of the whole point, though, is that, I mean, science is constantly builds on what came before.
Right.
Science presumes we don't know everything.
It's easy to understand the misconceptions that they had in this period.
Sure.
Because I can understand it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm just kind of trying to extrapolate myself back to that time period, which was, you know, a flowering of sort of like scientific progress, and you know, and it was very widely known, at least among educated people, like all of this stuff that was coming out. It's like, and they were like all of these findings that were true, like of things you couldn't see, but that still like had an impact in the real world. And so normal people would see that and they'd be like, holy shit, well, maybe that means we can talk to dead people. That's not crazy. I don't think that's crazy at all, like, to think that. But like nowadays, I think there's like no excuse because we know a lot more than back then. But back then, I don't think there was, because I can see
it would have looked a lot more gray back then.
Sure, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, you have to think that like by the time that the Fox sisters came along with their, you know, with their rapping and whatnot, the telegraph had only been introduced 4 years earlier. That, I mean, it was very new technology. And the telegraph was kind of like a big deal. And honestly, like a lot of the early spiritualists compared themselves to telegraphs. Why do you think they're called mediums? Because it's like a communication medium, like a telegraph or something like that, or like photography. They kind of like made an analogy of a human being like a receptor or a conductor, or the same way that a telegraph was. So they just, like I said, it's not a crazy belief to have. It seemed completely rational to them. And like I said, if I try to put myself back in that mindset, it does seem completely rational. I would not have seen that as crazy or out there or anything like that. That was just like they were working within the framework of what they knew at that time. Now, yeah, so like I said, there's a really interesting like symbiotic relationship between spiritualism and technology. It seems like a lot of breakthroughs, maybe not necessarily, but maybe just kind of like around the outside or like on the fringes or something, in, you know, particularly in communications technology, were either engendered, you know, or had to do with like scientists that were into spiritualism or were like looking or were open to the possibility of like, oh, we can communicate with the dead. You know what I mean? You know, because there was so much stuff going on at this time. I mean, and I wanted to get into a little bit like a particular example. William Crookes, who was a British chemist and physicist back at this time. He was the guy that discovered thallium. He was the guy that discovered the cathode ray tube, among many, many other things. He was also a spiritualist, and he went to a bunch of séances after his younger brother died in 1867. So like I said, because a lot of people had, you know, experience with a lot of death, you know, that obviously that was really like attractive to go and like see if you communicate with them. So he went to a lot of séances, and even though he was a scientist, you know, he still wanted to believe it. So he did actually believe that a lot of the stuff that he saw was real, but he still had enough of his like scientific training to want to investigate the paranormal in a scientific way. Like he wanted to remain skeptical. He wanted to like follow the scientific protocol. He wanted to do experiments like in controlled conditions, trying to see, because he really, really wanted it to be true, right? So he decided he was going to like do this. Now, he did actually end up going to examine like a bunch of mediums, and he did actually end up, you know, exposing a lot of people that were fraudulent, which happened a lot, which we'll get into in a little bit. But he also, sadly, he also gave credibility to a few who were also probably almost certainly fraudulent, but were good enough tricksters that they fooled a scientist back then. So, you know, one of the ones that he was convinced was real was a dude named Daniel Douglas Hume. Now, so William Crookes he was very, very empirical about the shit. Like he had designed like all of these experiments and he like all of these tests to make sure they were real. So he had Hume in there, and he's like, I'm gonna test your abilities to manipulate objects at a distance, which one of the things he supposedly did. And another thing that he did was modifying the weight of an object, which I guess was kind of a big deal. Now, to do the first thing, he had this experiment where he had like an accordion, and it was in this drawer that was like under the table, and the medium was only allowed to like put his hands on the side of it. Like he couldn't like fucking, but he was supposed to like make the accordion go up and down. So that was like his first test. And then he was supposed to alter the weight of this wooden board that was on a scale. He was supposed to just put his fingers on the side, and it was supposed to like be super heavy. Now, to Crookes's astonishment, Hume passed both of the tests. Now, later on, we'll be saying these weren't like the greatest fucking tests of like psychic ability, but okay. But Crookes was convinced anyway. So he thought, well, this guy has some kind of like force or whatever that was not, you know, within the bounds of natural law. Now, after he came out and said this, like the rest of the scientific community were just kind of like, really, bro? And they were kind of like, I don't know if I'd say like Crookes's name was mud after a while, but the scientific community were like not really having it. Now, interestingly, Hume was, incidentally, one of the most famous mediums of the era. One of the things that he was best known for, like he did all the regular like séance shit, like the medium shit, but a couple of the things he was best known for was, one, that he would perform his shit in like a lighted room, which was kind of like unprecedented because most seances were conducted in the dark because much easier to like pull some shit off when no one's can see you. But he would do shit in well-lighted room. And I think, like, his other most famous thing was his levitations. Now, reportedly, these were pretty impressive. I've seen, like, some fucking drawings and stuff from the time where it shows him, like, floating up by the ceiling and shit like that. Which is a little... that's a little over the top. I mean, compared to, like, what people said. Now, apparently, at one seance, according to some witness testimony, he floated out the window of like a third-story room, like the third-story window. He floats out the window of that room and then comes back in through the window of another room. Now, supposedly, 3 witnesses at this seance saw him do that, but if you look at the statements of the 3 witnesses, really only one motherfucker said that. The other 2, like, said some other shit that weren't real impressive. That's what I'm saying. Okay. So if you read, like, a lot of you have to think, too, that, like, a lot of the people that are coming to seances, yeah, you got, like, the skeptics that were in there trying to debunk the shit. But most of the people that were there were believers, and they were really into... So sometimes, I think... they would confabulate, or they would kind of like make shit seem more impressive than it actually was. Because from what I could determine of all the stuff that I read about people that were at his seances that wrote about their experiences, maybe he levitated 6 inches, foot, couple feet. It wasn't like floating up near the ceiling, like in broad daylight. It was nothing like that. And even if he did that, I mean, that would be impressive back then. I mean, yeah, a magician could do it now, and everybody'd be like, yeah, I don't know how he did it, but it's obviously magic. You know, it's an illusion.
You got, what's his name? Fucking Chris, what's his name? Chris Blaine? Or no, what?
David Blaine.
David Blaine.
Chris Angel is
Chris Angel.
Chris Angel,
David Blaine. Yeah, I'm fucking shit up. Blaine was better than Angel. Chris Angel was obviously, that shit was obvious fucking special effects straight from the fucking movies, but... fucking Chris Angel. That's funny.
I mean, yeah. So the thing about it, too, is that you have to think, like, a lot of the impressive shit that probably happened at these seances is that, you know, probably 90% of the people that were there wanted it to be true and believed in it. So, and...
they would lie.
95% of the shit happened in the dark, too. So... that's gonna be like, yeah, we saw some shit we didn't see. And then, like, they're probably writing it down later on, too. And, like, people's memories are, like, not real reliable. Gonna say that. So, you might remember shit as, like, way more impressive than it actually was. So, I kind of feel like, I think it's interesting that one motherfucker said, yeah, he levitated and floated out the window and then came in the other window, like, in the next room. But the other 2 motherfuckers that were there, that supposedly were through, they said, yeah, we didn't see that. But it was, like... I think it was kind of like a thing. You know that levitation illusion they do where it's like you kind of go up on one toe and it kind of looks... I think he did that shit.
Yeah.
And everybody's like,
he left the window and came out and come in? No.
No, I'm not buying that.
No.
Not at all.
And there was no corroborating witnesses? No.
Yeah, it was like one motherfucker said that. Yeah. That dude was like tripping.
Yeah.
That dude was tripping. But, and he wanted to believe.
I think he had a situation where people wanted this shit to be real, and they wanted other people to think it would be real. Oh yeah, I saw it. No, for real, went out. You know, I can see it.
Well, like I said, if you're going off somebody's, like, people's perceptions are not that reliable, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, people's senses are more or less okay for perceiving reality, but you don't know what that person's preconceived notions are. You don't know what fucking substances that person is on. Yeah. You don't know, like, what that person wants to believe. Maybe, like, later they remember stuff is, like, more impressive than it actually was. I mean, I've had shit happen, and I'm, like, a really rational, like, skeptical person. I've had dreams that seemed really realistic, where I remembered, like, telling people some shit, and when I woke up, like, a day or 2 later, I couldn't remember if that really happened or if I had dreamed it. So, and that's me saying that. So, if you really wanted to believe that this dude had magical powers and could float, and you were at this seance with other people, like-minded people that also wanted to believe that, and then you saw him maybe, like, go up on his stones and be like, woo, I'm floating. he'd have been like, oh my God, that bitch just went out the fucking window. Like, he might have just, like, every time he told it, it might have got, like, more, like a game of telephone. It just might have got more and more
Back when
impressive.
some of that poltergeist stuff was happening at the old house, Jenny fucking woke me up in the middle of the night swearing that the doorbell rang. That it rang twice. I didn't hear it. I don't know if it's true. Did it ring?
Well, here's the thing. What happened was...
Yeah.
I heard the doorbell ring, which was a very distinctive sound.
Yeah.
And it woke me up.
Right.
And so I laid there, and I was wide awake, and I laid there and I said, okay, now, because like I said, I'm a very rational person.
Yeah.
Did that doorbell really ring? Or did I just dream that it rang? Yeah. So I laid there awake, and then it rang again. And I was like, okay, I must have heard it the first time. Then she woke me up. And then I woke you up. I didn't wake you up the first time.
But did you dream all of that?
No. Because I was awake after that. I was absolutely awake after that.
I grabbed a fucking gun and fucking searched that whole fucking house.
I wouldn't have woke you up. If it didn't ring again, I wouldn't have woke you up. Because I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I thought that I'd heard the doorbell, and it had woke me up. Because it was like it was 3-something in the morning.
I didn't hear it, but I just had to trust her. I fucking had Walther in hand.
But I laid there for like a while.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I might have dreamed that. I said, I'm going to lay here awake and see. Again. And then it happened again. And I was wide awake.
There was nobody at the door.
No, there was nobody there. There was nobody out there.
That was during that time the poltergeist stuff was happening, though. But I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
And I've seen weirder shit than that, so I'm just going to trust you.
Yeah, it did ring.
Okay.
Like I said, had it not rung a second time, I would have just said, oh, maybe I just dreamed it.
Right.
Because I've had shit like that happen before.
And that was about 3 in the morning.
Yeah, it was 3:30 in the morning, something like that. So, I mean, at that point, I didn't think it was a ghost or nothing like that. I thought some serial killer is out there, like, ringing the fucking doorbell. That's what I thought. But there was nobody out there.
No, I went up there, and
I didn't think
there was a way I could see the door through a window in the living room.
Yeah, we had glass panes in the door.
And I was looking, and there was nobody standing there. And then I fucking checked it from a couple of other windows, and then went out front, and there was nobody there. And I came back, and I said, there's nobody there. And she was fucking mad. She was freaked out. It was weird. I was fucking... Yeah. I was kind of spooked.
I did not think it was paranormal. I thought it was a serial killer.
Yeah, and then I thought
it was some motherfucker coming and ringing the doorbell, trying to get us to open the door so they could kill
what
us.
was it? A couple days later, the garage door opened in the middle of the night, didn't it?
Yeah. I don't remember if it was a couple days later, but it was around that same time period.
Yeah, it's weird. Let me go to the restroom.
Yeah, garage door open. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think this dude floated out the window. But that was kind of like what he was known for, is his levitations. Like, he did other shit too, like the table tilting and all that kind of stuff. But I kind of feel like that was kind of... And like I said, he did have a good shtick, because most of the seances were, ooh, we have to turn all the lights off because the spirits don't like the light or whatever. But he would do shit in the light. Like, he would just have regular lights on, and he would still do some shit. So props there. But I kind of feel like what happened was that after seances got, like, really popular, you'd have to, like, up the game, because it was like some competition. It was just like magic shows, right? It's like competing magic shows. So it's just kind of like, if you wanted everybody to come to your shit, you had to, like, fucking... You had to lean it. You had to, like, fucking bring something different. You had to, like, you know, do something better. If all of them were doing shit in the dark, and it was just kind of like, hey, I'm going to rattle a tambourine or some shit like that, you had to, like, ooh, I'm going to do it, like, in the fucking daytime, and I'm going to float out the window. I'm going to do this and that. You had to, like, bring it. You had to, like, make it bigger. And that everybody'd come to your shit. So I kind of feel like that was why he got more popular. You know what I mean? I'm not saying his illusions were naturally better. I mean, I guess they had to be, because they were in the light rather than in the dark. Because in the dark, you can get away with a lot more stuff. But... I'm just saying I think that's kind of how it evolved. That's kind of how it evolved from, you know, hey, we're just, like, talking in weird voices, to, oh, now we have to have, like, ectoplasm, and we have to have all this. It was just like an escalation, because you were trying to get everybody to come to yours, because you had, like, some different shit. You know what I mean? So William Crooks, he apparently thought this guy was legitimate. He couldn't, like, debunk it, so he was convinced. He was also real into this other... Now, this is a little problematic. But he was also real into this other medium. who happened to be a 15-year-old girl named Florence Cook. Now, she supposedly could materialize this spirit named Katie King. Now, I want to get into, like, Katie King a little bit later on, because Katie King was, like, supposedly this spirit. I don't know if I'd necessarily call her, like, a spirit control, but she would, like, a spirit that would show up in numerous mediums seances, like, during this time period. So she was kind of like a famous spirit. But, yeah. So he went to her thing, and he was just kind of, like, convinced she was real also. Now, William Crooks went to her seances and said that he saw this spirit, and he took a bunch of pictures, but he didn't get any pictures. Now, at this point, like I said, scientific community was kind of just like, bro, what are you even fucking doing? And there were also some rumors, I don't know if they're true or not, or if everybody's just, like, being an asshole, but that William Crooks might have maybe engaged in an intimate relationship with this 15-year-old girl. And he was, like, kind of an old man. So, no, not great. I don't know if that's true or not, but, you know. So, at that point, because his reputation was taking such a beating, he started, from 1875 on, he's just kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna knock off this whole... I mean, he didn't knock it off, but he just, like... didn't make it public. He's just like, I'm not investigating the paranormal anymore. So he went back to his more orthodox, like, science kind of methods. And the same year, 1875, he invented the radiometer, which is like a light mill. You can still buy one nowadays. It's like a glass bulb, and there's, like, little veins in there, and, like, if you put, like, electromagnetic radiation to it, they, like, spin around. Yeah, he invented that, and then, like, later, 1878, he actually invented the cathode ray tube. So...
Hold on 1 second.
What?
Straw Dogs is saying, I have recurring dreams of exploring old houses with secret passageways or endless cavernous hallways. Those dreams went on forever. And then Ariel Belly Dancer, my little buddy there, says the same, but mine tend to feature labyrinths tucked away into attics, weird rooms that were also somehow outdoors. Mine, fucking, since I was a kid, was weird underground shit. Like, I'm in my bedroom and go to my fucking closet, and I walk into my fucking little closet and notice that there's buttons on the inside of the fucking wall, and I go, man, these look like
elevator
buttons to elevator. And I press a fucking number, and the fucking door closes, and my fucking
closet
was an elevator, and I'm going by. And it's an old-fashioned elevator. I'm seeing other floors of different versions of my house in it. And I'm going down deeper and deeper. And some of them look like caves. And then I get out. And I'm in these weird 1970s apartments deep underneath the ground.
That's cool.
Walking around. And then I fucking go back to the elevator and try to go up. But I keep falling down. Until I'm in a fucking underground caves where I hear like I'm in a maze with fucking... distant screamings of fucking dinosaurs fucking echoing off the roof and fucking giant man-sized bats. It's like some shit out of those old fucking movies like Dirt Journey to the Center of the Earth and those British movies that we used to watch coming up as a kid, you know. It was like that. Yeah. So I know what you're talking about. My dreams are similar also, like that. Ancient, mysterious rooms in your own house. You know, man, how'd this get here? You know, shit like that. Yeah. Weird.
Yeah, it's weird because I kind of feel like when I dream about houses,
yeah,
it's almost always my grandfather's old house, which I lived in for a short time. It's been torn down now. Or my grandmother's house, which I also lived in for quite a long time. It's still there, but, like, other people live in it. It's really weird. I don't dream about, like, I don't dream about this house. I don't dream about our old house. I dream about my grandfather's house or my grandmother's house. And but sometimes it'll open out into other areas.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it'll open up into, like, some fucking video game looking Silent Hill looking shit.
Yeah.
It'll look like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
weird.
Like that.
Weird shit.
Rebecca,
has something to do. I think the landscape inside those dream houses has something to do with the reflection of your interior landscape. It has something to do with the way you imagine the interior of your own mind in some weird way. I think it's a reflection of you. of going deeper into the subconscious. It's something like that. Kind of what it feels like. It always felt like different versions of the house that I was living in or had lived in, which might mean that it has something to do with different versions of your own personality that you're somehow.
Do y'all, like, in your dreams, do you actually, like, feel like you're you or no?
Yeah, I'm my own point of view, but I don't remember
okay,
my
me
past.
no.
I don't really remember my past in the same way that I normally would, you know. But it's definitely me looking.
I feel like a lot of times it's not me.
Okay.
I don't know who it is, but it's not me.
All right, well.
I don't know. It's like, it's a very, very strange.
Yeah.
Camp Guy said, I like dreams, don't have many. I go through periods where I have a lot, and then, like, periods where I don't really have any, or don't remember any. You know what I mean? A lot of my dreams are kind of, like, boring, but then, like, sometimes I have, like, really, like, vivid ones. I don't know, but I do kind of feel like a lot of times, I'm not necessarily not me, but I kind of, like, feel like I'm looking through different people's perspectives. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to explain.
I kind of know what you're
It's hard to explain. So, yeah. So, what did I say? Okay, so William Crookes, despite his love of spiritualism, he actually did invent, like, a bunch of shit that still impacts us nowadays. He invented the Crookes tube, which, like I said, is a cathode ray tube, which actually led to the discovery of the electron and the discovery of X-rays, like, later on. So the fact that he invented the cathode ray tube, the scientific community are like, okay, well, you can come back and sit at our lunch table again. So, you know what I mean? But he did actually remain a spiritualism, into spiritualism until he died. So, and he even, like, went to séances, like, after his wife died in 1916. But yeah, he was still into it. So, I'm sure probably most of you know, but Nikola Tesla and Thomas Edison were real into looking for, like, radios to talk to dead people. You know?
Yeah.
So there was another thing.
Of course.
Yeah.
Get a radio and talk to dead people, of course.
Well, like I said, it didn't seem crazy back then.
No, it didn't.
Because you're getting, like, disembodied voices,
So
which seems
why
like
not?
from the ether.
Right. They're like, put the
Why
channel...
not dead people?
Put the channel, move it on over to the fucking afterlife, and you'll hear them talking. It makes sense when you think about it.
That's what I'm saying. It's not crazy. I don't
Right.
I don't shit on any people back then
Right.
because, like, it totally sounded plausible.
Right.
Like, it's not plausible now, but back then it would have been.
Well, you know what the radio spectrum
Right.
is now.
Like I
So
said, they
know.
didn't, and they
Right.
didn't really know what the possibilities or
Right.
limitations of it were. So I'm just kind of like, even scientists back then, they were working within the limitations of their time period.
Right.
So I don't think that's crazy at all. It's completely, like, rational to think that back in that time period.
The Strong Dog says, yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like exploring the subconscious, trying to uncover something buried somewhere in there. That's what he's saying to me and Ariel. Yeah, that's what I think it is. That's what it felt like when I was having those dreams. That you're going into your subconscious, parts of you that are not in the normal waking sense. The other versions of you. It's what it seemed like it was symbolic of. Yeah. Okay, good.
I mean, shit, I've written, like, some short stories, like, based on, like,
Right.
some weird-ass dreams.
You're not one consciousness. You're and this is that same dude that I recommended that on Lex Friedman said you don't have one conscious. You have one conscious and then you have a bunch of unconsciousnesses. And it's like a group of them. And they're talking to each other. And they're all different versions of you. They're
It's
like
like
redundant.
It's like a fucking committee.
It's
in
like a
there.
committee in there. So when you're going, those dreams symbolize the other versions of you in that committee. And not all of mine are good. Some of them are like venom. You know, they're just talking about killing you, and it hates me, and it's trying to destroy me, and I would be nothing without it. It says the same things to me as that it says that dude in Venom. But it actually hates me. That's one of them. It's weird, man. I think a lot of people have it.
I mean, I don't have that. I have one that tells me I suck all the time.
Well,
but
it's that one.
but
It's that one.
it's not, like, violent or nothing.
Well, whatever your worldly experiences were, they're all learning at different rates. And that one of me is real intense. It fucking hates me. And it hates you. Not you in particular, I'm talking about just everyone.
I was gonna say.
It hates the outside world. You know what I mean? It wants to kill everything. And me.
You need to like calm down with that.
Well, no, it's just. Well, it doesn't have any power.
Because I don't have that.
It doesn't really have any power.
I don't have that.
Right.
Like I said, the worst that I have is like some other little. It's not even. I don't perceive it as another person, but you know you have that little voice and you're saying like you suck, you're not good enough, you're not. So like I have that, but I don't have anything that's like I'm gonna kill the whole human race. I don't have that.
Yeah.
I think that's a you problem.
Well, it's not like that all the time. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's that thing out of Venom.
I know.
It's the same thing Jack Torrance has when he's walking.
Like I said, that's a little worrying.
Yeah.
Because I honestly like I do not have that. Like I do have the voice that tells me how much I suck, but it's not like I want to like annihilate the whole.
Oh no,
human
the other
race.
one wants to. You know that.
That's
one,
what I'm, yeah. I don't have
that
that.
one wants to kill me.
I don't have that.
It wants to. Kill
I
me.
don't have one that wants to kill me either.
Yeah.
I just have one that tells me
hates
like
it.
that I am not. That I'll never be good enough.
No, the one. Yeah,
that's the worst that I have.
Well, that's. It hates me and wants to kill me because I'm too weak. Okay, that's part of it. It's weird. But it comes and goes. You know, it's not constant. I don't know how. It's just how the mind works. You know.
Well, that's how your mind works. I don't really know if like.
Well, mine's just more intense than I think other people. But I think there's a lot of people that it's like.
Yeah, I'm not saying that other people don't have
lot of
that.
people
I'm just
like
saying I don't have that.
I think it's one of the reasons why I have fans is because I talk about shit like that because they probably have that too. It fucking hates me.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but like mine's not extreme as that.
No,
I do have ones that are like. Now I do have ones telling me to kill myself. Yeah. I do have that, but I don't have that whole like, oh, I want to kill everybody or I hate everybody.
Yeah,
I don't have that.
This one's like it hates me.
It's more like an internal.
Right.
It's more internal.
Right. No, it's that same one you're talking about. It hates me. It hates everybody else. Yeah. It's demonic. It's like the thing from Venom.
Yeah. See, my whole thing is like, why would I hate everybody else? It's like I'm the problem. You know what I mean?
No, it just hates everybody else.
Because
you're trying to reason too much. No, you can't reason with it. It's a demon, basically. It's like an internal beast. But it doesn't have any power. That's the thing. It only has the power that you give it. I think it's come on, we got to get back on the show. It's just part of the checks and balances that are happening inside the human mind. It's just like fucking on the Skinny Puppy album. Mind the perpetual intercourse. That's what it is. It's this constant conversation between all these fucking different facets of you. One of mine's is pretty bad. That's why I didn't like any of that damn poltergeist shit. Because I don't know which one is actually in charge.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, and the fact that you have that it's that out there.
Right.
That's the only thing that worries me about it. Because like I said, I have that shit.
It might be that one. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like I have that shit too, but it's like not that extreme.
And well, the poltergeist, when it moved things, it never did anything that was bad. But I'm scared of it because it might. You know what I mean? You can't tell what it's going to do. It's not predictable.
Well, yeah, you don't know what the fuck.
You don't know what it's going to do, right?
I mean, you know. I know you. You just like you could fucking bust out any minute. Like,
you don't know. I could bust out any minute?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
So I gotta stay over here.
I could bust out any minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
You're gonna bust out live on fucking YouTube.
Maybe. Well, I don't know. Do I?
I don't know.
This is self-preservation over here. I don't know what the fuck you're gonna do.
Yeah, go ahead and send us a super chat, people. Send Jenny a super chat.
I don't think anybody has. That's
no,
okay.
it's all right.
It's all right.
They're not sending us any money today. This is a free show.
Rebecca says, I watch Tom and Jenny before sleeping, LOL. Yeah, I think a lot of people do. I mean, we're on for such a long time watching this before sleeping.
Yeah.
Bruce Jackson says, we evolved from the animal kingdom. We have part of that pattern of thought. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, big time.
Of course, we still are animals.
Yeah, I mean, we're not. I mean, we're not really that different.
No.
You know. And I don't say that to like denigrate. I don't think that like people are just kind of like, you know. I think because Tom likes to say it's like, oh, people are like just evil hairless monkeys. The thing about it, though, is that the flip side of that is that even apes and stuff like that have concepts of fairness and cooperation and stuff like that. So, there's kind of like two things going on. You can't just say like, oh, we're just like animals. But animals have a lot of the same emotions and the same thought process that we have. Yeah. We've seen this, like I said, Pookie, who's a cat.
Yeah.
I mean, she has an understanding of certain rituals and certain emotions, and it's like you can read her facial expressions, and you can read her, when she makes little vocalizations, you can tell what she's saying, and you can tell what she's thinking.
The Ariel Belly Dance says 10 out of 10 agree. I think she's talking about what we were talking about with the imagery in your mind when you're dreaming and you're going down deeper into these unexplored houses, different versions of yourself. So I think that's what she's talking about. But yeah, that's what it felt like to me. And I think I'm pretty good at analyzing myself. And so when I dream, I'm pretty good at analyzing what it meant. It's that damn committee talking, and you get feelings about what that meant. When you're going subterranean, you're going deeper into yourself and the other versions of you. But just like old boy said, we got more super chats. Thank you very much, Camp Guy. He said
Thank you, Camp Guy.
Thank you very much. When you're going into dreams and you're analyzing yourself, you're going into the more animal versions. It's more emotion and instinct. Symbols coming up. It's like the Freudian unconscious, or no, not Freudian. What's his name?
Jung.
Yeah, Jungian unconscious of yourself. Yeah.
Ariel Belly Dan says, I double dog dare someone to watch my cat and tell me that he doesn't have feelings like humans do.
No,
they absolutely do. And honestly, like, Pookie is like a human child in a lot of ways. She's like a human toddler, like not even toddler. She's kind of like a 5 or 6 year old kid.
Asking for attention and wanting interaction. And
Thank you, John Robertson.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
And I mean, she's very clear in. She's very clear in communicating like what she wants.
She wants you to look out the window with her, spend time, and let's play.
I mean, if she wants you to go to a particular area, she will find where you are. She will come to you. She will put her little thing, and she will look at you and be like, "Rare, like come on."
Yeah, it's funny because.
And then she'll be, follow me, and then she'll go to the place where she wants to do the activity.
It's funny because we're always worried about what's human and human beings. When you look at life on planet Earth, all your mammals are real similar. An alien would look at us and go, those creatures are very much related.
Yeah.
So, you can have a cat, and the cat's communicating with you, and you go, I know. And it's like a little kid, But
she's very much like a human child.
We're not all that different, even across species. Now, horses are a little bit different, but I can understand them. I've worked with them. They're more of a hive mind, They're more a herd mentality. They're not the same as a cat or a dog. Things that are more generalists are more like humans because we're not really a pack animal. But,
and cats and dogs too are more.
They've been around
I guess
people.
Horses have domesticated, but
they've been around humans a long time.
Yeah, cats and dogs have been around humans a long time, so they have evolved kind of to like know how to communicate.
But
with
you look
humans.
at a monkey or a fucking a gorilla or an ape, and you can read their expressions in their faces
their body language and stuff like that. You know what they're
thinking,
getting at.
Yeah, you know what they're doing.
It's not out there,
right?
Like I said, even cats.
Yeah.
I see her facial expression. I see. Vocalizations that she makes, it's like what she's getting at.
Yeah.
She's very good at like communicating with people. And I think like and dogs are maybe like better at it. Yeah,
dogs might be a little bit better.
Well, just because they're more pack animals.
Yeah.
And they're
more social pleasers. Yeah. They communicate a lot.
But like I said, we've had Pookie since she was tiny.
Yeah.
And I don't think she knew her mom. So
no,
we're her parents, basically. She was found when she was like a tiny kid. Yeah. So
Okay, so let's go ahead and continue.
All right, so like I said, we were talking about Tesla. So Tesla even at the early 20th century, 1901, he was apparently working on something that I think it was later called like his Tesla Spirit Radio or whatever. Now, if you Google Tesla Spirit Radio, there are plans for making it. You can make one if you want to. It's all over the internet. Now, apparently the shit that he was working on back then, a quote that he said about some discoveries that he'd made. And this is what he wrote. My first observations positively terrified me, as there was present in them something mysterious, not to say supernatural.
Thank you very much, Straw Dogs. Everybody's sending us money.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I was alone in my laboratory at night. Thank you very much, Straw Dogs. So Tesla says this in 1901. Now, it's speculated. They don't really know like a huge amount about it. But it was speculated that because he was an early proponent, I mean, Tesla was talking about wireless technology back in this era. You know what I mean? So he did not think it was crazy at all that people could possibly like communicate with dead people. And apparently, some radio technology that he was working with, he kept like picking up disembodied voices, and he wasn't really sure where they were coming from. Like, he didn't really understand what they were saying, so he didn't really know if they were dead people or if they were like an alien civilization or something like that. So he was kind of like very open with that. Like I said, if you Google Tesla Spirit Radio, there are, you know, obviously it's like better technology nowadays. You can like hook it up to your computer or whatever, but you know, they'll give you instructions how to build it or what he was supposedly building. But they think that Tesla was maybe the first person to have experienced what is now commonly known as EVP, like shit that was coming over your radio. Also, in 1920, Thomas Edison came out and told a magazine, and this is a quote, "I've been at work for some time building an apparatus to see if it is possible for personalities which have left this earth to communicate with us." So Thomas Edison was also trying to build a spirit radio. Now, he says that he didn't think, again, like, I kind of feel like this was sort of par for the course for a lot of people that were like more scientifically minded in this era. Which is kind of, I don't think it's like supernatural or it's not a cult or anything like that. I'm just saying that it's like, it's a scientific thing that we need to explore, and I want to build an apparatus to maybe like come up with it. So he said he was working on it, and he's like, yeah, I kind of hope to have it up and running like a few months from now or whatever. Like, that was kind of the thing that he said in the magazine. So eventually, this idea of his came to be known as the spirit phone. Now, even back then, in the early 1920s, the media were kind of like, they made a joke about it. I saw there was a bunch of like, fucking comedic sort of like drawings or like cartoons and stuff like that came out about it. They thought it was a hoax. They just thought he was like, you know, joking around, like he wasn't serious. And I kind of feel like what fed into that was he hadn't made like a prototype of the spirit phone that anybody knows of. He didn't have any like blueprints or, you know, plans for it or anything like that. Now, so while we don't know if he actually tried to build actually a spirit phone or if he had like plans for a spirit phone, he did kind of like, they think that he did experiment with the idea, probably. Now, in 2015, a rare version of his diary was discovered, and this includes a chapter that was not printed in the 1948 English edition, which is called Diary and Sundry Observations of Thomas Alva Edison, which had been, you know, published back then. The missing chapter was actually talking about, thank you, Jeffy Art, thank you.
Thanks, people.
Thank you.
You're making the show continue. Okay, with all these super chats.
But yeah, so so this missing chapter allegedly was all about his explorations of the spirit world and his kind of like ideas about building like a spirit phone or spirit radio, which he was trying to. He thought that you could like contact the spirit world.
Arnie E. just got here says, I just got here. I thought you fired
Aaron
Tom.
E.
Aaron E. I thought you fired Tom. No.
How long ago was that?
I don't know when she's been.
How many times have I fired you? Many times.
Yeah.
And yet you still keep coming back.
She can't fire me.
I'm just teasing you.
I'm gonna fucking live in this bitch. I'll show up and I'm gonna drink right next to her. It's only Wednesday. You can't fire me on Wednesday.
Really? I kind of feel like it's probably more likely that I'd fire you on Wednesday because Wednesday we actually have a topic.
When are we gonna
that you cannot stick to?
Look, Friday's my birthday.
I know. What are you gonna do on your birthday?
We're gonna eat cake.
We're
gonna do a show. But you want to go to Mannequins?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, we'll go to Mannequins. And we're gonna.
Although I will warn you that
I want some sushi too.
Okay. I will warn you, though. I'm just telling you ahead of time.
Yeah.
That this Sunday.
Yeah.
Is Memento.
We're gonna go to that too.
Okay.
I'll go to both of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you ahead of time.
No, I'm jacked up. We're gonna go.
I don't have a shit.
We're gonna go.
Well, it is your birthday weekend, and it's 4th of July weekend.
4th of July weekend.
So it would be like a holiday weekend. It's Tom's birthday. Everyone should celebrate it across. It's Tom Independence Day. Independence Day.
When we go to Memento. Memento's the goth night, okay, and it's now in the warehouse district. It's fucking close to our house. When we take these toll roads, got the new toll road, we shoot right there. It's not in public, and everybody's wearing skimpy outfits now because it's not in public.
But yeah, we don't have to like walk through downtown and get like molested.
And they don't care if you're fucking partying out of your fucking
Thank you,
car.
Aaron. Fire him on his birthday then. Just kidding, Tom.
Thank you for the super chat, Aaron.
Thank you.
And
I might. We'll see how it goes.
All right. We need to take a video when we're there. We'll put it on the show.
Okay, so do it.
Okay. We need to take that. Where's that little camera?
I have another camera over there, but I don't know if
I don't like to take
audio...
my shit. I don't like to take my shit.
Well, I mean, I can take video on my phone, but I don't really know how, like, I don't have a lot of memory on it.
That's what I'm saying. We'll take that little camera, because this thing's too big. You know
well, what I mean? That camera's big, too. I can't...
But it's not as big as that.
You want me to, like, fit everything in my purse?
I'll fucking carry it. I don't care.
All right.
All right. We're going to take that
I already
camera.
got to, like, fucking take the purse
We'll put it up on the show.
I mean, yeah, okay.
We'll let everybody see what we're talking about.
I told him, like, tomorrow I got to order a cake from the Publix bakery, and he's got to go in there. He's got to go pick one out.
We're going to get some cake.
Because I said, well, he told me, he's like, well, yeah. He's like, well, there's one on there that he likes. But I was like, well, I want you to, like, look at all the possibilities because I don't want to just get the same thing.
I like the lemon strawberry cake.
But they don't have that one.
Didn't have it.
Last time we, like, checked.
Last time we had strawberry kiwi. Wasn't it kiwi?
No, it was... I thought it was mango or peach or something.
Some peach kiwi.
It was some kind of fruit.
We're gonna find it. Look, we gotta get back to the show. Y'all are throwing her off sidetrack. We're gonna get to the show and we'll talk about it.
Oh, he's blaming y'all.
Yeah, I'm gonna blame y'all. Look, we getting little super chats.
I know.
I think we saw that one already.
Yeah, I saw that one already.
Okay.
Calm down.
Okay.
But yeah, so Thomas Edison, like I said, probably, allegedly, reportedly, building a spirit phone, spirit radio. But he didn't want anybody to know about it, I guess. So his whole thing, he thought that, and this isn't a crazy thing, like a lot of people thought this. He thought, well, his quote was, quantity can never be increased or decreased. Like, life is indestructible. So our personalities, therefore, have like a physical form made up of essentially like atoms or like molecules. Do you know what I mean? Okay. So he kind of like thought that. So after your body dies, he posited that your personality would be kind of like in these little like globules, these little bath beads of personality, and they would kind of like exist after you were gone, and like all these little memories and thoughts that you had. And so if they collected together in what back then they would refer to as the ether, then they could be accessed somehow, like through radio waves or something like that. And if you had a device that could amplify them, like radio or a record, like phonograph or something like that, then you could like communicate with that person still. So that was kind of like how he was coming at it. You know what I mean? So now he had apparently made plans and like had all kind of stuff for these devices. Although nobody knows if he actually built them or tested them or anything like that. But he did reportedly like draw at least like had like ideas for them, like conceptual kind of like things. He never named this machine. He called it the Valve. And it was supposedly like real sensitive to like vibrations and stuff. And it kind of looked like a phonograph, as it would with the horn and all that kind of stuff. It kind of looked like that. So like I said, even like the main scientists of the day were kind of like experimenting with these ideas. And that's kind of going back to what we were talking about. Like, that's not fucking crazy that people like thought that. Now let's get into a little bit, because there was so much scientific interest in spiritualism and in seances in particular, obviously people who are skeptical of the shit were gonna be all up in this bitch as well, because all these photographers were coming in taking pictures and stuff like, ooh, look at the ectoplasm and stuff, and meanwhile like skeptics are in there being like, that looks like cheesecloth to me with like some luminous paint on it, so nice try. So there was kind of like a constantly evolving kind of like war between these. And like I said, the whole spirit photography thing, that got called out pretty early. You know what I mean? So during this time period, as we mentioned before, very, very trendy to have seances. And I feel like it wasn't even people that were like showing up hoping to like talk to their dead relatives, or was it just like another entertainment proposition? Because I kind of feel like if people did it, I'm sure people do it now just for entertainment, but the whole experience of it would be super cool. Like, you go and you sit in a dark room and like there's a medium and there's like creepy shit like voices and like horns and floating trumpets and whatnot. That's cool. I like all that stuff. I don't believe that's like dead people talking to me, but it's just like a cool like entertainment thing. So some people might have just been going for entertainment.
I think it was a mix.
I think it was too.
I think it was a mixture.
I think it was too.
Some people kind of saw it as entertainment, but they kind of were curious about it. Like, could this be real? It was entertainment, though.
Yeah. Well, and you have to think, too, that a lot of times, like, at a lot of the seances, normal rules of, like, social propriety, I guess, didn't apply.
Right.
So you could get away with a lot of stuff. It's like, oh, I did all this crazy shit, but that was dead people making me do it. So you could, like, you had plausible deniability.
Right.
So I kind of feel like people went just to see what crazy shit would happen.
And there was sexual shit that would happen.
Oh, yeah, big time.
People pulling things out of their coochie and shit like that. During the fucking seance.
I think we talked about that on the Houdini show.
And seance fucking medium chicks fucking saying spicy things to dudes in the middle of the fucking seance, and that was just.
I mean, it's kind of like.
I think it was mostly entertainment. And I think your average person kind of was I think most people were entertained by it, definitely, and it was a mixture of people believing and people kind of hoping, and some people just not believing it. There was plausible deniability, though. Maybe it was real.
I mean, back in the day, you have to put yourself back in this time period. There was no TV. There was no internet.
Right,
there was no
wasn't much to do.
Radio. There was nothing. You could read a book. That was pretty much it. So somebody comes along. I can talk to dead people, and it's like you're going to have like all kind of crazy shit happen. Like, there's going to be trumpets floating around. It's like fucking maybe some ectoplasm will emerge. Like, there'll be spooky voices. It'll be super creepy. And I'm sure, like, a lot of people are like, yeah, that sounds like a fun fucking Saturday night. I would go back then. Yeah. I would have gone. I was like, yeah, that sounds like a good time.
Now, was it all fake?
Yes.
There's a chance where there might have been some paranormal shit happening.
Yes, it was all fake.
But I think most of them were basically kind of like carnies.
Yeah, and that's like a good analogy because honestly, most of the stuff was just like magician's tricks. And to be honest, even magicians of the day like Houdini and like other people, could replicate the shit that they did. And Houdini did on purpose. He would go on stage and he would replicate all of the stuff they did at seances, but it didn't really seem to like deter people that just wanted to go.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I do kind of feel like there was a percentage that were genuinely thought, yeah, I'm communicating with dead people. But I think like probably most people were just kind of like, oh, they just wanted to see what would happen.
In the modern era, the only thing that was close to this would have been the skull experiments. And the skull experiments didn't have any independent witnesses to it.
Yeah.
So it's suspect. Chances are it was faked. Probably faked.
I kind of feel like all the seance stuff, it's all like magician's tricks.
Yeah.
Is pretty much all it is.
And
some of them are cleverer than others.
And creative writing.
Sure. Mr. 88 says Edison never had plans or a name because no one invented it before him. He was notorious for stealing other inventors' creations. See Louis Le Prince and the motion picture camera. I've been wanting to do a show about Louis Le Prince for a very, very long time.
Ruthlessness was a virtue back in those days. Okay,
It was.
You were supposed
I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but
you were supposed to steal other people's shit. If you could bring it to fruition and develop it quickly and bring it to market, then you were the man. That's just the way it was back then.
I mean, we were watching that series.
Yeah.
The food that, what was it called? The food that made America, or the food that built America.
Yeah, something like that.
And yeah, like back in the old days of the robber barons or whatever, it's like you came up with an idea, you didn't sell that shit, someone's gonna take it.
Yeah.
And that happened in particular with like Kellogg and like Post and all that kind of stuff. If you watch that episode.
Yeah, this whole thing about who did it first and who invented it and who. That's a modern concept. They didn't give a fuck who came up with that shit first. It was who got it to market first. And if you stole it, then that just meant you were more of a man. They loved that shit.
They're like, oh well.
They stole it from you because you were weak. You know what I mean? That was the mentality. Because let's be honest, the shit that they were inventing wasn't all that. It really wasn't all that complicated. It was the fact that the world was wide open, all right, and anybody could basically make anything. They weren't that smart when it came to coming up with new products.
Well,
what was smart was could you bring it to market? Could you mass produce it? That's really where the trick was.
I mean, the thing about it, I mean, the reason why Kellogg and Post and stuff like that can make like $40 bajillion on cornflakes, for Christ's sake, was because nobody had done it before.
Yeah, but
like it was like the dumbest, like simplest thing, and they came across it like accidentally.
Right, and really what made the difference was that they could manufacture it in quantity, quickly, and deliver it.
Well, and advertise it,
advertise. That was all part of it.
That helped a lot.
Making the product itself was a tiny part of it because it was wide open. Everything was wide open.
Because nothing had been done.
Nothing had been done, so they would buy anything. And what fucking stuck. They're talking about cornflakes and all these famous fucking products that we still use today. But they're not talking about all the ones that are long gone and forgotten. That also sold back then. There was shit that people came up with that was around for a few years and it's long gone, but you don't hear about it. You know.
Yeah, you only hear about you only hear about the stuff that endured.
Stuff that endured.
Sure.
Yeah, right. But you could come up with anything back then and you make a lot of money.
Because everything was just kind of like, ooh,
everything was new.
This?
Everything was new. So you can
now everyone's like, yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. So you're only impressed by the things that stuck, that are still around.
Yeah.
But everything was ripped off. And it wouldn't have mattered because any old jackass could come up with some crazy shit and it would sell. Everything was new. The ice cream bar. Oh, big fucking deal. Somebody would invent that eventually.
Yeah.
You know. Put a banana on a stick and freeze it and dip it in fucking chocolate and freeze it. You know what I mean?
And everybody just thought that was
whoa.
Second coming.
Somebody
of
eventually
Christ.
would have figured out that shit anyway. Yeah. Wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, I mean, the show about ice cream bars, like the fact that somebody like made a popsicle, which, like I said, seems counterintuitive, and it's just like, why would anybody pay for that? But it's like nobody had thought of it before.
Right.
It's like, look, some like fruit juice froze on my fucking porch, and I was just
and
like,
here's my spoon, and here it is.
Yeah.
But,
hey, I'm gonna sell these.
But what made the difference is not the invention of the popsicle. Is that he was able to bring the popsicle to market and delivered it.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
And everybody was into it.
Yeah.
Because nobody else had thought of it. But like I said, it's just funny that
go
nobody
by
else thought of it.
playing music, and you ran up and you go, let me have a popsicle. Let me have that. That's what mattered, not the invention of the popsicle. It was the delivery of the popsicle to the market. That's what mattered.
Yeah, I mean, you could have the best idea in the world, but if you don't have the means...
you can't deliver it, then...
I mean, if you don't have the means to make it or advertise it or, get it to a larger audience, then you're not going to get anywhere with it. 1900s
and 1800s, they didn't respect inventors. It was easy to invent back then. Real easy. And there was a lot of overlap. What they really inspected was production, delivery, supply chain.
Well, I kind of feel like that's probably still the case. Because if you're like some poor ass motherfucker and you invent something super awesome, if you don't have the money to advertise it or, diffuse it to a larger population, like some people want it, then you're kind of hosed. It doesn't matter that you invented it, which is sad, but you need money to like get it out there. Yeah. Or no one's going to know about it. Right. But yeah, so what were we talking about? Okay, so seances, like I said, you go there, it's like kind of a fun time. It's like you sit in the dark with a bunch of people you don't know. It's like maybe like, girls and boys, and it's like super scandalous. And there's like bells ringing, and it's like super spooky, and there's maybe apparitions. And there's also maybe ectoplasm, which, like I said, I think we talked about this maybe. I kind of remember us talking about this. Maybe it was on the Houdini show, but that was a long time ago. I always kind of wonder where the concept of ectoplasm came from. Where does the concept of I'm going to cough up some white jizz out of my mouth or my nose or my
pull it out of my
or whatever.
Yeah.
And that forms into a ghost. Yeah. Where did that concept originate? I'm very curious, and I've never really found the answer to that.
I'm going to say what it is that a seance artist
that's so weird.
Realized that they could stuff a fucking white rag up into the vag.
It must have been and then they made that a thing.
Then they have to make that a thing.
Right.
I can pull this out of my vag. And that's what they were doing. Pulling it out of the vag. I can pull it out of the vag and then make it and show it to people, and we're gonna have to make an explanation for that. It's ectoplasm.
It's making that's a spirit. It's a spirit
now coming out, and it's becoming a spirit.
It's the spirit that was inside me, and it's coming out through my various orifices. Yeah.
And you really can't pull it out of the mouth because you are talking out of the mouth. It's hard to preload that. But from my readings, remember, most of it was up in the vag.
I mean, there were some photographs from the time period that kind of looked like they were coming out their nose or their mouth or something. You could kind of like stuff a little one, like up in your sinuses, I guess, if you were real
one of the telltale stories. Man, it's a long time ago, man. It's in the 90s that I read this, where a person at a seance said that ectoplasm came out of her fucking cooch, and that dude smelled the smell of cooch. Therefore, it was real.
The smell of cooch.
Yeah, it was real. Yeah, and I'm going. Yeah, she really pulled that out of her cooch.
She really pulled that out of her snatch.
That's not. Sure. But in the thinking.
That's not what ghosts smell like.
Yeah,
probably. I don't know.
The thinking of the day was not like thinking. The thinking of the day.
I mean, nowadays, obviously, everybody's like, "Why does this smell like your chocha?"
Yeah. But back in those days, they would be like, a woman would never willingly pull a fucking rag out of her cooch. And
see, I think that was one of the selling points.
So it has to be paranormal.
I'm saying, I think that was one of the selling points of the seances. Yeah. Because, like I said, you have to imagine, like, the majority of the mediums. Yeah, there's no porn. Yeah. The majority of the mediums were women. Yeah. And they were doing all kind of shit. And they could justify it because they were saying, hey, like, I'm just possessed by spirits, man. I'm just, like, conduit. Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing. So one, if skeptics were there,
Yeah.
here's one thing. If skeptics were there, they would allow themselves to be strip searched to make sure they weren't scamming. Yeah. So who knows what that entailed? Right. You had to like take all the clothes off. Maybe they were sticking their hands up their snatch or their butt or whatever. I don't really know.
You get to fucking get some action.
Right. So I'm saying, so there was that going on. Yeah. And also sometimes some mediums, depending on their proclivities, would also like say, hey, I've been possessed by a spirit, and it's like, hey, I'm gonna go around and like maybe perform oral sex on some of the people that are like here at the
they did do that, didn't they?
Seance. Well, yeah, like Eva C did that.
Yeah, blowing
kind of
people.
one of the well, I don't know if it was blowing, but yeah, it was something like that.
Something like
where she would go around. But like I said, afterwards she was like, "Oh, what happened? I wasn't even here the whole time."
I must have sucked a dick. I don't fucking know what.
That's what I mean. So I think that was one of the appeals. Like nowadays, it's very, very obvious that that's probably what they were into because you couldn't like come out and just say. Nowadays, you could just come out and say, and people were like, all right, we get it, bro.
It was a scene, man.
But back then, you couldn't come out and say that because it's like, that was very, very, that was like some impropriety, like big time. But the fact that, and this is an era too where it wasn't even really acknowledged that women had like sexual needs.
No, women don't like
or
sex.
Desires
women
or
were
anything.
Running from sex.
Right. So it was just kind of like if women had like some weird like fucking fetishes and stuff.
Oh, it never happened.
Yeah, everybody thought that didn't exist or that didn't happen.
They're all virtuous.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope nobody thinks that anymore. But yeah, that's not. But
women would never enjoy sex. What are you talking about? They hate
crazy.
They hate it. Yeah.
I know, right?
They hate.
But yeah, so the fact that she would just like go around and maybe, allegedly, like suck random dudes' dicks and say, well, that wasn't me. That was like the spirit doing that.
Spirit sucked your dick. Yeah.
You can see. I mean, you can start to see like the appeal. You can start to see the appeal. I'm just saying.
That's funny.
That's what I'm saying. But ectoplasm has always fascinated me because I just want to know. Like I said, maybe somebody came up with, hey, maybe I could like stick some cheesecloth up my cooch, and then pull it out, and that'll like look like it'll all look all ghostly and shit, like in the photographs. Maybe maybe it was as simple as that. But and then it became a thing because it's like, oh well, one person did it, now we all have to do it too. Yeah. Because it was just kind of like.
I think what it was a magic trick. Something had to appear from nowhere.
Right.
So you have to load that trick. And there's a bunch of different places. And women back in those days wore skirts, so it's kind of the next fucking obvious conclusion is. You put something up and you snatch.
Nature's purse.
Yeah,
it's nature's purse.
Right. So, but then they start doing this at seances. They're pulling things out of their snatches, and some of the people there are fucking. They buy it, and other people are just mystified because they're like, "Man, she pulled that out of her snatch. I smell it. I can smell it. It's kind of sexy. That's just paranormal because we know women don't pull things out of the snatches. It's against their nature.
Oh my God, there's so much storage.
This is some paranormal shit happening.
There's so much storage area.
That's what I think. Yeah, that's what I think was going on. And I've seen the photographs of the ectoplasm.
I have as well.
They are fucking. Kind of creepy when you first look at them and you think of them and you go, men are trolling. They're fucking trolling. Little photographs inside the cheesecloth and cotton. It's obviously cotton and fucking cheesecloth and.
Well, what they did.
Photographs that they cut out.
Yeah, they would cut it, or it was a puppet. Yeah, like sometimes they would do like a puppet. Yeah. Because I've seen those ones too. Yeah. Because I've seen
like. They were trolling, man.
Ectoplasm photos.
Yeah.
And honestly, like I watched a documentary earlier today. That BBC, and I think it was from like the early 2000s, and they were like some older people. They were in their 90s, and they had been raised in spiritualism, so they were spiritual. They were like, well, we're not really into the seance thing, but we went to some, but we were raised as spiritualists, and they had like some other, and they seemed like super cool. They seemed like nice people, but one of them said that when he was a kid, he had been to a seance, and he had seen, I think it was his mom. Like his mom was a medium. And he said, I saw my mom, like, ectoplasm came out of her mouth and then went down on the floor and, like, puddled and then, like, built up into, like, a spirit that, like, reached out and, like, touched his hands and stuff. Which, if that's true...
That'd be impressive.
It would be a good trick.
Yeah.
But I still think it's probably a trick. I'm not like shitting on that dude or anything like that. I mean, he's probably dead by now because that was a long time ago.
He
but
made that up though.
I mean, well, and he saw it when he was a kid, so I kind of feel like he probably like built it up in his mind. Because, well, the thing about it is that ectoplasm. What?
Rebecca says, "Wait a minute, hold on." Women getting wet is ectoplasm? That makes me spiritual? Yeah, it does. It makes
Rebecca says, "Pussy, a supernatural experience."
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Much.
Now
back in those days, probably.
Back in those
they
days.
didn't really understand a lot about female physiology.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like everything that comes out of your snatch is like kind of like
And
mysterious.
Mr. 88 goes, well, hold on. I thought oral sex was invented in the 1970s. No. The Romans knew all about this shit.
There was some freaky ass shit. They just didn't talk about it. Well, the Romans did.
The Romans fucking made statues about it.
They did. They were shameless.
Yeah.
But the medieval time period, like up until the Victorians, they didn't talk about it. They did it.
Yeah.
But they didn't talk about it.
Yeah.
Or they just like everything was like euphemistic.
Yeah.
But they were doing the same kind of shit. And I kind of
Nothing's changed, people.
That's what I mean. The people have been the same like forever.
Yeah.
But that's why I kind of feel like nowadays it's very easy to look back at like the seance experience and be like, well, obviously this is a space where it's mixed genders. It's like women, men, whoever, and it's like everybody shows up and you kind of have license to behave however you want. It's a safe space. Let's say that. Because you can do whatever you want, like the medium particularly, and later on you can just say, well, it wasn't me. It was just like the spirit that was possessing me was doing that. So you have like, it's not you that's doing it. That's what I'm saying. So it gives you like some anonymity. It gives you like that fucking arm's length, It has that kind of thing. And like I said, it's very obvious nowadays that because I'm not saying that all the seances like ended up in like fucking sexual shit, but some of them absolutely did. And I think there was absolutely a sexual component to particularly the ectoplasm thing. Yeah, like shit came out of their mouth and stuff, but like I said, a lot of times ectoplasm came out of their cooch because that's where you could hide it.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to like stick it in your mouth if you're trying to like talk.
If you're talking, right.
And you
so definitely want to
women are going to be like, well, man, I can fit all kind of shit up there. You can fit all kind of shit.
Definitely don't want to put it up in your ass because you pull it out, it's going to be discolored, and you're going to smell that and go, oh fuck no, I know what that is. So the cooch is where ectoplasm usually came from, according to what I read.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I kind of feel like it's funny.
That's why they were saying that the female mediums were so much better that they could fucking materialize shit, and it's because it was the cooch action. Now, look, I think some people bought into this, but I also think there was an element of fucking people knowing what this was.
I mean,
they still kind of like
some of them had to know.
Yeah,
come on, not everybody could have been that.
It was a mixture of people being kind of scared. Hey man, something might happen in this one, and then other people thinking it was kind of sexy. That's what I think was going on.
I kind of feel like, there was definitely like a sexual component, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, because you had this one medium, which, like I said, I wrote down this one medium known as Eva C. or Eva Carrier. That wasn't her real name. Her real name was actually Martha Barreau. And she was kind of like one of the big mediums of like the early 20th century. And she was actually the first person to do the ectoplasm thing. So maybe she was the one that like invented it.
What's up, Sly? Welcome to the show, bro.
Hey, there you are.
Yeah, where you been?
Agnes Lamb says, ew.
Yeah.
That's kind of, I was just kind of like, man,
It was the 1800s, though.
How badly would I want to make money?
Yeah.
To be like, hey, I'm going to stuff some cheesecloth.
This went back to the 1700s. They were doing this in the
up in my fucking squish mitten.
Yeah,
no,
they did this. They were doing this in the late 1700s too. 1770s.
They were.
They did this. It's just that it went to the height in the late 1800s. This technology. But it is what it is.
But yeah, so I feel like because Eva C., who was very famous, and she was kind of the first one to like, maybe she was the first one to like she was like the Instagram influencer of the day that made ectoplasm a thing.
Yeah.
And she was a stone cold pervert. I mean, she would like run around the shit like naked.
Yeah.
Would like apparently do sexual things to like other people that were at the seances.
Yeah.
So obviously, like everybody would show up at the shit and be like, "Woo, all right." Yeah.
Well, she's trying to give an experience. It's a show.
That's what I'm saying, and I was saying that earlier. It's like this is almost kind of like I'm not trying to like denigrate if people like spiritualist beliefs or whatever, but it's like seances were a performance. It was people were paying to be there,
Like performance art.
Yeah, so you had to kind of like if somebody was doing some cool shit, you had
they were gonna get famous.
You had to do some cooler shit.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right. So you had to like find, well, how can I do some shit better than that?
Right.
And it was just, like I said, it was like competing magic shows. You had to have a better magic show.
Yeah, and you know, this went back to ancient Greece.
It's like, that bitch is David Blaine. I gotta do some David Copperfield. I gotta do some Chris Angel. I gotta do whatever. You gotta like fucking like bring that.
This goes back to ancient Greco-Roman religions. They were like this too. You know, girls breathing gas and shit and having fucking, what they call oracles. You know, they did this kind of shit too. So it makes sense. I mean, you don't have technology, so special effects have to be some performance art, you know. And if you come from a background of theater, which, you know, I'm trained in theater, you can impress a crowd of people. Just if you know how to act and how to speak, how to put on a good show. And, you know, if you have a small group of people in a house and dimmed lights and shit, you can put on a great show. Mixing spiritualism and sexuality and fucking kink all kind of happen, and mystery all happen at the same time. That's what these women are doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're making a lot of money and getting big fans.
Well, and you have to think...
It's an experience they're paying for.
In this time period, too.
There's no
have to think there's not, like... It's not like now where you can have, like, porn at your fucking fingertips.
They don't have that. Right, yeah.
Back in the old days...
Yeah.
You have to think, in the Victorian era, most people had never seen women presiding over anything. Or, like, in charge of anything. So it's kind of like them going to this gathering and having a woman being in charge of it and, like, maybe getting naked or maybe pulling shit out of her badge or maybe doing so. Like, that was, like, fucking mind-blowing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you look at it now and you're laughing at it, but that might have, in those days, been the most impressive thing that person had ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I
like,
imagine
whoa.
it probably was.
Yeah, they see that and they're like, whoa, I never saw anything like that. And, you know, the spirits was talking through her and some shit flew out of her vag and she was naked and fucking, I contacted the spirit world. That's what he's gonna think.
I contacted.
Because that couldn't have been natural. It was all supernatural, and that was the.
And like I said, you had to think too that like even dudes that were married and were presumably having more or less regular sex weren't all that versed in female physiology.
No,
I would imagine.
No, it would have only been a few guys that would have called bullshit on it. I think.
Yeah,
they'd
probably
have been
not.
like, this is a hoax.
Probably not.
But
it's actually startling how little like dudes knew about female. Actually, nowadays dudes don't even really know that much about female films yet. But back then, it was like 100 times worse.
The dude that would be in the crowd going, "This is a hoax," would have said, "This is a hoax, but this is fucking cool. I'm coming back next week." That's what would.
I don't even care.
I'm coming back next week. I'm gonna fucking see this shit again.
Right.
Yeah.
Rebecca says, here we are talking about what people did for kicks 100 plus years ago.
Yeah.
But many of us would still do it for kicks 100 plus years later.
Probably.
Honestly, I think there are still some groups that do like old school seance experiences.
Yeah.
I think when we did the show about Houdini, who did a lot of seance debunking, I was like, I would love if like somebody nowadays would do like the whole old school seance experience. I don't think it's real or nothing like that, but it would just like be fun to do.
Yeah.
And there are some groups nowadays that do that.
Yeah.
So you can go, you can pay, you can sit there.
But I want to say some shit right now. These seances that people were paying to see, were they legitimate paranormal experiences? I'd say no.
No. No.
Are there legitimate paranormal experiences? Yeah, there are. But
I mean,
you can't pay your way into them.
Those are two very
different things. So I'm not shitting on paranormal stuff. It's just that people were paying to see this instant paranormal experience that would stick with them, and it was trendy. And it was trendy, and you had people that would provide that. So, but if you want a real paranormal experience, it's not this. But this is interesting, what they were doing. It was funny.
Like I said, I would
love to see it.
I would too.
I would love to go see it.
Honestly, I love the whole aesthetic of Victorian era séance shit. I just love everything about that.
I would like to go through it and see the show.
I would too.
And
that's what I'm saying.
And see how they did it.
It's like if somebody around here did it, I don't think they do. I know there are groups that do it, but it's like pretty small scale. If somebody around here did a whole old school, haunted mansion type fucking thing with like special effects and everything, I would totally go to that.
I'd go to it. If anybody does this for a living, contact us, and I'd like to go see it.
I would like to do that.
Yeah, I'd like to do it
if I had the money. And the resources.
I'll review it, and we'll review it on the show if there's a
because I love
experience.
I love like Victorian era.
Yeah,
I love all that kind of stuff.
Me and Jen even have the wardrobe to dress up in Victorian. We have the outfits. We'll go to that. But I wouldn't mind go and do it to see what it was that they went through.
If somebody could do all the tricks that they did, have like the spirit cabinet and like the horns and all
and
that.
The fucking tilting table and everything.
Like I said, I don't think it's really paranormal, but like, man, that would be so fun.
I think it was a show.
So fun.
Pretty sure it was a show.
Yeah, it was.
99%.
But like I said, it's still fun though.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, it's like going to the Disney Haunted Mansion.
Right.
Which I also love. But it would be like that. Maybe people back then thought about it. I don't know. I kind of feel like back then probably maybe most of the people that
I remember reading some stuff from people from the late 1700s saying that it was bullshit, that it was a show, but that they liked it. So
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I kind of feel like some people went because they thought it was real, but I kind of feel like a lot of people went just because they thought it was like cool and fun. Right. Like we would go now.
Right, exactly.
Like it was a ride.
They weren't dumb back then.
No, they weren't. They weren't. Rebecca says, don't they do seances at events at the Winchester Mystery House? Yeah, they might. They might. I mean, but that's far away.
Yeah.
I kind of wish somebody did it here. We were actually watching a show last night. It was the William Shatner show, was it not? The Unexplained.
Yeah, we've been watching fucking William Shatner on The Unexplained.
It's on Hulu.
He's good. Yeah, it's on Hulu. It's a good show.
I think it was from just like a couple years ago. I think it was 2018,
we're on
2019.
season 1.
And he did a show about a show about Winchester Mystery House.
Well, I thought we had seen it before, but that's
a different show. That's his old show. But this is a newer one.
Yeah. Go see it.
He's clearly wearing a girdle, though.
Clearly. It's like he can barely breathe.
Well,
that bitch can't breathe. Yeah,
I laughed because I was thinking it, but I didn't say it out loud. Like when he first comes out into the studio, and there's like a long shot, he's like walking like this, a little bit, and I was like, that bitch got like a corset on. Yeah, I know that walk because I've done that walk many times. You know how it is. It's you can't really move.
He can barely breathe, and I went, Jenny, that motherfucker's
and you can't move, you can't digest anything. So it's just kind of like, hey, what's up? So it's like he's doing that, and I was like, that bitch got like a girdle or a corset on. And then like we're watching the show, and then like later on in the show, Tom's like, does he have a corset on? I'm like, that. Oh my god, that's exactly what I was thinking. Because when he walked out, he was kind of like, and I was like, yeah, I know that walk. I know that walk.
But he's shatting the fuck out, man. William Shatner is always great. He's doing the voice acting and the fucking talking about paranormal and supernatural shit.
This shit is like supernatural.
Yeah.
Or is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm into it. It's fun.
His fucking course.
Well, the first one I think was it was all like creepy locations. We did like a Hokigahara, like the Suicide Forest. Like they did all kind of like shit that we talked about on the show. Yeah, it's super fun. Yeah, so what was I talking about? Oh, yeah, Eva Carrier. So She was apparently, I don't know if she was the first one to come up with ectoplasm, but she was like the first one that like popularized it, I guess. And her seances were real sexual, so, you know, very popular. Arthur Conan Doyle, who, like I said, he wrote Sherlock Holmes, so you would think that he'd be like super, you know, logical and stuff, but not so much. Not so much. He believed in fairies, and he was like a big believer in spiritualism as well. And he was a tireless is what I meant to say, advocate of a lot of different mediums who later on were found to be like completely full of shit, probably including this one. But yeah, so he was like a big advocate of hers. I'm sure he probably had a really good time at those seances. Now, some other seances, let's talk about some other famous ones. So we have one in 1874, which is by a very famed medium named Cora L.V. Tappan. Now, what had happened was that she was well known before this, but she had channeled a London judge who was very like well known named John W. Edmonds. He had died a month before, and she gave like this big seance, this big kind of like public, whatever, where she channeled him, or so she said, and she did this like this big eloquent speech. Everybody that was there that knew him were like, oh my god, that sounds exactly like some shit he would say, and it's like, that sounds exactly like one of his speeches, and it was like a huge big deal. So, you know, there was that. There was also another case of a woman named Georgina Houghton. She was an artist, and she got into spiritualism in the early 1860s after her younger sister died. So what she decided to do later on was she was going to combine like the artistic kind of side of things with the spiritualist side of things. And she started channeling spirits, allegedly, to do her paintings. So she would do mainly watercolors, but I think like some other ones as well. Now, originally, she said, well, I have like dead family members and I'm like channeling like the artwork through them. But as more people started paying attention, probably she's thinking, oh, I could maybe cash in on this shit. I'm not saying. I'm just saying that's probably like what she was thinking. So she started claiming to have contacted famous artists like Titian and Correggio, people like that. They're coming through me and they're painting shit like through me, like I'm channeling them. Now, I will say that her paintings are actually quite cool and are still displayed as of this day. So she's not like nobody, but the fact that she said that famous artists, I don't know. I'm always just kind of like skeptical of that. Also, you have the famed poet William Butler Yeats. Now, he was the member of the Order of the Golden Dawn. And he actually ended up meeting a spirit medium named Georgie Hyde Leese at one of the meetings of the Order of the Golden Dawn. And he married her later on. And they did a lot of seances, over the course of their relationship. And one of the seances that they conducted allegedly led to him writing his poem Vision, which he supposedly did through automatic writing and did not remember writing at all. Here's another kind of famous, I don't know if this is famous seance, but famous like spiritualist. Alcoholics Anonymous co-founder, Bill Wilson. Bill W. He was real into spiritualism as well. So much so that he had a room in his house, which he called the Spook Room, which was all about like paranormal and mystical shit. And he said that he would go into that room and he would contact spirits and stuff, and they would tell him things. And he said that his contact with the spirits in that room was what helped him get over his alcoholism. Oh, cool. And he said that one of the spirits that he contacted was a 15th century monk named Boniface. So, you know.
All right. Yeah.
And he said in his autobiography that this monk and other spirits that he contacted in his spook room was one of the things that was responsible for him coming up with the whole 12-step program. So, you know.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just thought I'd throw that out there. So, now, as I said, okay. So, all these people are into it. So, you're going to get scientists and magicians and shit like that are kind of like, well, yeah, we need to look into this situation. Now, one of the most, the biggest things that was going on at the time that spiritualism was big, Scientific American, which was one of the most respected, you know, scientific publications at the time, like at least for the popular audience, they offered $5,000 in those days money, which was a huge deal.
Shit,
that was a lot of money.
40,000.
I don't think they ever thought that they would give it, and indeed they did not. So they probably weren't worried about it. They were probably like, we will give you $5,000 in old days money to anybody that can produce psychic phenomena that will convince a committee of like scientists and magicians and shit like that. Like I said, they never gave it away, and I kind of feel like they probably thought they would never have to. So they were like, that's why it was such a big sum. And indeed, they never did. Harry Houdini was on their panel. And like I said, we talked about this on the old show. I'll get into it a little bit, but Harry Houdini was...
he was trying to bust that shit bigger.
Well, and the thing about it is, like, I think it's like a little reductive to say he was trying to bust it because he wanted it to be real. He was trying to contact his dead mother.
Yeah.
He thought that it wasn't real.
Yeah.
But he was very willing. He's like, look, if you can actually really put me in contact with my dead mother, then I will accept it. He was willing to believe it up to like him and his wife Bess. They even had like a code. They agreed with each other, like, look, whichever one of us dies first, you know, I'm going to give you this code, like, after you go and try to see if I send you the message, and then we'll know if it's real or not. So he wanted to believe it. He just wasn't willing to, which, like I said, that's kind of where I'm at as well. You want to believe it, but unless you see, like, some better evidence of it, you're just not going to. So I kind of feel like that's kind of the best. He was keeping an open mind, but he knew that it probably wasn't going to happen. So he was kind of like one of the dudes that was on. And he was very, very... I think he was very offended because of a lot of psychics and whatnot that he'd gone to, like following his mother's, because he was very close to his mother. So a lot of psychics and stuff that he'd gone to following the death of his mother had given him like some bullshit information, and he was just getting offended. He's like, look, you're just taking advantage of people's vulnerabilities after like their loved ones have died, and he didn't like that. But he wanted it to be real. So he left like that possibility open, but he knew that it probably wasn't. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly.
Yeah, I kind of feel like...
He was just trying to bust him because they were fucking taking advantage of people.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's kind of like the best way to go about it. Like maybe some people thought that he was being like too much of a dick or anything like that, but he really did expose a lot of frauds, you know? And he wasn't saying across the board, look, this doesn't happen or this doesn't exist. I suspect he probably thought that, but he didn't like that people were taking advantage of like vulnerable people like him, people that were mourning loved ones. And he's like, look, you're just taking their money and you're telling them a bunch of crap. And he didn't really like that. He's like, I can replicate all of the shit that you do. It's not really that impressive. So, you know, he did want it to be real though. So he kind of had, like, he had his own career, but that was kind of like his side thing, that he would go to like séances and, you know, kind of like bust that shit. So you also had other prominent scientists who were trying to debunk spirit mediums, one of whom was Michael Faraday of Faraday cage fame.
Right.
He was a very prominent
electromagnetism
English scientist, very into the study of electromagnetism, electrochemistry. And in the 1850s, he came out and he was very, very vocal about kind of going after pseudoscience in general and spiritualism in particular, which were very rampant in England at the time, maybe even more so, well, to the same extent or maybe even larger extent than the U.S. The thing that he was most mad about was that a lot of spiritualists were saying that the manifestations that came forth during the seances were probably caused by electrical magnetism or anything like that. And he's like, that is absolutely not true. So he would try to come out and say, like, you know, a lot of like table turning and all that kind of stuff. So he was very big and like, look, I know about this shit. And he would like make things that he would go to like seances and be like, you know, prove that that's not what was causing that. So, you know, the thing about it, even though he actually devoted a lot of his time to debunking this stuff, nobody really listened. They never do. As James Durante said, people that want to believe in this stuff are like, what did he call them? Unsinkable rubber ducks. Because you just, whatever you want to believe, you just want to believe that. You don't give a shit like what evidence like people throw your way. You're just kind of like, yeah. So as much as he came forth and said, yeah, this is how they're doing the table turning. This is how they're doing this. This is how they're doing that. Nobody wanted to hear it. There was another guy named Michel Eugène Chevreul. Okay. He was a chemist from France, obviously. He was also really not into this whole, what he called charlatanism. He wrote a paper in 1854 on this whole subject. And he was very into like divining rods and all that kind of stuff, like proving that that was bullshit. And he was actually the one that came up. He didn't call it this. It was another dude that came up with it later that called it that. But he was the one that showed that like Ouija board stuff and like divining rods and everything was the ideomotor effect. And then there was another dude later, like William Carpenter, who was a doctor, who named it the ideomotor effect. But actually, like, Chevreul was the first one to identify it. You know what I mean? Like, experimentally. Where he's saying, like, look, if you point out that people, hey, if you have a divining rod, and it's like, if you make them aware of it, it doesn't work anymore. You know what I mean? Yeah. So he's kind of like, he was kind of one of the one that identified it, even though he didn't name it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So there's that. There was another guy named Charles Mercier, who was a psychiatrist, and he was really not into this whole, like, the scientific bullshit thing. And like I said, this is during the era of the thing. So there were, like, a lot of people that were not into it. His whole thing was, like, debunking trance mediums. And his whole thing, he really did not like the whole automatic writing thing. That was his particular thing that pissed him off the most. Because, again, he thought that most of that was ideomotor effect. That's just you, like another side of you.
It would be easy to fake that because you have a pencil in your hand.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so that was, but like I said, back then, people were like, oh, he's channeling a spirit or something like that. It's like, no, that's just like you.
You could fake that.
That's just you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's maybe another side. If you're not, like, aware of it, that could be, like, your subconscious or whatever.
Right.
So he was, like, the one that came up with that.
Right. Wouldn't be paranormal.
No, not at all. And like I said, that was kind of like his big thing.
Right.
Now, Houdini, as we mentioned before, he debunked a lot of mediums during this time period. But probably
he was the master at debunking them, though.
He was. Because he was a magician. He was a escape artist. He knew all the tricks. Right. Every single thing that he saw at seances, he's like, well, I know how they did that, or he could replicate it.
And let me back up and tell these people. He was debunking professional mediums. Okay?
Yep.
A professional medium is someone who's doing this bullshit to make money. If you wanted to make money and you didn't really have a specialized skill in the industry, becoming a medium might be something that might attract you. Okay? Nowadays you call it a magician or a mentalist. You could make a lot of money with that. That one, like that Guillermo del Toro flick that we saw.
Neighborhood.
Yeah. That would be a good way to do it. And they were doing that back then.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that there isn't paranormal stuff. That's not what that means. It means that you had people that wanted to make money with that fucking gig. You know what I mean? You could do it that way.
Well, cold reading and tricks like that go back a long way. Sure.
That's not the same kind of thing as a paranormal phenomenon. That's mentalism, and you can teach mentalism to people, especially a real fucking gifted person at reading somebody else. It's not paranormal. It's just fucking. It's normal.
It's observation.
Yeah, it's observation.
You just have to observe things that other people maybe aren't aware of. That's all.
Right. It looks paranormal, but it is.
A lot of it, too, like cold reading has a lot to do with fishing. And you will see this a lot, like with TV psychics and stuff like that. They'll throw out a lot of statements, like really quickly. And they're seeing if somebody picks up on it. What they're doing is, I'm seeing like a female. I'm seeing someone with this name with this, that starts with this letter. And they're seeing how you react to it. And then they're kind of like going back and forth depending on how you react. Does that look like that's getting a response? No, then I'm going to go in this other direction. That's kind of how that works.
We grew up with them, if you're our age. Like on Sally Jesse Raphael. What was that chick's name? She said that those girls were fucking... That one girl was dead. No.
Oh,
fucking Castro had her ass locked up. What was that bitch's name?
Sylvia Brown.
Sylvia Brown.
Yeah, that bitch
is... Sylvia Brown. Okay. Sylvia Brown was pretending to be, for you youngsters, okay? People our age, and a little bit older, know exactly what I'm talking about. Sylvia Brown was the most famous television psychic. She would show up on fucking Geraldo and fucking all these daytime talk shows right after the game shows. They would fucking put Sylvia Brown up there, and they'd have whole shows centered around her. She was a pretty good... She put on a pretty good show, but the bitch was lying. She would, okay, like one of the best ones that she did was they'd get on there and ask her about dead relatives, and she could come up with all kinds of crazy shit. Oh no, they're bad. You know, your uncle is your husband is in the afterworld and he loves you and all this kind of stuff. And they would ask her about fucking crime victims that had vanished. And she's, oh no. Yeah. She would fucking say certain things. And on one of them, she was telling that, oh no, she's gone. She's dead. And it turned out that no, that particular girl was still alive. And fucking old Castro had her ass fucking tied up in his sex dungeon. She survived and they let her out later. But it's just fucking... one of I don't know where I'm gonna fucking go with this, but she's just like, what was it?
She yelled at me.
She yelled at you. All right. Yeah,
she was like Sylvia. Like, what?
Sylvia Brown, and what was funny about Sylvia Brown is that she wasn't even a good mentalist. She was not that good. A good mentalist.
She really wasn't.
No.
I don't know why she got like famous.
They just liked how she looked or the way she put on a show, but she wasn't even that good. There evidently were some real good ones in the past, but it could have been that Sylvia Brown was famous because she kind of was always available, so she would always do a show, so therefore she got a lot of exposure.
I mean, she would just kind of like whatever the case of the day was. She's like, yeah, I'm gonna weigh in on that.
Yeah, she would do it, and I think some of the classic mentalists of forgotten eras were a lot more conservative about what they would get involved in because they knew that they'd be uncovered if they went out there and consistently tried to make predictions over and over again. You'd get caught, or maybe they were doing that back in the 20s and the 30s. It's just that there was no internet, and there wasn't television even, so it was harder to catch them.
Well, and most people wouldn't follow up. Like, if you made, like, some dumbass predictions that didn't come true, like, by the time, like, some shit was resolved, everybody would have forgotten about it.
They'd have forgotten about it, right.
You know what I mean?
But in the modern era...
Probably easier to get away with.
In the modern era, you couldn't get away with it, because it was recorded.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that even nowadays... you can show videos that, hey, you said this, and like this turned out not to be true.
Yeah.
Even nowadays, like 50% of people would be like, well, that's fake.
Yeah.
So,
but
people are still stupid nowadays.
In the early 1900s, there was no ability to record what somebody said.
Well, like I said, nowadays there's no excuse.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're stupid nowadays, you're just fucking stupid. That's on you. Back then,
they got you recorded saying something.
Back then, if somebody recorded you saying, like, nowadays they record you saying something, they show it to, like, your detractors or whatever, or somebody that still believes you, and they'd be like, well, I still believe what he said. I think that's fake.
Yeah, but you're a
Well, yeah,
pariah.
you're still fucking stupid.
You're dumb.
You're still fucking stupid.
Yeah. But back in those days...
You couldn't
record
really
anything, and they could say, I didn't say that.
Nowadays, there's no excuse.
Yeah.
We got you on tape,
But,
bitch. We know you said that.
That's why Sylvia Browne didn't last in the long run.
She did, though. She's dead now.
She's dead now.
She was famous till she died.
Well, that's because she died before they found those fucking people that she said were dead.
Did they, though? Because
I think she died before the Castro victim was found.
Maybe.
Sylvia Browne, I think, died in the 90s, didn't she? Late 90s, early 2000s?
Oh, I don't remember.
I think she did.
I thought she died after that.
Because nobody confronted her about it.
But the thing about it, like I said, this is going back to what I said about Unsinkable Rubber Ducks, is that if you really seriously believe in that stuff, you're going to justify it.
Yeah.
If she says some fucked up shit, you're going to, like, and you believe in her, then you're going to say, oh, well, she said this, that, and the other. You're going to, like, find some, like, positive spin on it. That's just, like, that's how it works.
Rebecca says, wasn't Houdini and Arthur Conan Doyle constantly depicting the existence of the supernatural?
Yes.
I think a more accurate depiction is that at least when it came to Houdini, he was debating what fucking so-called psychics were saying.
Well,
to
be fair, it's like it's strange because Arthur Conan Doyle, even though he was the creator of Sherlock Holmes, you would think that he would be like this big fucking logical motherfucker. But he fell for every dumbass shit. He fell for that Cottingley Fairies shit. Yeah. He fell for every psychic bullshit that came along. He was very, very gullible, which is like, that's crazy to me.
Yeah, Doyle was into the paranormal.
He was.
He'd believe anything.
I mean, I think he was a spiritualist till he died. I think he absolutely... And he went to a lot of seances with mediums that were subsequently debunked by not only Houdini, but others. And he still, like, went to bat for them. And he absolutely believed that was true.
From what I remember, Houdini didn't say paranormal didn't exist.
No, he didn't.
He was saying that people professing these paranormal powers were fake.
Like I said, Houdini seems like the ideal kind of like mindset to have. Yeah. He was open-minded enough to say, hey, like, prove it to me. Like, he wanted it to be true. He thought it probably wasn't, but he's like, if you can, like, prove it to me, like, without a doubt, then I'll believe it. Right. But he just never found anybody that did.
Back in those days, people faked that shit. It was a living. They could make a living off of faking it.
Well, yeah, because spiritualism was a big... That was a big moneymaker. A magician... Seances were kind of like a big, like, trendy thing.
And Houdini was an escape artist / illusionist and a magician. So he knew about trickery, and he knew about fucking mentalism, and stage presence, even though most of his tricks were real. He really did escape from all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, escape artist is distinct from a magician, because that's not... Well, a magician I consider like an illusionist. You're making people look like... You're making something look like it's magic. Right. Escape artist, that's kind of different, because most of them are actually doing that shit. I mean, they're doing it...
They're not telling you how they do it.
They're just not telling you how they do it. Like, I swallowed the key or something.
Spit it up and I fucking
or I stuck it on my ass or something like that. So they can get it. So
this hidden and
they have, like, things to help them out. Right. They're not doing it, like, supernaturally. But that's not really the same as an illusion. Right. It's kind of, like, along the same line.
Which is not the same as a mentalist.
That's also different.
A mentalist is almost kind of like a professional salesman. They're manipulating people into getting a certain outcome that looks magical. It looks like they did fucking psychic powers on a person. They didn't. They know the fucking power of psychology and suggestion, and they got someone to do something that they didn't.
Well, the thing about psychics, in general, I kind of feel like even in this day and age, when we have so much like information at our fingertips, I don't think people realize how easy it is to read other people and to generalize, to extrapolate, like cold reading, hot reading, like all that stuff. Actually, hot reading is very, very easy to do nowadays, now that we have the internet, because you can find out pretty much anything you want to know about anybody. You can just go to their social media, you can find out whatever you want to know about them. Back in the old days, they'd have to do cold reading. Like I said, what they would do is they would look at you and they would assess, well, how is this person dressed? Like, how does this person carry themselves? What do we think, like, statistically, what is likely to be this person's, like, personality or background or whatever? They're going to start with that. If you give them positive feedback, then they're going to go more in that direction. If you give them negative feedback, they're going to try another tactic.
Now, Sly's asking about what you think about palm readers. Are they legit?
Absolutely not.
No. It's the same thing as a mentalist.
Absolutely
They've
not.
taken what you said and fucking
I don't believe in any of that
You
stuff.
have guided them into
of
doing
stuff.
something kind of like a horoscope. And a horoscope can be very generalized. But these are all products, and they're trying to make a product to sell you based upon a procedure that they put you through, fucking asking you questions, and based on your answers, they'll slowly kind of form something that's so general it would have fit to anybody. But because you're talking to them, they can narrow it down more and more into some kind of message that they're going to give to you that you will accept and like, because they're giving you what you want. They're telling you what you want to hear. That's all it is.
Well, what they do, and they've done experiments like this, where they've written a horoscope and they've given it out to, like, they've done this in colleges, like psychology classes. They did it in one of my psychology classes, actually, and they've done it like around the nation. They type out a horoscope and they give it to everybody in the classroom, but they tell everybody that they got different ones depending on what your horoscope sign was. So it's like, this is like, because I'm a Libra, so they're just kind of like, oh, well, this is what it says about Libra. So then, like, there's a horoscope about it. It's like, oh my God, that sounds just like me. But then, like, at the end of the experiment, when everybody's like, well, how accurate was that? It was like, oh my God, that was super accurate. And they're like, guess what? Every single person in this room got the same
thing.
Exact one.
Sly, see that Del Toro flick that came out a couple years.
Same exact one.
What's it called again?
Nightmare Alley.
Nightmare Alley.
I mean, it's a remake of a old movie, but it's
about
still, like,
some carnies, about this dude that joins the carnival.
It's an old technique.
Right.
Old technique.
And becomes
it's not as hard as you think.
/ mentalist. He even gets power over a billionaire back in the damn 20s. And he comes in contact with this sexy ass chick who's a fucking psychologist, and she can do the same thing. Fucking fuck up people's minds. It's a great movie. And in the end, he has to pay the price for what he did. Because he tried to make a bunch of money off a fucking evil billionaire. It's a good movie.
I mean, the thing about it, the reason that psychics are able to thrive is because people generally are not that different.
No.
And if you tell people what they want to hear, if you tell people, like I said, if you kind of like,
well, look,
massage their egos,
telling somebody isn't quite even enough, because I was trained under the fucking discipline of Robert L. Shook, which is also fucking known as hardball sales technique. And you're not telling anybody anything. You're just asking questions. And you continue to ask questions framed in a certain way to get a person to filter down to a certain direction to get them to buy something, and they think it's their idea. It's very much
it's
like...
the same kind of
it's
thing.
It's the same tactic.
Well, and if you know what to look for...
You gotta know what to look for.
If you watch... somebody famous like John Edwards or somebody like that. If you watch an old TV show with him or some other psychic that's like working a room, you can see exactly what he's doing. And the thing about it, and every time I watch it, because like I said, I'm a skeptic, so I'm just kind of like, those people in the audience are giving him
all the
way more information.
Yeah.
But then it's crazy because they'll give him all this information and he just basically like feeds it back to them.
Yeah.
And then like later on they're like, oh my God, he knew this and that. And I was like, bitch, you told him that.
Right, yeah.
In front of my face.
Yeah.
I saw it on the camera.
So
You told him.
So I see Nightmare Alley. It's a fucking education on how to do that, on how to control people's minds. And then how mind controllers can have their minds controlled by another mind controller. It's an entire movie about scams. It's good. It's a good movie. We saw it in the theater.
I liked that movie.
It's a masterpiece.
It was really, really good.
And we talked about it on the show. We've had people in the comment sections go, "Man, thank you for fucking."
It was really good.
Thank you for fucking recommending that.
I mean, like I said, they made it before, like back in what they make it in the 40s. I think it's like 40s, a remake of like the 40s. But yeah, it was like it's really
carny tricks, and they're doing that shit.
And I love movies about carnies. I love
carny tricks, psychologists, propagandists, fucking everything is in the damn movie. It's all about how people scam other people and they don't even know it. Okay, and that's what advertising and propaganda is all about. Same thing.
It's all of the same thing. Like the way psychics work, the way this kind of like seances work. It's all kind of like you're just telling people what they want to hear. You're solving a problem for them.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of different ways you can.
I mean, they still tell you that. With advertising nowadays, sell it like you're solving someone's problem, because that's kind of like what everybody wants to hear. Like, I have a problem, please fix it. So it's just kind of like that's the same thing that psychics are exploiting. I mean, as long as you know, it's very easy to see, like, once you know. But if you don't, like, maybe it's like easy to fall for. But like I said, that's the same reason like all the psychics and stuff like that work. They know that, like, look, you have a loved one who died and you would love to be able to contact them, and that's a completely understandable, like, human reaction to have, but they're exploiting that in the way that it's like, I have a solution to your problem. I can talk to them. I can be a channel through which you can communicate to this person. And it's like, can they? No, obviously not. But they know their market. You know, I'm just going to say that, you know? Like I said, if you know what you're getting into, you know that it's bullshit and you just want to feel better, that's up to you. Spend your money however you want, but please do not think that they are really talking to your dead loved one, because they absolutely are not. But yeah, so we talked about Houdini before. I don't remember if we talked about, I mean, he debunked a lot of mediums back in the day, because that was kind of like, I don't want to call it a crusade, because like I said, he was actually like trying to find a genuine one. He just never did. But he was like very, very stringent about how he would go about, testing them. So his debunking of the very famous medium named Mina Crandon is probably like the best known example of like the whole skepticism versus the seance kind of thing. Now, if you guys remember, I did a book review. I don't remember how long ago. It wasn't that long ago. But I did a novel called Innamorata by Joseph Gangemi, however you pronounce his last name. Not entirely sure. He's a screenwriter, but he wrote like a couple novels, or maybe just this one. But it's like a really good novel. And it was a fictionalized account. Houdini's not in it, like he's mentioned in it. But it's sort of like a fictionalized story about this time period and about this series of events. You know what I mean? Like, it's about Mina Crandon, but she's not called that, and it's like sort of fictionalized. It's a really good book if you haven't read it. I feel like nobody talks about it, but I really liked it a lot. So anyway, so Mina Crandon was this really, really famous psychic. She was married to this surgeon who was like a big fucking deal. And so all these people, she lived in Boston, and like all these people like up in Boston elite society would like come to the seances. Now her big thing was she would channel her dead brother's voice. Like, I guess he was like her spirit control, I guess if you want to call it that. Yeah. And she would also do like the regular things everybody would expect, like levitating tables. She got like some ectoplasm come out her mouth, and also from her cooch, because that was just what you did back then. She also did some naked shit, which, like I said, probably didn't hurt, because by all accounts, Mina Crandon was a very, very attractive woman. So, and she was younger. So I'm sure like a lot of people would come and be like, ooh, we're going to see like some ectoplasm come out of like a young hot woman's cooch. So, like I said, they didn't really have porn back then. I mean, they did, but it's like it wasn't like nowadays where it was like super easy to get to.
No, Sly, Nightmare Alley is kind of based on real shit that they used to do back then, but it's a fictional story. It's you can learn a lot from Nightmare Alley. It's an old story.
I've always, well, you know what I've always been really interested in, we did a show a while back called Secrets of the Sideshows.
Yeah.
I've always been very, very interested in like carny culture.
Yeah.
I really, really like, because that's like a whole subculture of its own.
Yeah.
And they have their whole, they have their own like, slang. They have their whole, there's a whole thing that goes along with like carny.
Yeah.
And I love that. And a lot of it has to do with magicians or like conjuring or just the way that you're trying to like get money out of the rubes is basically what you're trying to do.
Sly, that's what it's about. It's about getting money out of fucking rubes.
Out of the rubes.
Okay. And they show
sad to say that's
show
kind of their whole thing
in that movie how carnies, propagandists, psychologists, and billionaires, it's all the fucking same thing. They're all carnies. The only difference is the damn social class. And you'll love it.
Pretty much.
You'll understand. You'll understand it when you see it. They're saying that fucking life and society is a con job. It's mind control.
Well, the whole thing, like I said, basically all carnies are trying to do, and it's the same thing that like corporations are trying to do, but it's like on a bigger scale.
Yes, the difference is like I said, the difference is
so
just
like
the
I said,
social class.
I don't denigrate like carnies because it's like they're doing the same thing, just on a like smaller scale. That's all.
Just see it. It came out. What is that? A year ago. We were living in this house, I think, when it happened. So it must have been 9 months.
Yeah, 2020.
Guillermo del Toro's fucking Nightmare Alley. It's a masterpiece.
I think it's on Hulu now, if you want to watch it. Like, I have Hulu, so I can watch it, but, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very instructional movie.
Well,
And
like I said, I love carny
it's
shit.
Fun too, yeah.
So it's like, I was into it, like, from minute one.
Yeah. No matter who it is, they're all trying to make you the geek. They're all trying to make you
Well, they're just trying to, like, part you from your money.
Yeah.
And like I said, as long as you know that that's what they're trying to do, if you have a good time, like I said, I'm not going to be mad. Like, if I pay money to go through, like, a haunted mansion or something like, and I have a good time, I'm not mad about that.
Right.
Because I know what I'm getting into. The only problem I have is if you're selling me something
you don't know what it is.
that is not what you're claiming that
well,
it is.
that's making you the geek.
And that's kind of like what the whole thing is. But like I said, carny culture, they're just kind of like, hey, look, we have this like deformed baby in a jar, which is probably like made of rubber, but because a lot of them are. But yeah, like if you're interested in that at all, please read. There's a book called I think it's called Secrets of the Sideshows, and it's by Joe Nickell, and he talks all about, because he was real. He's a skeptic, and he writes a lot about that. But he like worked in a lot of sideshows when he was younger. And it's like a fascinating look into and how they make all of the like the babies and like all the freak show stuff, and like because most of it's fake, obviously.
Yeah.
Most of it's fake.
Sly's asking about Robert L. Shook. Yeah, Robert L. Shook. He wrote Hardball. Most of the world works on Hardball, and he was kind of a carny-like figure. Just fucking go watch fucking Damnation Alley. You'll like it. Nightmare Alley. Go watch Nightmare Alley. Fucking the new one. You'll like it. You'll understand.
Sly said, did you guys see The Flim Flam Man? George C. Scott from 1967. I don't think I've seen that yet, actually. Yeah. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. But yeah, so the thing about it, like Mina Crandon, she was very famous, and she was very, because her husband was a surgeon and he was kind of wealthy, so she maybe kind of got away with a lot of stuff because there was, she had a lot of rich patrons and stuff. So she's like pulling ectoplasm out of her cooch, and people are like scandalized, but it wouldn't be like if a poor person did it. You know what I'm saying? It was just kind of like that kind of thing. But the thing about it is that I kind of feel like one of the reasons that the church was opposed to a lot of this stuff, not necessarily because, well, one, because it was competition. I think that was the main reason. But two, you know, were they concerned, oh, this is like of the devil or whatever, because they're like contacting maybe demons or whatever? Yeah, maybe that was like but I think like the main concern was that there's like some pornographic shit going on in there. We don't like that. So I don't know. There was that. I think that was their main objection, was that there was all kind of sexual shit going on. But so yeah, the thing about it was that, so the Scientific American people, like I said, $5,000 prize if anybody could show them like actual psychic abilities. So Mina Crandon was one that they went to numerous times. Like I said, if you read the novel Inamorata, it's fictionalized, but that's what it's based on, and this is all real shit that happened. So a bunch of them go there, and the problem arises when one or more of the members of the Scientific American team became infatuated with Mina Crandon, because like I said, she was kind of young and hot. Maybe one or more of them, allegedly, became sexually involved with her. So, you know, there was that also. So, you know, there goes their objectivity out the window. So there was, like, a lot of shit going on there. So now Houdini, at this point, had already written a book called A Magician Among the Spirits, in which he debunked a bunch of psychics. Now, he did write a pamphlet later on, in which he discredited Crandon, talking about all of the tricks that she used, like to facilitate her stuff that she showed during the séance. And he also took a bunch of the shit that she did during the séance and did it in his shows. Like, he even did like a whole tour where he's like, hey, I'm gonna do all the tricks that they do at séances, and he did them all. Like, he replicated all of that. Despite that, people still fucking believed in the shit anyway. Even though he could replicate all of it and said, hey, it's not supernatural, look, I'm just like an illusionist and I'm doing the same shit. He didn't tell people how he did it, but he's like, I'm saying it's not supernatural. But people still believed it anyway. So because of Houdini, Mina did not win the $5,000 prize. Actually, I don't think anyone ever won it. Like I said, that was probably why they felt safe offering it, because they said nobody's ever gonna. Well, it was just kind of like how, you know, James Randi, like in more recent times, offered $1 million to any psychic that could come there and like demonstrate that they had actual psychic or supernatural abilities under laboratory conditions that they both agreed on, and nobody ever won it. Nobody ever won it.
I don't think anybody ever even came forth.
They did.
Did they?
Lots of people did. Lots of people did.
All right. From what I remembered, I didn't think.
No, lots of people did, and they tested them. Well, the thing about it was that he was very adamant. He said, look, both of us have to agree on the experimental protocol before we go into this. If we both agree on the protocol, good, and then we're going to go into the protocol to the experiment. He's like, most people would agree on the protocol, but then they wouldn't show up for the experiment.
Okay.
Or if they showed up for the experiment, they would fail. Okay. Nobody ever won it. But a bunch of people did try. So I don't know where you heard that, but a lot of people did show up.
I thought nobody even showed up. Okay.
Yeah, they did. A lot of people did. He said, well, a lot of people didn't get past the point of, he's like, it's weird because a lot of people would show, well, it's not weird, but a lot of people would show up saying, yeah, we agree to all your demands. He's like, look, do we agree? This is how we're going to do the experiment. This is the protocols we're going to put in place. They're like, yes, we agree to that. Okay, at this date, we're going to show up and we're going to do it like this. Everybody would agree. Most of them wouldn't show up.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
The ones that did show up,
failed.
Yeah. Failed. So nobody ever won that money. And James Randi actually died recently. Well, I mean, he was very old. He was like probably...
He was old back then.
He was 100 and... Well, he lived until he was 100. Was he 99? He was almost 100.
He was old my whole life.
Yeah, he was almost 100 when he died. Right. He lived a long time.
Yeah.
I was always a big fan of James Randi. He was a little cranky, but I kind of like that. You know what I mean? You know.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Yeah, well, whatever.
He was just some old dude. I didn't really care one way or the other, from what I saw.
Well, no, I read a bunch of his books, and it's like I read a bunch of his writings. It's like he seemed like a good dude. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you probably didn't know as much.
No, I didn't know much about him.
That's what I mean. So you didn't know much about him. But yeah, so I thought he was cool. But anyway, So, yeah, she didn't get the Scientific American Prize. And later on, her case would kind of like be another dividing thing because the, you know, all the Scientific American people, they couldn't agree on the shit. Because I think at least one of them was maybe allegedly like sleeping with her. So there was that whole issue. So that didn't really work out. But later on, the American Society for Psychical Research was founded in 1885. Now, the British equivalent of that had been founded a couple years earlier. So their whole thing was, we're kind of like, we did this foundation, we're going to like look into spiritual phenomena, and we're going to look into it scientifically. So they were taking it seriously, like back in the old days. Now, for the most part, most of the stuff they did back in those days was they would just disprove stuff. However, there was one kind of like, I don't know if it was famous, but it was kind of like a well-known case where one of the members of the American Society for Psychical Research, William James, who was a psychiatrist, he was kind of like, okay, one of his famous quotes was, they asked him, why do you guys keep this debunking work up? His famous quote was, if you wish to upset the law that all crows are black, you mustn't seek to show that no crows are. It is enough if you prove one single crow to be white. So, the case that he called his quote-unquote white crow was a psychic named Mrs. Piper. Leonora Piper, to be more specific. Now, she was a Boston housewife, and she had turned trance medium. Now, because for the first couple, maybe decades of her career, let's call it that, she hadn't been debunked. So she was able to command very, very high fees. She was very well known in the US and in England and made all kinds of money. Like, she was touring all over the place. Now, what happened with her was that in 1885, William James, the psychiatrist, member of the American Society for Psychical Research, his son died. So, like I said, this seems to be like the catalyst for a lot of people. Like, someone that, particularly if their child dies, they're looking for answers, and a lot of them look to spiritualism to give them those answers. His whole thing was, he was an agnostic, but he was kind of like, well, maybe, like, there's some other, like, I'm keeping an open mind in case there's some kind of, like, scientific, maybe there is some kind of, like, way for the dead to contact us, you know, and maybe there is an afterlife. He wasn't, like, traditionally religious, though. Now, the thing about him was he seemed to have gotten swept up into the whole Leonora Piper fan club, I guess. He thought that she came up with stuff that could only have been discovered by supernatural means. His quote about her, after attending several seances that she had presided over, was, "My own conviction is not evidence," at least he knows that, "but it seems fitting to record it. I'm persuaded of the medium's honesty and of the genuineness of her trance, and although at first disposed to think that the hits she made were lucky coincidences or the result of knowledge on her part of who the sitter was and of his or her family affairs," bingo, that was me, "I now believe her to be in possession of a power as yet unexplained." See, at this point, I kind of feel like the death of his child had blinded him to what he would normally, because he seems to be like, he seems aware of how he could go wrong, and yet still, yeah. Interestingly, though, what's interesting about his whole, like, approach to the subject, he didn't actually believe that she was talking to dead people or talking to spirits. He thought that she was telepathic, which, like I said, seems, that's still not all that believable. It's more believable than talking to dead people, though. So at least he was kind of like, I don't think that he's actually talking to my dead son, for example. I think that she's pulling information out of my head.
Right, yeah.
And, like, feeding it back to me. So at least he wasn't, like, completely far gone. Because, like I said, that does seem a little bit more believable than talking to dead people. You know, because that seems like a way more, like, a way higher, like, wall to climb. Let's call it that. So he didn't really find, like, that much independent evidence to support it. But because he believed it, he just kind of, like, believed it. You know what I mean? So there was that. Now, unlike Mina Crandon, who had been debunked, and another prominent medium at the time, Eusapia Palladino, who was also very, very prominent, but was also caught using trickery many times, Mrs. Piper was never actually officially, like, fully discredited. I don't think that's because she wasn't fake, because I'm sure she was, but nobody caught her in the act. Like, most of the mediums at the time, I don't know what you've heard, but most of the mediums at the time were caught doing, like, some magician type shit. Like, sometimes there was one medium, I can't remember what her name was, but she would do a thing where it's like, oh, the ghost is going to talk directly at you. We have this trumpet that has, like, this luminous, like, paint on it. Yeah. And when somebody, like a skeptic, was there, because she would do the shit in the dark, obviously. They usually would. When somebody who was a skeptic, and she's like, oh, the spirits really don't like flashes or, like, any kind of, like, light or anything. But when one skeptic, like, actually, like, lit a match and, like, took a picture, he got a very clear picture of her talking into the big end of the spirit horn.
Yes, yeah.
And, like, the little end was right next to the ear of the person that was, like, the target of, like, who the spirit was talking to. Yeah. And she was, like whispering into, like, yeah. So he got a very, very clear picture of her doing that. So, you know, so I kind of feel like a lot of mediums back then were caught doing shit like that. But some people still believed it anyway. They always do. Yeah. Like I said, they always do.
No, the spirit fucking...
They weren't talking that day, so I had to do something to, like... Well, I had to, like, console this person. Yeah. They always have an excuse. Yeah. They always have an excuse. Always.
How did they fall for such fucking simple fucking tricks?
That's what I'm saying. I kind of feel like a lot of them probably just wanted to.
Yeah, they wanted
I mean, I can't imagine... Like I said, I can't imagine...
They were tripping.
If your child, like a child dying, that's like the worst.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine, I don't have any children other than fur children. But it's like, I don't have any human children. So it's like, I can't imagine what that would be like.
So you grab the fucking thing, you start whispering, you point it at somebody's ear, and then they go, yeah, I heard it. It came from another dimension. It was a fucking...
Yeah, because it sounded spooky.
It was a ghostly, spooky sound that fucking, I can tell, came from another dimension. People were fucking... People were easy back then.
I mean, it's so sad. Well, yeah. No, like, people still... They fall for it now. It's like, it wasn't... Maybe. It's not like a long time ago. People still fall for that stuff now. And to me, it makes me kind of...
From another world.
It makes me sad. Like, it makes me sad. Like, I get it. Like, if you're... particularly, like I said, a parent whose child dies. Because that's fucked up and that shouldn't happen. When that happens... I can see how you're looking for anything, and especially if your child died in a violent way, like if they were murdered or something like that. So I can see, like, if you'd go to a psychic and that would, like, make you feel better because it would give you some, you know, some kind of closure or, like, some kind of certainty. Because I kind of feel like people like certainty. They're very uncomfortable with, like, not knowing shit. Yeah. So it's like, if you don't know, like, what happened to your kid, like, maybe it's very comforting for somebody to say, oh, well, you know, they died, but they're still there and they're watching you and blah, blah. And maybe that's, like, really comforting. It's probably, like, it's not true, probably. Yeah. But I don't know. Like, I don't know how I would feel if something like that happened. Like, I've had loved ones close to me die, but... And I'm sad that they're not around anymore, but I don't think I would ever fall for, like, somebody telling me that they were still around and they were talking to me. That, to me, that seems very exploitative. But like I said, you know, everybody's different.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of like, I don't know how it would feel if I had a kid and they, you know, disappeared or some shit, like, just hypothetically. Yeah. And, like, somebody came and said, hey, I know what happened to them, or they're fine, or whatever. It's like, that might be really comforting, but I don't I don't know. I don't see that because, like I said, I've had very close people close to me die, and it's like I wouldn't find that very comforting to like have some stranger come to me. I was like, here's the thing. Like, if I had a kid, hypothetically, and they died, and I was like, why don't they just talk to me? Why would they talk to like some random ass motherfucker who's like looking for money for, like, why would they talk to would just talk to me directly?
Look, here's the thing. We're only receiving stories from the past about what had happened, okay? Chances are a lot of this is bullshit. Probably the average person didn't want anything to do with the people that had passed away and didn't have anything to do with fucking seances. We're only getting messages from the past about, you know what I mean? There's stories about the past.
Yeah.
About people wanting to talk to their loved ones. Chances are it didn't happen. This might be propaganda. You know what I mean?
Well, what exactly?
It's like advertising propaganda. In other words, you're hearing from the people trying to sell seances that other people came to the seance and talked to their loved ones, and that they liked hearing from them. You don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying, and I think that because seances were such a big, like, trendy thing back in the day, I think, like, a lot of people that went probably just went because it was, like, something to do.
It's a fun thing to do, right?
And it was, like, a fun thing to do.
Chances are...
Were they trying to talk to, like, a dead relative? Probably not. They were just wanting to see, like, what was happening.
Right.
Like I said, just like going to the Haunted Mansion at, like, Disney World. Ooh, we're going to, like, see some, like, creepy shit.
I think that's more likely. I think it's more likely that this is all a show, and it was a show even back then, and nobody bought into it even back then, or very few people bought into it.
Oh, I'm sure some people did. I think some people did.
Yeah, maybe Arthur Conan Doyle, and the people that
some people did,
and the people that were recorded in history that we're getting. But I have a feeling that the average person knew it was a fucking bullshit.
Maybe.
I think so. Well, we'll see.
I mean, you know.
How long have we been on the show?
How much is left? 4 hours.
How much is left? Do you think?
Minutes. Not much.
Okay.
I mean,
do I really? But I'm hungry, man. I'll make us something to eat.
Okay. Maybe we should just eat.
Okay, if you want to eat. So, is there anything else you need to tell them?
I mean, not really. I think I was kind of like. I mean, there was shit left, but it wasn't really all that important.
It's not all that important. Okay. Well, it's on you. It's on you. You're running the show. I'm just saying, if you're hungry, I'll make us something to eat. If not, you can close it down.
They're talking about Miss Cleo.
What are they saying about Miss Cleo?
Is she still around? Did she die?
I forgot all about that. Wasn't that like a Jerry Springer fucking?
Wasn't she like a fake Jamaican?
I think it was. Yeah.
A Jamaican.
A fake Jamaican psychic on Jerry Springer, wasn't it?
Well, she had like no, that was like was she on Jerry Springer? Well, she had like those what do you call them? Infomercials.
Infomercials, right? Yeah, but that was always playing like late at night in between Jerry Springer fucking episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can remember what it was like back in the fucking 90s. Fucking after you get off your fucking work schedule. And it's fucking 3 o'clock in the morning.
And remember back in the old days when they didn't have like 24/7 like streaming or like TV and stuff. And it's like after midnight or something like that, it would all be infomercials.
Infomercials and
Jerry Springer. That was all you had to watch.
You only had infomercials and Jerry Springer and fucking daytime.
It was the Dark Ages.
It was the Dark Ages. And you were forced to watch that shit. You'd be sitting there after your work shift, fucking 3 o'clock in the morning, and go, God damn, there's nothing going on tonight. You turn that shit on a fucking old color television in some little fucking place you were renting when you were fucking 20-something years old, and you're watching that bullshit, fucking eating ramen. Going, fuck, man, I can't wait till fucking Saturday night. Yeah, it was the shit.
Oh, one thing I did want to say, like, to wrap up the show.
Okay.
So remember how we talked about the Fox sisters and how they started the whole spiritualism movement?
Yeah.
Okay, well, toward the end of their careers, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
One of them, Maggie.
Yeah.
Came out on stage in front of it. She's in her 50s at the Academy of Music in New York City, and came out and said spiritualism as a whole is a fraud. Yeah. And demonstrated how they had done the whole thing that started the whole thing with like the rapping and everything. She's like, look, I did it by clicking my toe joints. They just click their joints. Yeah. And that's what they would do. They'd ask a question, they'd go click, click, click. Now, you would think that this would have killed spiritual. And to be I mean, it kind of did, like, because a lot of media came out and it was just kind of like making fun of it and stuff. But spiritualism didn't die. Like, it's still around today. So obviously it didn't like shit on it forever. But the fact that Maggie came out and said, yeah, we faked it all. This is how we did it. But then the thing about it was that like a year after that, she recanted that recanting.
Yeah.
So then the spiritualists were like, oh, we'll see. Yeah.
Read what they're saying there.
Wait, here. Okay. Where?
Fucking, they're just saying, oh yeah, man, it's a fucking blast from the past with the 1-900 numbers and shit. Yeah.
I can't remember. Yeah, like I thought I heard that she died.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's true or not. I don't remember where I heard that or why I know that.
Ariel belly dancer is going. That she was a fake Jamaican psych.
Late night 900 numbers. Yeah.
That was another era, man. These young people don't know about that shit.
Yeah, remember like the 900 numbers.
Yeah, the 1-900 numbers.
After, you had infomercials, and it was just all kind of call 1-900 blah blah blah, like for psychic shit. Well, there were sex lines too, but it was just like a lot of it was psychic shit.
And then the fucking party lines. You go
and it was like what was it, like $3 a minute? Well, $3 for the first minute, and like $1 per minute.
Yeah, and you could talk to any other kind of losers that didn't have anything to say this time.
And do you know, like, I don't know if you guys know, but it's like the people that were doing that, they were just like some chicks like living in some trailer park somewhere.
Yeah.
And their whole thing, they're working from home. Their whole thing was they have to keep you on the phone as long as possible.
Yeah, yeah.
So they would just like keep asking you about your shit. They wanted to make as much money out of you. They didn't give a shit about you.
That was the same as all the fucking phone sex lines. Remember phone sex?
Yeah, they didn't give a shit about you. They just wanted to keep you on the line as long as possible so they could charge your fucking credit card. Well, and the thing about it that's sad is that like I kind of feel like a lot of people that were calling that were just fucking lonely and they just wanted somebody to talk to.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm just like, dude, just talk to yourself. It's free.
Yeah. Agnes Lamb says, this is a good show, guys. I missed most of it because I had to water the garden. Fucking Agnes was in there fucking flirting with me earlier. So you flirting with me? Agnes? Yeah, I'm flirting with you. And then this slide jumps in and goes, no, flirt with me. It's fucking y'all need to knock it off.
Ophidia the Altar says, God, I feel old.
Yeah. Who said this shit?
I mean, me too. But
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the sex lines were on just about every channel after about 3 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah, around 3 a.m.
Yeah.
You're back from fucking work.
Well, yeah, I used to work at a newspaper and I didn't get off until 2 in the morning.
2 in the morning. And
so I'd come home and it'd be like 2:30 or 3.
Right.
And you turn on the TV and all that was on was like infomercials.
And you're like 25 or 26 and broke and shit, fucking renting a room out of fucking some house you and your friends are living in, and fucking you're like, damn, I'm fucking starving. I'm fucking hungry. And then you try to make a ramen and
back in the old days, it wasn't like now where you could just like call up and be like, hey, like Uber Eats me some shit.
Yeah, no, it wasn't like that.
Or DoorDash or whatever.
Only thing you could get was fucking either pizza or fucking.
You couldn't even get pizza because that closed at like 11 or midnight.
I was in Boston at that time, so I could get Chinese delivered.
Oh, okay.
I could get Chinese.
That
would wear you out. You couldn't do that every night. You'd be fucking spending $400 or $500 a month on fucking Chinese. So you had to eat ramen and.
I mean, we couldn't even get delivery pizza after midnight, and even weeknights. You couldn't get shit past 10 or 11. Like Friday night, Saturday night, you could maybe get like pizza up until like midnight. But after that, no way. There was nothing. There was nothing.
Nah. I was eating ramen. And
you either had to like drive out to fucking Denny's
throwing Vienna sausage in it, or you'd have some fucking Spam in there, fucking cutting slices and fucking on toast and shit, watching fucking Jesse Lake. Or was it? It was
Ricky Lake.
Ricky Lake.
Sally Jesse Raphael
and Ricky Lake.
Ricky Lake.
Been so long.
Montel Williams.
Montel Williams was like America's dad at that time. He would jump in there and fucking tell you what it was you were supposed to do. All the while, the motherfucker run around in a Humvee banging white broads. He'd have like 2 or 3 of them at a time. Montel was the man.
And he's telling everybody
He's the man.
how to live.
He's telling everybody else how to live a moral life and shit.
Bitch, don't tell me how to live.
That bitch was... Montel, man. No, but I liked Montel. Montel was the shit, man. I knew Montel was fucking a player. I could tell Montel
he wasn't as over the top as some of the other ones.
Yeah, well, Montel kind of came across as just a regular guy, if you ask me.
Some of the other ones I think people...
The reason that I don't remember... Like, I remember Montel Williams, but I don't remember, like, a lot of the shit that happened on his show. It was probably because he was a lot more restrained.
Yeah. Montel was reasonable. He was reasonable.
The thing about it, though, was that some of the shows... Like, I kind of feel like... Sally Jesse Raphael kind of had
fake. She was fake.
Well, no, but she had a good angle on it because she seemed very reasonable. She would be very serious, and she would adjust her big ass glasses.
Yeah, and the fucking red fucking bouffant.
What is it like that you were doing now? And then, but she would have like the craziest fucking shit on.
Yeah.
Not as crazy as like Jerry Springer.
I met Jerry Springer down the French Quarter in New Orleans. He was at my fucking friend's fucking club. It was a goth fetish club. And Jerry Springer was fucking cool. He's very cool. Me and him were fucking sitting next to each other. This is back in like 98. And we're watching this couple go through their whole fetish thing. And he's fucking sitting there. He bought me a fucking couple drinks. There's only like 12 people at Pierre's place. It was called fucking the Hellfire Club. And he would come to goth fetish clubs. Goth industrial fetish clubs. He loved the French Quarter. But he would leave towards the end of the night, and he'd go to the mainstream bars on fucking Bourbon Street. But he was saying, man, I love you guys. He was like that. I love you guys. You guys are fucking great. You know what I mean? That.
Like,
and fucking he loved the fucking underground scene. Gary Oldman would hang out up in there, and fucking so would fucking Marilyn Manson and dude from 9 Inch Nails, fucking, and which I've told stories about that already. But fucking, I'd be up there at Pierre's place, a fucking Hellfire Club, fucking the Decatur Street, Decatur and Esplanade. It's gone now. He's long gone. And fucking, we were sitting there watching this fucking hot blonde, fucking up on the damn rack, and dude fucking paddling her and shit, and it was all this fucking sensational, fucking seductive, fucking soft fucking bondage, and Springer fucking bought me a drink. I'm sitting next to her in this big wicker fucking thing. And you gotta understand something. I was not a famous motherfucker, okay? Not like I got a show now. I'm just a regular dude in the Quarter, just a regular, you know? In the scene of the time. I knew the bartenders and the club owners. And it's funny, man. It was like fucking, it was all meta and shit. I'm fucking hanging out with Jerry Springer.
You're like, do you want me to punch somebody?
And he's
or
much
what?
older. He's much older than me, and he's like, man, I love you guys. This is a great scene. I love you guys. And fucking, we're looking at this chick's ass. It was fucking weird.
You know, it's really weird because now that you mention that, because we were at Mannequins last Friday.
Yeah.
And they were having a fetish party.
Yeah.
And I was thinking this because we had, like, our friend, I'm not going to say who his name is, but our friend and his wife were doing, like, their fetish thing, like, up on the stage. They had, like, the big X thing, and they're doing the whipping or whatever.
And shit,
And it's like, so like, no one's even paying attention.
No,
because, like, see.
That's played out.
So... But the thing about it that was funny, I was just, like, standing there by the bar, like, drinking and waiting for a good song to come on. And this normie dude comes up and he's like, this is the first time I love this scene. I've never been here before. And I'm just kind of like...
we grew up in this shit, man. This is boring.
Where have you been?
Yeah.
Like, for the last 30 years?
It's funny. Yeah.
Did you just, like, are you a caveman? Have you just, like, woken up from some, like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really get it.
No.
Like, I wasn't going to be mean, but I was just... I'm just, like, looking at him like...
Yeah.
I don't know where you've been.
I actually... during that era, though, fucking watching television, you know, coming out of the Army, and it was between the fucking my service and then 9/11 hadn't happened yet. I also liked Ricki Lake. I did too. I thought Ricki Lake was like a friendly and fun show
Someone
host.
pointed out she was in Serial Mom.
Who? Huh? Who was?
Ricki Lake?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know anything about that.
Well, she was in the John Waters movie Hairspray as well. Not the remake with John Travolta, but the original one.
I didn't know. But no, I thought she had a good show.
Yeah, she played Tracy Turnblad.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, you did. We watched it together.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't remember it. I didn't know it at that time. I didn't grow up with that movie. But no, I liked her show because she was just kind of fun and bubbly kind of personality. Weird. It's weird because you're watching that shit back in the day and you don't think everybody else is watching it because it's the middle of the night when you're seeing it.
You know what I mean?
There's a bunch of other weirdos.
Other weirdos watching this shit. Yeah, this weird shit. Yeah.
Bunch of other
Funny.
insomniacs.
Yeah.
Like my ass, like watching it. It's like, well, like I said, for a long time I worked night shift and I didn't get home until like 2:30 or 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
So a lot of times I was like watching. And even when I was like a teenager, you know, like most teenagers, I was up most of the night. So I was like watching. And back then, like in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s when I was a teenager, you were kind of like, there wasn't anything to watch. We didn't have streaming. We didn't have any, so you were kind of like stuck watching whatever.
Danny Ghostface says, "Girls Gone Wild." I remember that ad.
I do too.
I remember that shit. Yeah, it's funny.
I mean, all this like fucking sex line ads were like so fucking funny.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them like catered to. I never saw this one. I only know about it because Mystery Science Theater referenced it. Apparently, it was a Midwestern thing. But apparently it was a, what do we want to call it? A water sports.
What we talking about?
Peeing. Like people that are into like peeing.
Who is this? Where?
And I saw like there was a sex line.
Okay.
And it was apparently only advertised in the Midwest. I never saw it. I only know about it because of MST, because they made references to it, so I looked it up. So I was like, what does that mean? And I was like, oh, okay. But apparently there was a sex line, and it was advertised in the Midwest, and it was for,
water sports.
Water sports.
Yeah.
What they used to call water sports. Like peeing on people, golden showers, shit like that.
But I didn't know they had a sex line for that.
They did. And the sex line was, it was 1-900-something-P. And I was like... They didn't even like try to hide it, which I thought was. That's why I looked it up because I thought that was hilarious. So I was like, did they really? Okay, they really did. All right.
Imagine what the world would have been like had internet never happened and it remained television.
Oh my god!
It would have been thousands of channels and each one.
I was like, I never saw it. But all the sex lines we saw were like very, very generic. It was just kind of like, hey, I have like sexy lingerie on. And it's like there was nothing interesting. Nobody was into like bloodletting or peeing or furry shit or anything. Like nobody was in anything weird. It was always just kind of like, hey, I got sexy lingerie. I'm like, boring.
1-900 my breasts are too big, and they got these girls saying this shit. I can't close my top. Call me on 1-900.
Help me close.
It falls out the other side. I need your help.
My butt.
Could you hold these together for me? Fucking, that's what that shit would have been.
Pretty much.
Back in the day.
Pretty much. But like I said, that seems like that's very, very. That's very like surface level.
Yeah. Okay.
I would have liked to see some sex lines that had that branched out, that did like some weirder shit. Yeah, but I never saw anything like that. They were all just very, very boring.
So I said they'd only come on. They would only come on in the USA after 10. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, look, let's go ahead and shut it down. I'll make
oh my god, we've been going like 5 hours.
Yeah, it's 5 hours of show. We gotta go, people.
I mean, we mostly got into the stuff.
Yeah, we it's finished. All right, we'll see you guys when? We'll just
Friday on your
my birthday. Friday, my birthday. We're gonna talk.
Friday is Tom's birthday, so we're gonna do like the sidetracks Tom's birthday edition.
Yeah. We'll do a little bit of a show, and then we'll fucking head out to mannequins, and we'll
I'm gonna get you a cake.
Yeah.
We're gonna go. You can get some sushi, and I can get some tempura.
It's Friday, bitch getting old show. Bitch getting old.
Okay, I'll have to remember. Bitch getting old edition.
Bitch getting old show. Yeah. Okay,
right. That's what we're gonna call it. All right. Yeah. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the show this evening. I tried to stay on topic, but you know how that goes. So yeah, come back Friday, celebrate Tom's birthday with us.
Yeah, bitch getting old.
Bitch getting old.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much for super chats. We will see you guys on Friday. Bye.